In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
we'll be having the Team Evo going up against RSG SG. This is just definitely still going to be a best of 3. We're still in the upper bracket. So with that said, we should be going into the game very, very soon. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, just to also welcome everybody for MPL Singapore Season 9. My name is Jace. I'll be your host for Playoffs Day number 2. Of course, MPL Singapore Season 9 is powered by Muntan, Pulse Nova Entertainment, Partner in Esports, Head and Shoulders, and Singapore Esports Association official venue partner, Capital Land Mall. We're here to you live in Tampines Mall Level 4. So if you guys are in the area, please head on down. We have tons of games ready to go. Ladies and gents, of course, with that, the competition is just spicing up. We have Team Evo going up against RSG SG later on. With that said, hopefully we do have the brackets up very, very shortly so that we can quickly run through the brackets together. Yes, it's been a very, very interesting competition for the past few weeks. And now, if you can see on your screen right here, we had the brackets for you yesterday. It is Absolute Zero going up against Kingdom Esports, knocking Kingdom Esports off. Then Absolute Zero going up to face again Team Flash, which will happen very, very shortly. But of course, we also have Team Evo and RSG Singapore. That's the game that we'll be watching very, very soon. This game is going to be very important because this game will be the one that will be determining who's going to be going up against Absolute Zero at 12 p.m. And of course, the upper bracket finals happening later the day, which is going to be against Team Flash SG. And of course, let's take a look at the schedule for today as well. Today, as what I mentioned, later on, you'll be watching at 12 p.m. Team Evo going up against RSG Singapore as a best of 3. Absolute Zero against the loser of that particular match with a best of 3. And of course, we'll end off the day with a upper bracket finals, which is Team Flash going up against the winner of the match later on in the best of 5. This is going to be a very important match, ladies and gentlemen. So we are looking forward to the games as well. So just hopefully, you know, our casters are ready very, very shortly. Later on, the casters definitely will be Mama and Abstract and, of course, Churros, which will be going to bring you the excitement of the games as well. So I'm also making sure that, you know, the games are fair, making sure all the players are already on standby. I'm on the right-hand side. I'm actually already seeing RSG. And if you guys are on site, there's something very, very interesting. Of course, the transfer window happened in between the weeks. So are we ready to actually throw it over to the casters very, very soon? But we should be going into the game very, very shortly. Of course, you know, Team Evo this time around with the playoff buff. Definitely going to be very, very interesting in terms of whether they can actually hold on to their second placement last season. And of course, you know, RSG SG this time around, they definitely did not have a very good season last season. This time around, with the addition of this newcomer later on, we'll be looking forward to their performance as well. So with that said, ladies and gents, should be ready to load into the game very, very soon. You should be throwing into the casters, but don't forget, of course, ladies and gents, if you are in the area in Tampines Mall or in Singapore as well, you have a lot of time to head on down to Tampines Mall at level 4. Of course, apart from the games, apart from meeting the players on site, you'll be also meeting the different KOLs, which will be coming down later on. Tons of activities happening at level 4 at Tampines Mall. So with that said, we should be ready to go into the casters very, very soon. Are we ready to go into the casters very soon? Before that, can we just take a look at the audience this time around? Seems like, you know, we got a couple of Team Evo fans on the left-hand side, on my left. And of course, we got RSG fans on my right. So Team Evo fans, how are you guys? Good morning. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready, Team Evo fans? Nope? Yes? Okay, seems like we got a lukewarm reaction. What about RSG fans? Are you guys ready? Yeah, seems like we do have some RSG fans that's also ready to go as well. So, of course, apart from that, you know, RSG SG as well on my right, and Team Evo on the left. We're still missing some players on the seats, so please do hold on. Of course, apart from that, ladies and gents, I'd like to give a huge shout out once again to MPL Singapore Season 9. Of course, this is powered by Muntan and Pulse Nova Entertainment, Partner Esports, Head and Shoulders, and Singapore Esports Association, and official venue partner, Capital Land Malls. Of course, ladies and gents, if you're in the area as well, head on down to Tampines Mall at level 4. Of course, Team Evil, they've been around in the season for a long, long time. Of course, they're your community heroes. And of course, with RSG, the contender, have been here since season 1. And with that said, we are ready to throw it over to the casters. Abshang and Churros, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. My name is Abstract.
My name is Shros, and
we are
the casters for today. We almost got that right. We almost got that perfect.
I stumbled a little bit. That's on me.
Uh,
You were flawless, though. You were flawless.
Thank you.
You were flawless. It's all on me. It's all on me.
Man, you shout out to Jace though.
Yeah.
You shout out to Jace.
You
though.
shout out to Jace. He did a very, very good job.
very good job indeed.
Yeah. Of course, when it comes down to the on-site behaviors, or rather the on-site patterns, we do have got a little bit of a change when it comes down to host. In fact, tomorrow we'll have a new host as well. So
What?
Yeah, we're trying something out new. You just kind of
don't say.
everything about MPL SG is new.
Well.
We've got a brackets that's new. We've got some teams that is new. We've got a host that's new. We haven't really seen Jace on the MPL SG broadcast as a host before.
So that's pretty new.
That's pretty new.
He's replacing Cheryl Yao. So this is a tall order for Jace.
How dare you?
But okay, let's take a look at the draft for Evil. Vincent, Powerful, Sailor, Ven, and Gear. Man, this team is very, very strong. And really excited to see how they go up against the team alongside RSG, because I hear they have some new faces showing up today as well.
Yes. I mean, new but not new.
New but not new.
New but not new. So I'm honestly very concerned in some sense, because I don't know if whether this new, quote-unquote, new player has been training with them. But hey, maybe 2 weeks is enough. We'll take a look at the RSG SG's lineup in a short little bit. But with Vincent, Powerful, Sela, Van, and Gear, I think that they pretty much have got an idea how they want to play. Although they kind of lost a little bit of their evil magic.
Yeah.
Not exactly very micro-based anymore per se. But we'll talk about that in the game itself. As now we move on over to RSG's lineup. We've got Bray, Jay, Roy, CS, and Closer. So we almost have got the OG RSG SG lineup back.
Almost. Jay was like the ex Flash, so I mean he's not technically RSG, the OG
imposter.
RSG. Yeah, but then again, like it's good to see Bray and Roy actually back in action together.
Together,
again.
CS and Closer as well.
Yeah. The only issue I have or concern, like you raised up, is that the meta shifted quite a bit. Bray's been out of the scene for quite some time. So coming into this game or coming into this matchup, will he be able to adapt to the momentum that Evil will bring? I mean, remember, whenever they got the red book, they have that momentum, they have the power, and it's their playoff buff actually came much sooner. We talked about this last week as well.
Yes.
So this is what we'll be watching today. Jay's already said this a couple of times, but Evil versus RSG is going to be going up the first match, and then Absolute Zero going up against the loser of said match. Either Team Evil or RSG, and then the last match of today will be a BO5 in the upper bracket finals of Flash FG versus the winner of this first match. So this first match is crucial because it determines the sort of like the next couple of games that we'll be seeing today.
Indeed. You are gonna end up playing if you kind of win in your fight against AZ, then technically you're playing 2 semifinals, and that is going to be very taxing. You also will have a lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals itself. So even more games, even more excruciating. So honestly, you wouldn't want to be dropped down to the lower bracket. For both RSG as well as Evil, they will want to do their absolute best to keep themselves afloat.
Nice pun.
Yes. Totally on purpose, right? To do their absolute best so that don't have to go up against absolute zero. I didn't have to mention that, right? Because
you didn't have, because it's not as funny if you have to explain the joke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what else I have to explain though?
What do you have to explain?
That Bray was originally an assassin jungler.
Yeah.
And he always had a difficulty playing the assassin jungler because of the synergy between him and Diablo. So this might actually be the season for Bray to pop off. I'm not too sure exactly what he's intending to play, but from my understanding, he definitely have got the reins of Hayabusa, Ling. I'm not too sure about Hanzo.
We have Fanny as well. I think
We
Hanzo
have Fanny
definitely
as well,
on the
yes.
books too. Joy definitely a viable option for him as well, because if you have the mechanics for Ling, you definitely can play the Joy, or even Fanny. If you want to cook that up as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see in the draft as we come in. Coach Carrot probably has his red book with him. They will be starting off with the first ban of today's match. RSG on the other hand, Coach Amux. I mean, this guy has been coaching for international teams, and then once what he brings to RSG's table, and remember the first season or the first match of this entire season, RSG actually popped off. So I'm really excited to see how they play and how they draft around Bray now that ultimately similar playstyle, similar hero pools between Yon and Bray. Just that Bray has a little bit more confidence in the jungle scene because he has that international experience as well.
Indeed. Now, my question also lies onto Bray because of his confidence. Just how much confidence does he have? Like, is he brimming with it? Because he's not exactly super fresh into this. I mean, he's technically kind of fresh in the scene again, right? Because there is a certain amount of hiatus, so he may be confident in the past, but you know, coming into MPL SG, how confident would he be? And if he continues to have that confidence and have that amount of, resilience, there could be a possibility that he becomes overly aggressive in this lineup, which I'm not too sure if that is going to go too well for them, considering the fact that CS actually is a goal laner that would actually take some time before popping off, right?
Yep.
Early game is not really a CS kind of game. He's a lot more of a late game monster. Throw any marksman that is great at late game, he will be able to carry the game.
100% agree. And also adding on to that fact is that Bray doesn't have a lot of time to adapt to the the synergy of the new RSG, especially when Jay is being brought to the table. There's a lot of different playstyles between how Jay likes to play, and remember, Lalzi likes to play. Lalzi is much more like a father-like kind of figure. Jay kind of leaves you to your own devices. If you follow up, that's good. If you don't follow up, then it's on you, man, because I'm doing my thing. So I think there's a lot of differences in terms of the play styles between both of the roams, and especially the EXP laners, Diablo versus Closer back in the day. Remember in season 4, 5, and 6, you have Diablo who's actually playing all these bursty type heroes. The Benedettas are being pulled out. You have the Badangs, or the damage Badangs actually pulled out by Diablo. The Khalids are being pulled out as well. And I think the core difference is that Closer is a more passive EXP laner.
A lot more utility. Yeah.
More utility,
Technically
more passive.
works for this current meta as well.
Yeah, I don't see Closer actually diving in as much to the back lines, because I don't know if it's the lack of confidence, but it's I guess how RSG wants to play around. You want to protect the back line as much as possible.
He feels more like an anchor of the team, right?
Correct.
He wants to be safe, or rather he wants to keep the mage and as well as the marksman safe, which actually kind of makes sense because Jay is actually a very aggressive roamer. He's the kind that will look for any opportunity and just go straight dive for it. He's he's literally the sacrificial lamb of the team, and he's not afraid of sacrificing himself. In fact, sometimes he would overestimate the amount of time, or rather the gap between his team and the opponent's team. He will launch an attack, he will go so far and deep in, and the amount of time taken for RSG to travel all the way to J, it will take a little bit too long. This is one of the core problems that I usually see coming in from Jay, and it's mostly all about initiations.
That's right.
Everything else, when it comes down to tempo, when it comes down to rotations, I think that Jay has got it handled pretty well.
Correct. I mean, Jay's playing chess. The rest of the squad is playing checkers. He's always 2 steps ahead. Everyone else needs to really match his pace. I think if they sort that out, if they're able to sort that out, I think RSG has a very strong chance, and we might be able to see 3 games coming up from this best of 3. But then again, going into the draft, Coach Carrot starting to ban off with Matilda. Coach Mooks doesn't want to deal with Sayla's Loyi. Remember, last week we talked a lot about RSG, but right now, turning the tables over to Evil, the villains coming to play. We have the Baxia and the Phovius on both sides of the map, and you have Sayla's Loyi literally just quote-unquote AFKing in the mid-bush and waiting for the right time to use that diversion. So Amux doesn't want to deal with that, banning both of these out so that they don't have to deal with the the hyper momentum that Evil likes to play around, especially in the mid to late stages of the game. Coach Carrot, juice in, chip, taken off.
I think that the mobility might actually be the name of the game for Evil, right? As such, I would like to expect that there will be a lot of assassin junglers such as Hayabusa as well as Joy being drafted out, much less of a Lucas. I would still believe that they would want to have a Lucas, but with the Kalia currently available, that might be their first and foremost most priority pick, and just kind of yielding the Lucas over to the side of RSG.
Yeah, I think quite a bit open right now. Usually we'll see a Kalea or a Kimmy right here since the
Yep.
Juicing's been banned out. You don't really have any counter in lane except if Roy picks up the Farsa to match the tempo that
Okay.
the Kalea and the Juicin might be able to bring, or the Kimmy might be able to
Ah.
bring. So it will be the Farsa and the Phobius. The Farsa and the Phobius will be picked up.
Barca and the Pobius.
Yeah.
Okay. Suyo is available, Gatakacha is also available. That could be a possibility. I'm not too sure whether Evil will want to play that Gatakacha for themselves, but it is, of course, a very good answer over to Fasa,
Yep.
being a sitting duck. Otherwise, you can always draft out an assassin for you for your team and just kind of play around it. Because now Kalia is a very flexible pick, right? You
Mhm.
kind of want to go for pickoffs. At this point in time, I'm just expecting to see a Hayabusa on their end. But finally, we are gonna be looking at a Kimi Glue even. Okay, so
Glue.
they just want to beat down the EXP lane at this point in time
Yeah.
and just kind of focus on that.
Yeah, I think Glue and Phobius are sort of like very evenly matched in the EXP lane. Glue really needs that distance because you throw down your skill 1 and you walk towards it, try to make it explode and try to get a mini stun off. Phobius has a similar kind of range with his first skill. So if it's sort of like an EXP to EXP clash, it would be an even matchup. So Glue is able to match the tempo for Phobius. I'm just more worried about the mid lane that Kimi and Kalea would bring in comparison to Farsa. If Coach Mooks actually picks up the Gatokacha in the second phase, that's going to be spelling disaster for Evil because there's not a lot of protection on that back line. You have Glue that's very high committal, especially with the possession from that grab and the split. But Kalea also very high committal because once you jump in, the only way to escape is only if you catch someone else.
So at this point in time, RSG actually do have quite a lot more damage within their mix. Quite a bit of them, or rather all of them, are level 4 dependent. They're very ultimate dependent. So if Evil will want to move towards a certain direction, especially since they have a Glue, Glue is a winning matchup in the EXP only pre-level 4. So if you want, you can be a lot more aggressive in that start. We got Kalia that is really good at tempo building as well. So the next two upcoming picks, unfortunately, when it comes down to gold lane, I don't really expect too much. Kimi can still be a relatively good pick for them since it's not exactly super ultimate reliant. You still have very good damage over time in the early stages. So looking at the roaming trio, unfortunately, I think that Lucas would be a okay. Never mind.
Yeah, Lucas is
Yeah.
already banned out by Mooks. I mean,
Lucas
he
is
smelled a
supposed to be
mile away.
Yeah, we want to look for snowbally heroes.
Correct.
So in this case, fighter junglers might actually be the better choice over assassin junglers.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Suyo's
Alpha is good.
Suyo's already banned out.
Oh, okay.
Very,
yeah.
very snowbally, very early game centric.
Mm.
Then Bray, back to his roots, back to the Hayabusa. I think this might be able to play out well. However, I don't see that RSG has a lot of tanks right now. The only tank that they have currently in their draft is the Phobius.
Yes.
Very good in just catching that back line, trying to catch and throw Kimmy out of position. But then again, I think that last slot would be one of the most crucial ones. The only option right now I can think of is maybe the Gato Kacha, just to disrupt that the Kimmy from
Fair.
from near. Unless you
Yeah.
want to go crazy, play a Belleric against the Kimmy so that you have that thorns that mitigate and reflect the damage
Yeah.
over the Kimmy.
I think that that could be possible. But okay, Snowbally, I would say that Fanny is definitely works out as a Snowbally hero. And in the meantime, they also picked up the Bruno. So they're literally going to go double down in the early stages. They
Yeah.
want to win the laning, and that will be able to translate over to the early game, just so that, it will take a little bit more time for RSG to
Ooh.
even come up on top.
Look at the Franco
Okay.
for Jay.
We're starting to see an influx of
Interesting.
Francos now.
Yeah.
We do have Rapidut that managed to play 2 games against their opponents. I can't exactly remember whom again, but
It was,
those
I think, either absolute. No. it was
Rapidut from Absolute,
Absolute
Zero.
Zero.
So they go up against the
Kings.
Kingdom.
Kingdom
Esports. Yeah.
Yep.
So that was Rapidut playing 2 Francos, both of which are a win. So
Mhm.
technically speaking, if I'm not if I'm not wrong, this is a 100% win rate Franco at this point in time. And if whether Jay is gonna bring it down to 66.66666%.
You know, I think it's a viable pick right here because it is the hook itself. It's a deterrent factor from you to come any closer.
Uh-huh.
And Jay plays a lean mean Franco. We've seen it way back in like season 7, season 8. But ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We're jumping into the land of Dawn for the first match of today.
What the hell was that? I heard someone farting.
Was it a
That's
helicopter?
a very long fart.
It's like a helicopter kind of sound.
But anyways, as we move on over to the land of Dawn, we've got Evil and
Ooh.
RSG going. Okay.
How is he there so fast?
I don't know, but this is gonna be fun and exciting.
He
But
doesn't
of
know.
course, I'm not too sure how this relates, or rather how this reacts over to the stream or on site. So I'm not gonna mention anything that is too too blatant at this point in time. But as expected, we've got Gear that will be able to dominate in the early stages. He still has a flicker, so if he manage to find that opportunity, he can always just go blasting with that.
Yeah. I didn't know how Jay actually went through to that to the brush so fast. Way faster than I actually expected. But giving a lot of information though, powerful, starting on the aggression, getting the hits onto Jay, misses the hook, forced to use a flicker out of the way. And now, Evil does have the upper hand in terms of the aggressive funneling in the jungle. Man, this is looking like a very tight matchup. I think both teams in the early game don't want to make too much of a big move. You don't want to make too much aggressions that lead to your downfall in the mid game because, as you said, Abstract, RSG SG really needs that level 4 power spike to come on, especially for all of them. You got a Bloody Hunt from Jay as well, which is able to catch Vincent off from mid-air, creating a lot of opportunities for themselves as well. And you get the blind hook to check the bushes and maybe go for a little bit of pickoffs. But from the top side though, CS Ven does have the wave shoving in. You might be able to get a early rotation down to the mid side, closer for the sticker out, get a possession down. There's the first blood over to Gear from the mid side, get a hook. Down to Powerful, forced to use that flicker. Feather airstrike will take him down the process as well. Brave starting the turtle off alone. Will be a 1v1. Brave gets the retribution steal. The Prince has returned. We got the grab coming in. He's all alone though, as Gear slays him off. But he will be facing off against 2, healing everything back up. I think he might be able to come for this. Oh! It's got a possession once again, getting pulled back here. What was that? He's still buying so much time for the rest of Evil to come in. The villains are starting this game strong. He's still standing up. He was a 5th of his health, and now he's back to half. And they get another kill in their name.
Closer is actually super tanky from all of that. Boy, oh boy. Even though we talked about the fact that Evil wants to play in the early stages of the game, regardless of that, they actually don't have that much damage because, as you can see, we've got the Closer, which is the Phobius. He actually deals crazy bunch of damage. If you include like the Infinite Pursuit, he just keep going on and on and on, slam and slam and slam. RSG, they generally just have very good damage, so we gotta have to really look out for that.
So the airstrike and Tsunami Slam into the turn. They go. Jay won't fall as RSG loses yet another one. Vincent coming in for a cleanup crew. He's gonna shoot a Wiki Shadow kill. Trying to kill Vincent off from mid-air, but won't get out without a fight though. He's got Powerful taking. He's soaking up a lot of damage from Roy. Will fall as CS falls as well. It's a trade for trade, a tit for tat. And here comes Sailor though. Might be able to take Roy down. Gets the stun up as Roy able to just kite away just in time to take Ben along down with him.
That's a very important kite coming in from Sailor. But regardless, this is pretty much an expected outcome. 7-4 with a shy bit of 1,000 gold lead in favor for Evil. What they want to do is a very micro-based composition for Evil. They want to win in every single team fight, or maybe not team fight. They want to win in these skirmishes. They want to pick off as much as possible. They even have powerful as Kalia. They have that pick off potential. They have Vincent that will be able to deal damage.
Oh, big play from Closer. Getting pulled back into the midst of that back line. You got Jay dealing a lot of damage as well. Closer falls. No more Phobius for the side of RSG. Franco might be next on the chopping block, but Jay walks away safe and sound.
This is a game that requires RSG SG to kind of hold their fort and just ensure that they will be able to make it away or make it into the mid stages of the game. Because at this point in time, all you're expecting and all you're seeing is Evil will just be throwing bodies at RSG.
Always blocking the last weakness point. You gotta purify CS though. Will fall in the end. Goon Squad comes in. The villains will show dominance in the early stage.
Expected outcome still very, very expected. 5 minutes into the game now, we have entered the end of the laning phase and now in the early stages, where the turrets are all dependent on the siege that Evil have got. So at least now they managed to bring down the T1 turret up top.
Well, Vincent gets a shadow kill onto himself, able to KO himself to safety. But Evil now shifting the composition a little bit. 1, 2, 4. Here comes the flicker play into the turret. They go. As Gear left all alone underneath the turret, taking too much damage. Won't be able to soak up this time around as the T1 mid falls to the hands of the villains.
Good enough. Even though they did not manage to get a kill down on Roy, although it was definitely a respectful play coming from Gear, but not quite there. But at least the main thing is they take objectives down, which is T1 in the middle lane. This will allow them to be increasingly aggressive and push RSG to have even lesser amount of gold. This is gonna snowball.
Powerful, bloody hunt, stop, suppress, thrown to the graveyard. RSG, good pickoff right there.
That is a one lifetime opportunity to land a bloody hunt with so many other of your teammates just around the brush as well. If you don't have that opportunity, honestly, it's actually going to be a little bit difficult to catch up onto the kill. Kalia, given the amount of mobility that he has. But Flicker has already been expended. That is actually a very crucial Flicker because we do have got the turtle that's coming up right now. I'm not too sure whether it will come back in time or not for the next turtle, but hopefully it does. No, sorry, next Lord actually.
Easy turtle take for the side of Evil. As Bray out of position, busy trying to find trades up on that top side. So far, Evil still leading the charge with 3,000 gold. If they can maintain this mid lane aggression, they might be able to take down RSG and see through that snowball to the late game.
Early game compositions are always going to be really tough to hold on to. They may have had a pretty decent early game. They only have got about 3,000 gold lead, but hold on a second, bottom.
Nice hook, but Tsunami Slam back in closer. Taking on 3, gonna air strike, dealing with tons of damage down. Here with the split, able to get that in, able to sustain a little bit more till his mates go back to safety. They lost 2, but they managed to just cut their losses right now on the mid side. Vincent, 1v1 on top of the shadow kill, able to cable himself safe. Saved by the minions too.
I think that largely we don't really see Vincent in team fights all that much, or these kind of skirmishes all that much, but at least and probably we want to play more on the macro, right? Because the moment that they kind of stop getting that advantage of the early game, they no longer have the goal advantage. That is when they will want to look for other avenues of winning. This is a very front-to-back competition, hands down front-to-back, right? With the Bruno onto the side, their main win condition, but they can actually just focus and see what Vincent is able to bring to the team. He does have very good split move potential, with not much people being able to catch up onto him, except for Bray.
Now, 20 seconds till the Lord spawns up. RSG does have the aggression, does have the damage from that Barca and that 1-1 alone. Oh, here. taking a little bit too much damage, able to walk himself safe and out of the way. As RSG says their sights up on that top side, they see where Vincent is, but the hook lands, and down goes Powerful. He's gonna prepare an airstrike to try to zone everyone out of the way. Gonna flank from Vincent as well, trying to find his way down to Roy. But Gear is left alone, also his own devices as is Closer. Sent to the graveyard, they go. Might be able to take out Jay though, one more hit won't be enough. As Gear falls to the hands of RSG, they will be able to blitz down that Lord. Will be a very tricky situation for RSG to try to contest for this one. Out of position, out of the way. Evil snatches this one up.
Okay, so with the Lord taken down, it's all fine and dandy, and that should give them a bit more leeway and breathing space. Now, of course, a quick little roundup, we do have to fight the fight that eventually splits up into two is a EXP lane for an EXP lane, so there's not too much losses coming in from RSG. In fact, they have it a little bit better because I think that they managed to bring down Powerful, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-for-1 trade, definitely towards RSG, and I think it's slowly creeping in. The Lord pick though, with the Lord advantage, I think that this is going to help them a little bit more in recuperating in the previous fight.
Abstract, you know, from an assassin standpoint, typically you're not used to you're used to go for pickoffs, but in the late game you're more of a split pusher, and I think Fanny in this point has the advantage over Hayabusa because the shadows from Bray right now if you're not level 15. But hold on a second. Speaking of shadows though, shadow kill almost taking Vincent out of the way. It's a 1v1 anime mid-air fight, but Bray will not be able to take Vincent down with him.
More of these turrets going to be taken down with the middle lane T2. Bottom lane T2 is definitely going to go down due to that single Lord that is marching in. So no problems whatsoever, and with the top lane being very heavy as well. Evil will now have got a bunch of turrets to their name, and this is going to give them a lot of money.
Oh, trapped in. The burst comes in from Vincent, though might not be enough. Gonna weakness points. The crossbow Tang will chase and keep Vincent out safe as now.
We're continuing to see Evil hold on to the lead. They lost the lead previously, but just because of the Lord, they now have got more lead. This is 4,000 gold worth of lead, and this can actually bring them to a pretty good spot from here. I think that Bruno has reached his house by quite some time ago. CS is slowly starting to be there, but Bruno will still definitely win in the 1v1. Not like we're gonna see that anyways.
Contesting on the purple buff, I think Jay wants to go for a nice day of fishing, but Faction Pulse unable to hit. Got a better airstrike as well. Tsunami Slam, Closer taking a little bit too much damage, gets burst, annihilated by the side of the villains. They take one, they'll leave. It's RSG. Man, they're ramping up the aggression, but Closer can't seem to soak up the damage enough for the team to come in for that backup. I think if Roy was able to hold back the Fred airstrike a little bit longer, then RSG might have a better shot. It takes some time for the Hayabusa to find an angle onto the back line. So, I mean, then again, I think it was a very messy team fight for that one. I think Closer shouldn't have thrown his body in like that and try to layer in the team fights a little bit more effectively.
I do gotta have to say that the timer is on to Evil though. This first Lord is a given for them to take. The second Lord is the Lord that requires them to end the game or at least bring down every single one of the inhibitor turrets. With all these inhibitor turrets down, it will further give them an advantage in taking the third Lord. Because by the time it hits the third Lord, the timing is more or less a right for RSG to have a very equal or more advantageous fight for the Lord, and only macro will allow Evil to get an edge over RSG. So this is the direction that we are going to go. Macro for Evil is important from this point onwards in order to win the game. In the meantime, micro is important for RSG to win the game. They need to be able to ensure that they will deal with the waves well enough, but do not lose additional members up to the top, or rather the opposite side of where the Lord is. They need to start winning fights from the second Lord onwards.
Yeah, I think the damage from RSG is not enough as of now. The Feather Airstrike, yes, deals a lot of burst damage, but once you get the Bloody Hook in, CS needs some time to pop all the weakness points before the true damage actually comes through, and you also have the Crossbow of Tang that you can play around with, but you can't rely on the 1-1 alone. Now, what is the play now for the side of RSG? Because the aggression coming through, you get a Bloody Hunt onto Gear, we'll be taking a lot of damage. Crossbow of Tang soars into the sky and takes CS One down, but Closer falls. So is Gear. No more EXP laners for both of these two teams. Jay goes fishing, but misses the big bait. Vin, all alone, able to kite around, bobs and weaves, and out of the way to safety. This Evil still playing that macro game. Look at the top side, already pushing in.
There's only one thing that keeps coming into my mind whenever you say fishing. Morning!
Morning, nice day for fishing, ain't it?
Good day for fishing, ain't it? I clearly watch
Totally,
way too
totally.
much content.
Yeah, me too.
Clearly way too much.
Oh, I get you, I get you.
Yeah.
Now in this Lord though, Jay constantly going fishing,
Yes.
trying to get a big bait.
Oh?
You the big bait getting caught up with a tsunami slam. Over the wall they go. Closer left all alone onto the back line. But here comes Bray. Finding an angle onto Powerful though.
Powerful.
Might not be able to take him out as the heels come in. The sustain from the
Oh!
back line is too much as Bray falls.
Hey!
Gets a pure wipe out. Look at the back. You got Vincent taking everyone down. They might be able to cycle this through, Abstract.
Oh my goodness, that's absolutely. Oh wait, Vincent. Taking a little bit too much damage, but I think they're fine. They've got a full wave ahead with all 5 men that is still alive. They didn't even need to go for the Lord. In fact, they take this game with their early game advantage.
Man, what went wrong? I saw the back line that Bray was in, but Vincent just easily clearing out
Oh
3
my
members
goodness.
from the side of RSG, and no one could stop them. That's why I said, like, the playstyle that Closer brings, it does not match the tempo that Jay wants to bring to the table for RSG.
Yes.
For Closer, he wants to go forward, but whenever he goes forward, then therein comes Vincent from the back line. He finds the flank, he finds the angle, he goes straight for CS, and when your 1-1 is out of the picture, and when Roy is out of the picture, it's pretty much it. You don't really have your main damage dealers, and yes, Bray is able to deal a lot of damage, but he's only so reliant on his skills. Once his shadows popped off, he can't escape.
Ironically, because of this lineup where we have a Franco onto Jay instead, and with a Phoveus onto Closer, their roles actually swapped. So with the way that they play, it's supposed to be swapped. So what happens is that Closer was originally and always has been the anchor of the team,
Yeah.
whereby wherever he moves, or rather, wherever the mage moves, he moves. He made sure that the backlines is gonna be safe. But in this case, because of a Franco, your bloody hunt is just so important in mitigating any form of assassination attacks coming in from Vincent. As such, the backline, the backline with the Plaza as well as the 1-1 really needs the help of the Franco. I believe that he actually did stay with them for most of the fights. I think
Yeah.
that's pretty much okay. But Closer will then go very far away because he's a Phoveus. He's very committal. But that is where the problem comes in. Whenever the Phoveus goes in and becomes super committal, we've got the Franco that's all the way far back because of the fact that he needs to be the anchor. We've got the 1-1 that has range. We have got the high ground coming from Plaza. That's all fine and dandy. We got the Hayabusa that, dives over the back lines. In theory, this all sounds great. But the moment that Closer goes a little bit too far, because the opponent knows how to retreat,
Yeah.
then Phoveus is completely out of the picture already. It's a dead Phoveus. You're healing for no one. None of your backlines can deal damage. And what happens? The assassin comes in and zone the backlines further away, increasing that gap.
Yeah, it looks like RSG can't seem to close that team fight gap in it. I mean, then again, 100%
Yes.
agree with all your points.
Mhm.
I think that play in particular, very smart from Powerful.
Yes.
They saw the hook coming in from Jay. That means 8 to 10 seconds without Jay going fishing once again.
Yes.
So he knows that, okay, Jay's in there. Let's try to tsunami slam at least one person. We've got the damage to deal with him. He blindly dives in like an Olympic diver, catches Jay, and Jay retaliates with the Bloody Hunt, try to delay the tsunami slam, gets stunned up and mitigated by the worldie from the Bruno, and the rest, as they say, is history. So very, I think, too panicky with the Bloody Hunt. You should save it for Vincent, but I mean, as the game is rolling down, there's a lot of aggression coming into play. You can't be for sure. Like, you want to go for the Fanny, but like you don't know when the Fanny's coming in. At least go for an easy pick off. The only issue is RSG doesn't have that damage. Look at the items from both teams. Evil is almost fully built. They're like, man, they've been in the gym for like 10 years. They're super power spiked up already. So I mean, at the end of the day, very close matchup from Evil and RSG. It's just that last fight, Evil still has that magic.
Okay. So this is great for Evil. They played towards their win condition. They knew exactly how to play around their momentum as well, and they eventually got themselves the win. RSG, they are very ultimate reliant, so they need to play for all these team fights, which technically they did, but with that small little problem, which I mentioned previously just now. I would definitely say that Closer might not be that comfortable with the Phobias in some sense. I think that he goes a little bit too crazy whenever he realizes that there is the Astros, or rather he's got the mark on the opponents.
He just jumps in.
He just jumps in, yeah. So it's very trigger happy, and I think that that's not exactly the way to play this Phobias in this game, because you don't have an AOE crowd control. If you have that, then that's fine. If you have a Gatokacha, you're fine. If you have a Badang, you're fine. But he is the lone wolf in the front lines. Jay isn't even supposed to be in most of these team fights as the frontliner, because just take a look at his items. It suggests what he's doing.
Very supportive, very utility.
Very supportive. So in some sense, he's an enchanter support. He's enchanting for his team by suppressing people down. And then he wants to get more suppression because of the ultimate reduction.
Yeah.
That's all he wants.
I mean, to your point, yeah, I totally didn't see that coming for RSG. They don't really have a lot of AoE crowd control. So, yes, you do get bloody hunts, but when Evil overturns and counter-reacts to that team fights, there is no way to disperse the team fight and get away to safety. Sure, 1-1 has a built-in Purify. Sure, you get Wings by Roy, but it's just not enough, because you need someone to stun them in or sacrifice themselves to be able to get away.
There is not even a retreat play available for RSG.
That's right.
All they can do is just use their own mobility and get themselves out, and that means that they are leaving 2% in the lurch, which is the frontliners. They are very the Phobias is very committal. Jay is just stuck there. He can't. You expect him to kind of like shake his way back home?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not doing that. You have a 1-1 that can hop to safety. You have a Plaza that can unfairly fly away, leaves everyone away, and of course we have a random assassin, or rather random ninja, that somehow can teleport to his clones. So that's fine and all. But all in all, I think that RSG's lineup is lacking in that control. They don't have a way to literally control a fight. In the early stages, they have the damage. We would expect to see more damage because of the Infernal Pursuit. However, you are going up against an early game team that will have an advantage in terms of gold. That means that their items is definitely going to be way better than yours. Whatever base damage that you have, the raw damage that you have off of the Phobias' Infernal Pursuit is all going to be negated.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, right? Gear was outrightly in the early game. Did you see that 1v4? He bought so much time for Ven to go back home, get that reset, come back into the picture, and for the rest of the team to really come back and counteract that team fight. So that was phenomenal play by Gear's Glue. But to be honest, though, everyone at Evil really played their hearts out in this entire match. You got Powerful, who was sacrificing himself, trying to eat the bloody hunt, so that the rest of the team knows that, okay, he doesn't have to suppress anymore. We can go in, we can win team fights, and I think that was really crucial. And even though he was killed 5 times, he was commandeering the entire and steering the ship where the Evil is trying to go towards from the graveyard. So I think that was a pretty good, overall match from the side of Team Evil. The question is for you, who do you think the actual MVP is? Because every one of them played to their strengths.
Actual MVP. If we kind of take away all of if we don't look at stats, right? I look at tempo. I definitely want to look at tempo. I want to see. I want to know who is the one that really sets the pacing of the team in order to get themselves to this stage. I personally would say Gear.
Yeah, I
He's
would
kind of
agree.
like the hidden hero. He does very invisible movements and invisible plays whereby RSG don't feel that coming, right?
Yep.
It's a very minuscule little snowflake that eventually became a snowball because the other players pitched in, right? But all in all, this is a composition that works out very well for Evil. The win condition of Evil can only be stopped by a single bloody hunt. While in the meantime, RSG's only win condition can be started with a bloody hunt.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the nose, to be honest. And I do have to say, like, the interaction between Kalea and Glue. If Glue is down low with low HP, you get a lot of sustain, a lot of heals back up when you use your split, and you get a nice possession onto someone. But not only that, you have the Kalea coming in with the passive as well, so you heal the lowest member of your team. So I think that fight, that one fight that turned the tides of the battle for Evo and RSG was honestly in the early game before that first turtle actually spawns up. MVP though won't be Gear, but honorable mention to him though it will be Vincent as Fanny 7-1 and 2. You have 56% total kill participation, flying all over the map, zipping, zapping, and just dodging the Wiggy shadow kills from Bray.
Yep. So of course, with the cables from the side of Vincent, he definitely will have presence all across the map. He's getting massive farm all across. He's more or less the pos one in this game, right?
Yep.
He's the pos one. While in the meantime, Bruno is pos 2 because he's an early game marksman. He doesn't need to kind of spiral out of control and all. He will naturally be able to get all of these kills because of all the bruising that the opponent is able to do, perhaps, or rather, bruising that his own team is able to do. Glue's a great bruiser. We've got Kimi, which is a great setup and bruiser as well. As long as
non-committal CCs
very
as
non-committal
well.
CC, yes. Fanny is probably one of the main person that is able to bruise the enemies, and if possible, even take some of these free kills.
Yeah.
Because it's an AOE, right? AOE spins, and technically it's also technically single target. So Fanny is kind of a disgusting hero if you ask me, because you're so flexible. You AOE, but yet you single target also. A lot of damage, but a super high mechanic, so it kind of tallies out.
It's balance. It's balance. But still, we nerf 1-1. Okay, I got a controversial topic for you, right?
Okay. Wait. Is this topic about the game or
About the game.
About the game. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not doing our Short Kings podcast. It's the playoffs, man. You gotta be serious. Damn, you want to go Short Kings podcast?
Why not?
Welcome
To the Short Kings podcast.
So a little bit of controversial question for you. Okay, still regarding the game.
Yep.
But still we're in a podcast mode. Right?
Yes.
Bray
Yes.
coming into RSG.
Yes.
Is it a mistake, or do you think they are testing out something? And do you think Yon might be a better fit for RSG? Do you think if Yon was playing this game, it might went a little bit differently?
I definitely think that with Yon in, it would have been a lot more different. The reason why I say this is because of chemistry. How I see their chemistry on RSG is a chemistry of 4-person and 1. With Yon in, is a chemistry of 3-person and 2. At least there is a combo here. At
Yeah.
least there's a tag team in here. They can help each other out, Jay as well as Yon, right? And these 3-person, they're good for themselves. 4-1, Jay is alone, and he's a very aggressive player as well. He needs the help of these 4. If they are unable to bridge the gap between these 4, or rather, if they are unable to bridge the gap, they can't be a 5. So, I honestly think that with Brain here, it makes the 4 really good, really strong.
Yep.
But that means that they can't play their objectives and they can't play the win condition around Jay anymore, and Jay can only be Enchanter support.
Enchanted utility as well.
Utility, yes.
Yeah.
So, can't be initiator. I really don't think he should be initiator.
I kind of agree with what you're saying because, for Bray, he's really a one-man show. He can solo and just play along lanes as he wants. He had a couple of kills onto Vincent as well in the mid to late stage of the game. But then that 4 can't fight together because they're not too confident with fighting as 4 against a 5-man team because Vincent is so much more mobile than Bray's Hayabusa. So I think going into this matchup, I think it's much better to relook at how Coach Mooks actually wants to draft around Evil. Now, knowing that they like to play the team fight composition, what is the answer? Starting off with the bans, though, will be the Loi and the Juicen taking it out for RSG. For Evil's side, though, taking out Baxia and the Chip for themselves.
Quite the respect over to Sayla. Just went out banning these 2 heroes. We still have a lot of heroes that we're gonna have to cover, though. Gato Kacha, we've got Gato Kacha, Badang, we've got the Lucas, Fanny. What else are we looking out for? Kalea is definitely going to be one of the things that we gotta look out for too.
Yeah.
Kimi has been licked out a couple of times already, for yesterday as well, and perhaps not even picked up all that much. I think that Kimi is starting to dwindle down in terms of popularity for some reason. but I still think the Kimi is really good if you're trying to play a little bit of death ball / front to back composition.
It's been dying down because people know how to counteract the Kimi already. All you need to do is just get right into her face and try to dash and weave around the normal basic attacks
Right.
to try to mitigate the stacks that she actually built on herself, and don't fight around minions. So I think pretty easy to counter the Kimi once you understand the mechanics of how that Kimi works. But now, going into the draft, a lot of things are opened up. You got the Badang, the Kalea, you've also got the Lucas that's on the table as well, the Badangs, the Gatokachas. In the previous game, Gatokacha was open, but no one picked it up as well. So in this game, might it be a trade? Kalea goes over to RSG, and then Evo trades it up for the
First pick Badang.
okay, with Badang first.
Okay, we haven't really seen this all the time, but this is also not a foreign concept. So Badang in first pick is okay, but that also leaves Evil with some very crucial first pick material, with the Kalea, Lucas, Hayabusa, all of which are available as well. But because of the Badang pickup coming from RSG side, they actually have ways to kind of counter against this Badang pretty effectively in the EXP, and perhaps even cater their lineup just so that they don't clump up so much. So if they want, they can play a banana split.
The Badanga split.
Yeah, just kind of split lanes and all.
Fair. Does have a little bit of flexibility as well in the EXP or roam position. So Jay still has a couple games on the Badang as well. I think what Evo is trying to do is think about, like, okay, if Badang is coming to first pick, we use the Kalea, we are able to Tsunami Slam him and prevent him from doing any work onto my backline. But then again, it's might be a double-edged sword, because if you pull Badang in using Tsunami Slam, and typically you see in high-ranking plays, you typically catch the main setup of the team. In this case, it will be the Badang first. You Tsunami Slam him over the wall, and he mitigates that and uses CC immunity. You basically lost out on one key resource. Now RSG will respond with the Far Side and 1-1, same as the first game that we watched today. They won a lot of range, but then the gold lane-to-lane matchup in the early game is really questionable, I would say, for side of RSG.
Okay, this makes very good sense from both sides. I think that RSG is trying to fix the composition that they have picked up previously. So getting the first pick on the Badang, it solves that one issue whereby Phoveus no longer goes too deep in.
Yep.
And number two, they have AoE crowd control. However, the problem still stays about the fact that they are very ultimate reliant.
Yeah.
As such, anything that's pre-level 4 can be counteracted pretty effectively, which is why Evil have decided to go for a jungle immediately that can allow them to play on Snowball. I would have expected more on a Lucas because he's a lot more consistent. He's got great burst that can play with the Kalea, and of course, Snowball-y lah. So generally, as long as you win in the early game, or rather you win in the laning phase, early game and mid game shouldn't be too big a problem, even though all these ultimates is currently available for RSG.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Lucas might be a good pickup for RSG, and just throw the Lucas into the jungle. At least you have some form of, like, 3 forms of, like, tanky boys, because the EXP lane hasn't been picked up just yet. So typically we see this, like, 2 main big damage dealers, but very skill-based reliant instead, and then you go for 2 other tanks. But Evo going to with their same MO, banning out the Fredrin and the Suyo like we see in game number 1.
Wait, this might not be a Badang SP.
Badang roam.
No, this might not be a Badang SP. This might be a Badang roam. They might want to pick up a Lucas for themselves in the EXP.
Yeah, because they're banning out all the EXP laners, so they know that they want to pick something up already. So now with the glue gone, I think this changes things for the Evo lineup, because typically the 3 first picks are basically the same as game number 1.
Fair enough, yes.
So what hero can fill the shoes that Glue could in the previous game that they played? So Bruno was picked up, so pretty much 4 similar heroes.
Yes.
The last pick will be interesting, because for gear, I think the only one that can really go into the back line without fear of death, and you have a lot of sustain. I feel
they
like
still have the Gatokacha that they can
maybe
consider.
Gato, yeah. You want to go crazy a little bit, you could go for Edith once again, but then again, you soak up that damage, and it's very slow-paced for now.
So I'm not too sure whether they actually want to play the Lucas. At least for the ban, it kind of suggests that they want to play the Lucas. They want to win in the lane. They no longer want the CC, because whenever you think about Lucas XP, the CC is one of the main counters, as well as the Valentina. But because of the fact that we already have got Kimi being picked up, then that's fine. So RSG have decided to pick up a Link for themselves, as well as a Gatokacha. So it is gonna be likely. It's so flexible. I don't think that there's anything wrong about a Gatokacha jungle or a Gatokacha roam or a Gatokacha EXP. But very likely he's a roamer though.
It's definitely a Gato roam in the Badang EXP. You get the level 4 fast, and then the Lucas would
Lucas XP on Evil. Okay.
You soak up all the damage onto the back line, and then you unleash the beast and get a lot of damage done. The only thing that I think Evil has to look out for is Ling, because the Prince is back. Bray, the child prodigy, or I wouldn't say he's the ex-child prodigy, he still is.
It's technically a child prodigy that did not play.
Uncrowned king. No, but he's crowned.
Technically,
in
is he
MPL
usurped?
SG.
No, I don't think he's usurped. Right? He's still technically in name the child prodigy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll call him the Rising Prince again.
The Rising Prince.
Yeah,
okay.
because he's back in action.
Yeah.
And we'll get to see him in his Ling. It's been a while since we saw Bray's Ling. Brayling.
Brayling.
Brayling once again.
Brayling.
But yeah, I think Kimi and Bruno definitely, RSG found an answer for those of these two heroes. Man, what draft are you favoring right now?
I actually kind of like what Evil have for themselves, right?
Yeah, pretty much the same, but I mean, you're a sucker for Lucas anyways.
Yes. Dude, he's handsome, dude.
hey, I don't blame you, because I see Fredrin, I'm the same way. Yeah. Fredrin's handsome.
He's like an old man.
What?
I mean, he's not that old.
He's a dada.
He's a... I will beat you.
Hold on a second. Roy's taking out first blood. Way too deep. Trapped by the wall. No flicker, no purify. He will get taken down. Sayla showing a lot of dominance in the early game.
Now, of course, people are just wondering, why are they drafting at the exact same composition? Like, almost the exact same composition. I mean, why not? Because RSG seems like they're trying to work out the mistakes that they made in the previous composition and trying to go for it all over again. The only difference that Evil made for their composition is that they have a Lucas, and it makes sense.
What is that damage? You got the wall getting built up. Vincent flew too close to the sun. He gets taken out mid-air. Sayla taking a lot of damage as well. Roy tries to go in for that stop, but Sayla tries to take in a lot of damage as well.
Oh,
Bray! But Powerful's left all alone. One more hit and they might be able to go down. It's Powerful against the world, but here comes Vincent here for the second strike as Roy is just around the corner. I think Vincent knows he has the Retribution ready. He wants to take it out and get out of the way.
Oh.
It's a drive-by for that Fanny.
It's almost the same composition from Evil, and it still works out in the early stages of the game. It's still absolutely phenomenal. Now, I really like the Lucas pick, right? The only reason why I say I like that is because RSG set them up.
Yeah.
They set it up.
I don't know why RSG doesn't want to pick the Lucas up for themselves. Maybe they really wanted to deny the Gatokacha. But then again, yeah, it makes sense because the Gatokacha can disrupt the Farsa, and I think that was what they're worried about. But I feel like Lucas can as well.
Yes,
jump straight with the Unleash the Beast, dash through, and then go in with the skill 1. Let's take a little replay and see what happens. Abstract, I really need your eyes on this. I don't know how Powerful is able to survive so much.
Okay, we start things off with the very first fight. So Roy with the Purify, it will make sense that he picks up the Purify for himself, right? Powerful, this is the power of Kalia, right? Kalia has got great tempo and he constantly turns up on the fight. She's a dueler. So the moment that the passive is constantly on, you can just keep on rotating between skill 1 and skill 2. Level 2, massive power spike for Kalia. And the moment that you allow her to stay in the fight like that, she's just constantly just healing back up. The only mistake that Powerful made there is getting a little bit too close to the turret and taking that 2 free shots.
Yeah, I think that was a very nice read by the Badang to try to trap 4 members into the wall. And so I think this prevented Vincent from getting that free kill onto Jay, which was only 1 hit away. So going back into the game, man, I still feel like it's even Stevens, but Evil just really ramping up the tempo this time.
I still don't think that is so much of an even Stevens. I think that this is just the tip of the iceberg. This small little lead and this small little tempo change can actually help Evil a lot more coming in, because especially number 1, we do have Vincent that has got to go up. Number 2, Bray is currently still at level 3. So they shouldn't even be fighting for this turtle.
Jay soaking up a lot of damage, trying to tank as much as he can, but they're already zoned out. Evil will be able to pick that turtle up out of the way against the hands, but Roy, Sailor, will be able to deal a lot of damage onto Roy. Comes a blade, popped by Bray. They would get 3 swords and out and away. Man, RSG, they're playing very, very defensively just because of Lucas, and just because of how aggressive Powerful is with his playstyle. They're able to go in. Oh, Bray drops off that wall. But then again, man, oh man, Evil. Is there nothing that RSG is able to do to stop the momentum that Evil has built up for themselves?
I think that what RSG... The problem is that Ling is a +1. They have a 1-1, right? 1-1 for
1-1 for the
gold leader.
for CS.
So once again, it's kind of a greedy lineup as well, right? +1 onto Ling, +2 onto 1-1. Both of them are fighting for farms. At this stage of the game, none of them should even be getting be funneled farm.
Yeah.
No matter how much that they farm, in the next 5 minutes or so, they can't realistically do too much. The only one that I can expect is Ling, right? Ling has flight edge.
Jumping back into the game, got closer with the fist crack onto 2, but still, RSG, 2 members down. Evil has that tempo, has the momentum, and has that rotational speed. You gotta fight down the bottom side. The rest of Evil are coming in, and the villainous magic is coming into question.
So here's the next problem, right? 1-1 in the lane against a Bruno. Bruno is gonna pop up a lot earlier, so you can't exactly funnel too much farm over to 1-1 unless you force the 1-1 to rotate lanes, change lanes, swap lanes. But that means that you need to win in the XP lane. But
getting caught out, the cables! It's gonna bite him in the foot later.
Q replay.
Q replay. Man.
Hey.
We don't talk about Vincent.
We don't talk about Vincent.
And we don't talk about Bruno.
And we don't talk about Fight Club.
Where are we going with this?
Hey, you know what? Even though they don't talk about Bruno, they truly didn't. But they made a song about Bruno.
They did. They did.
So, yeah, so
they made a song about not talking to Bruno.
Yeah, so they didn't violate their own clause.
They actually didn't.
But they accelerated it. Okay. In the middle of the game.
We're gonna stay serious. It's the playoffs right now, and I think for RSG, they're clawing their way back up 3,000 gold behind Evil. But Evil is so dominant in this game. Now Bray trying to pick up all the constellation prize in the long lanes. He got the little turtle getting started up by Evil, getting resetted by Jay. Very good call to buy Bray a little bit more time to get power spikes, to get farm up. I think RSG can't fight and can't afford to be aggressive at this point unless they make a very good call with an AOG onto the back line and try to take out one of the core heroes. Vincent's already got 2 deaths, so one more and it might spell trouble for Evil.
Now, I really want to see the roaming trio coming in from RSG that actually works out well. However, because Bray is technically and currently out of the picture, I'm currently looking at who are going to be great prey for Bray. I can't think of anyone except for Sailor and Ven.
Yeah, but still, Sailor is able to navigate his way out of tight and tricky situations. Turtle getting spawned up. Powerful slams in the wall. Gear from that back line trying to keep Roy busy. Down in. Turtle will be stolen up by Bray with a nice retribution fingers. Powerful soaking up all that damage. Going to fed airstrike. Bray stopped him in his tracks in that back line. Roy is still alive, but Evil took down the Turtle. No, RSG took down the Turtle as they're coming in. The fist crack. Off Sailor able to get a flicker out of the way. Some of the blades, 3 blades. Won't be able to hit it up. Get a nice trade down to T1. Evil scrambling for that defense.
It's a very good attack coming in from RSG. Even though they may not have been able to get the side lane pressure, they did manage to bring down the T1 turret in the middle lane. This will allow them to kind of ease up some of the tension if they want to play a little bit more aggressively, but I don't think that is going to be their main problem. In most situations, I will always want to have the T1 turret in the middle lane taken down so that they can play aggressively and take away the opponent's farm. But this game for RSG, they need side lane control. They need to bring down the side lanes.
Ooh, nice little juke from Ben to slide out the way. He's taking a lot of damage underneath the turret. They go. Ben will fall as well. They're powerful. Next to fall, good attraction pulse down the backside. Sayla will take CS out as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade from both sides.
So good defense coming in from Evil. Even Evil themselves also understands that the side lane pressure is all that is one of the main winning conditions for RSG. Keep these side lanes up, and 1-1 will not be able to get enough farm.
I think that was a good counteractive play. He read the AOG like an open book, and Ven popped that flicker as soon as he saw Closer coming closer to him with the fist crack, with the dash to create a wall. So very good read from the side of Evil. You got the last turret of the game getting spawned up in 15 seconds. They're leading the charge. Unleash the Beast over from Gear. Trash and Pulse. Closer can't escape from the hands of the villains. As RSG trying to get busy with the T1 op on the top side. Turtle will get spawned up. Evil in a better position to get that contest.
Now the turtle is currently available. Evil will have the main turtle priority coming in, especially since they have about 2,000 gold lead, plus minus, more or minus. But RSG, they're definitely trying to look for external control and external pressure, which Bray is doing pretty well.
Yeah, starting things off though. No junglers being seen or in attendance on that turtle pit. Turtle gets a reset on the backside. You got a crossbow tang, taking down one, taking down two. CS still alive, but barely standing as Gear comes in from that flank, able to take one down as well. Jay was next to fall. Sayla barely surviving with his life. Closer will not be long for the world as Roy getting the feather out of the way. Caught out midair by that nine-tailed fox, I should say. Gear still ramping up the aggression. Ray comes into question once again. It's Evil still barely salvaging that situation, turning that turtle into a lord, and this will be a big objective fight for both sides.
Is this a damage Lucas in the XP? This kind of feels like he's got a lot of damage. But hold on a second, let's talk a little bit more about this replay. Really do appreciate the fact that CS held on to the crossbow of Tang and only pop on the crossbow of Tang when it's absolutely necessary. Managed to find that kill even when it comes down to whoever that was underneath the turret too.
Oh, it's just trades for trades. Jumping back into the game, Gear already fell, and Vincent found an angle to take out CS. Now the Lord still barely standing up strong as Jay starting that Lord dance. Evil has to wait 5 seconds until Gear comes back out. You have only Powerful is able to zone the backline out, and I think the only issue that Evil has to deal with is Roy. With the Feather Airstrike, you need to be able to close that range with the Barca. So I think for the side of Evil though, not too worried about this Lord. They are able to push down the bottom side as well. Now Lord third quarter. Vincent won't be able to get there in time though. They're starting things off with Brave. They're able to snatch that up though. A little bit too late, but they took that T1 down in process. Gear starting it up with that Unleash the Beast, dealing a lot of damage, but here comes Vincent as well. Here comes the Tempest of Blades, taking down two members of the side of Evil. It's Ben barely standing up strong, one side Powerful. Vincent with Cable out to safety this time, but RSG has to deal with the barrage of minions coming down from the bottom side.
But with the fact that RSG managed to take the Lord for themselves, this is even more breathing space. Seems like they managed to take control of the previous fight, and that was amazingly done from them. And moving on forward, I think that with the amount of AoE that they have gone, with the crowd control that they have gotten as well, this is the composition that we want to see from them. So they managed to fix that problem, right? It is still very ultimate reliant. So as long as Evil understands that, okay, we split fights up, we ensure that we don't give them all these big ticket plays, that would probably work out well for Evil.
Taking a look at the high ground, Lord leading the charge down to mid T3. Then dealing a lot of damage. They will be able to deal with this one. Discipline comes into play as RSG. Scissor sights up on Vincent, the back line. Bray takes him down. And Evil, one member down. You have to deal with the enhanced minions though. Gear already ready in position. Ammo locked in and ready to go. Unleashing the Beast underneath the turret. Gear taking a lot of damage from CS. Won't be able to make its mark. As Gear barely surviving up strong and barely breathing. Evil lives to fight another day.
Unfortunately, Evil is not exactly a lineup that does very well in defense. They don't have that good of a wave clear. So the moment that RSG has managed to get that kind of momentum and that tempo working out for them, I think that it's more or less in the bag for RSG, right? So the only one that can realistically be able to clear wave fast as well as to be able to split push, it will be Vincent. But other than that, normal wave pushing, it will be the Kimi as well as the Lucas.
Yeah. It's a huge power spike from Ven though. We got a Malefic gun already built up. But still, no kills for this Bruno. 40 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. This will be the second Lord of the game. But both teams back again at square one. People knows that they're waiting in the bush. You need to be able to find an angle to start things off, as Powerful knows that they can't contest for this purple.
I think it's really unfortunate given how Evil has got great early game advantage, but they did not manage to funnel any farm over to Ven. No kills on this guy. For an early game marksman, they miss a huge ticket here. For this game, I think that they have a good opportunity, great composition as well against RSG.
This is a very tricky situation for both sides. Man, both jungles actually keeping that side lanes big, keeping that prio in their position as well. So it's whoever makes the first move and whoever's able to counteract it. Catch and Pulse to start things off though. Jay taking a lot of damage, will be able to walk out safe. Lord at a third, at a half, as Evil has no signs of wanting to go for it. You have a little bit of information, intelligence from Gear though, as Vincent busy going onto the bottom side, but once he shows himself, RSG will blitz down this Lord. I don't think Vincent might be able to get into that Lord position in time before any steals whatsoever, but Roy left alone to their own position. Man, this is a very crucial Lord take from both sides. Lord third, Vincent trying to find an angle out of way. He won't be able to take this. Don't brace. Secures that Lord down. The Tsunami Slam, powerful. You guys taken down as well. Evil just, man, I don't know what happened, but it was, they just keep throwing their bodies down.
Oh no, Vincent. Trying to be a little bit greedy, hoping that he'll be able to get his bubble buff, but that is all just gonna be for naught.
Stuck on the wall, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Vincent falls as well.
I think that is game. RSG lineup is perfectly catered for the late game. Is a very greedy lineup, but somehow managed to come into fruition in 11 minutes in the game. The front lines, double Thunderbelt, is gonna go crazy.
Gear taking on the back line, dealing a lot of damage though. Go Winter Crown, just a nick of time for the rest of the team to come back in. Powerful, getting spawned up, throwing him underneath the turret.
What?
3 falls for the side of RSG. They might not be able to take this. You spoke too soon, Abstract.
I thought that he was in the bag already. Oh man.
What a play from Gear. What a play from Gear. Soaking up that damage and the Winter Crown play just to buy themselves some time. Powerful time to respawn and try to get that defense was just so clutch. But right now though, RSG 3,000 gold ahead. I think at this point gold doesn't really matter as much. It's all about item swappings at this point. We're 15 minutes into the game, 100 seconds until the third Lord of the game spawns up. Let's take a look at itemizations.
Yep, so as you mentioned, most, if not all, of the main damage dealers and the main important ones have already gotten their full items. 1-1 as well as the Bruno have yet to get full items though. The only difference is that 1-1 does not need boots. So she's still working his way onto the final item. While for Bruno, he's currently at 10,000 gold and looking for the last item, which I would like to believe that it's gonna be the Sea Halberd. Yeah, very likely it should be the Sea Halberd. Great amount of defenses coming in. Surprisingly, the Garukacha didn't have the Thunderbelt. It would allow him to scale to the late stages even better. Yep. But at least Badang does have it. But with the Oracle?
No, I think it's pretty good with the, it stacks up with the ultimate as well. Okay. So you get extra shields when you use your fist crack. But then again, I think for the side of Evil, they have what it takes to fight mano-a-mano in all these big objective takes. It's just for Gear, he finds it a little bit harder because look at his items. It's more of a utility Lucas instead of a go crazy, go ham, soak in a lot of damage, and go insane onto the back line. So I think he's still finding a little bit of trouble with the damage department, but I think right now in the late stage of the game with the Winter Crown, he's able to buy time for Evil to get in position. I think Vincent, though, in the first game, he was phenomenal, going for the side lanes. I think RSG managed to deal with this with the Ling instead of Hayabusa this time around, as Bray started leading the charge with 5, 2, and 4, and having full items way ahead of where Vincent was. Lord spawning up, though. What is the play for the side of Evil? They're on the losing end.
They are definitely losing end. The best thing that they can go for is go for a bit more of a macro play. So that is why they have the Fanny. But I'm not too sure whether Fanny even has the purple buff. Nope, she doesn't have. So that's gonna be an even bigger caveat for Evil to try to even get this Lord. Naturally, RSG have got all that they need. They've got a Ling in position 1 with full item slotted, 1-1 as well. Frontline super tanky where Evil don't have a very good way to clear.
Here, the airstrike kick things off closer. See Vincent. Trying to find an angle though. Roy!
Nice, Roy!
Up, AOG! Locks it down. Winter Crown protects Powerful just for a while. Ben goes down. Powerful falls as well. Here, Winter Crown just a delay time for Sailor and Vincent to get back into position. You got Vincent trying to come in for round 2, but all 5 members are up, getting stunned up, locked up onto the wall. Sailor left all alone. It's 1 versus 5. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a game 3.
Now is what we want to see from RSG. Definitely, I would say that they went unpunished, right?
Yeah.
This is the early game lineup coming in from Evil, but they were not playing of the same pace and tempo as they did in the previous game. They had a good one, considering the fact that they managed to steal the purple buff away from Ling. They got the first turtle. They're supposed to be able to move on pretty effectively with an even better EXP lead. From that point on, just keep on going in, or just keep going in with more EXP lead, level advantage, turtles, and objectives is definitely not something that Ling will be able to take.
Yep.
But 11 minutes into the game, that is way too early for a possible comeback from such a greedy composition of RSG. I think that this is a true blunder from Evil.
Yeah. It's a classic case of like, fool me once, shame on you. Shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
Yeah.
Because Evil practically used the same draft twice.
Yes.
It's just the only change that was the Lucas.
Yes.
But Lucas was a very, very ultimate reliant. It's not the same as how Glue actually played this around. And also, I think RSG adapted to the fact that they're playing literally the same composition, and they know that Vincent was unable to match that tempo that Bray's Ling is able to bring into this game. So Ling was a very, very huge factor. And I'm glad that Bray actually wanted to go for that Ling, because ultimately, though, at the end of the day, I think that Ling was able to match the pace that he couldn't bring with the Hayabusa in game number 1.
Yeah, so it's a good start of the day.
Good start of the day.
1-1 in the very first BO3 series.
Yep.
It's not that it's not that big of I guess a pop stomp, I'll guess.
Yeah.
I was initially thinking that it could have been because of the amount of resources that needs to go over to Ling and the 1-1, and they need to make it work within the first 15 minutes because they need to hold out. But I guess it's because of the fact that they are ultimate reliant. They just need to deter those one big fights that Evil comes in at them. Even though this is not something that Evil should have been playing into, they are a team that is generally very good at continuously fighting, dueling, because of the Kalia plus the Lucas that they have on hand. And let's talk about Fanny. Fanny can come in for quick little bursts and take some time before the energy regenerates and come in for the final kill again.
Yeah, I think the ultimate blunder was from the early stages of the game, where Bray was able to freely take the objectives, like the turtles, the first couple of lords, without fear of the Fanny. I mean, Fanny was able to go to the side lanes, but once they see where Vincent was at all times, they were able to capitalize on that situation and basically just go in, blitz down that lord, blitz down the objective, and take it for themselves, and that what caused the snowball for RSG. Take a look at itemizations and the scoreline right now. I don't think that, man, RSG could have played this any better, because they do have to still watch out for Vincent. At the end of the day, the damage from the Fanny was a lot to take down CS. But the way that they played this around, now they have options. They can throw closer in first, or they can let Jade come in with the AOG.
Yes. So most of the time we'll want to see a closer that closes the gap with Flicker plus the Fist Break plus Fist crack. And then Jay comes in shortly after with a follow-up, or of course use that as a zoning tool. But speaking of zoning, even Roy's Feathered Airstrike is also a zoning tool, which really allows CS to go siege style on some of these turrets, which is probably one of the main reasons why RSG was able to break themselves out of that turtle shell, realizes that, okay, we got the T1 turret in the middle lane, now we should be able to get a pretty decent chance in the side lane, which allowed Bray to focus on the bottom lane push. They got that covered out, and I think that from that point on, RSG just played their game, while Evil unfortunately was not able to take back control and funnel those farm over to Ven. He popped off a little bit too late, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think Ven didn't pop off at all. Like they were just hyper focusing on Ven every single team fight. And now with the added fact of Badang and Gatokacha, you can close that gap so much faster and so much easier. Block off the escape pouts, manipulate the way that Ven wants to move around. And you know, he's just a Bruno. He's only got one dash and maybe a flicker. So there's only so many ways that he can play around with that mechanic of Bruno.
Yeah. So all in all, as we take a look at the statistics, it's understandable that this sieging from 1-1 will show itself. With a total of 16,000 damage to the turret, and of course Brave with a couple of split pushes, 6,800.
You know what's interesting to me is that Vincent spent the entire game split pushing, but he has 0%
Yeah.
damage to tower.
I think
So it was
it's
just
clear
pushing
waves.
the minions. So it was pushing the minions away, but he didn't convert all these minion pushes to turret takes. I think I feel like it was the lack of confidence from the rest of the team, because every single time that he wants to push down a turret, like I think he wants to go for the Lord instead, and I think that dynamic around that Fanny and going into the Lord pit or the turtle pit is needs some work, especially from the side of Evil.
Oh well, 17 minutes, and that is GG's for RSG. We more or less have got a good idea as to how both of these two teams play against one another, right? I don't think that Evil will want to do the same thing again. Perhaps trying to go for a couple of these bans that they find it important. I think RSG Amox have also been banning out the Loi as well as I think the Juicin, right?
Yeah, just target banning Sayla in the first phase. And then after that, the generic bans or the respect bans, especially like the glue getting taken out as well for gear. And I think it's like just hyper focusing on specific players from the side of Evil only.
Yeah, and also looking for potential shortcomings, right? I do like the update of the composition though. It fixed the problem that they originally had. It's actually more of a brand new lineup, considering that more than half has actually been changed out. But the functions are generally the same, right? Hayabusa and the Ling is functionally the same. However, though, I would say that the Badang plus the Gatokacha change is the biggest change to the tempo and the way that they play fights.
Speaking of biggest change, you got Jay as Gatokacha as the MVP, 2-3-14 with 84% kill participation. Every part of the game, he was there. He wasn't as aggressive that I thought he'd be, but I guess that's the modus operandi that RSG wants to play around, just being very protective, try to get Ling that farm and play towards that late game, and I think Jay played it beautifully.
Yeah, so the good thing about Jay on the Gatokacha is that, remember how we talked about the fact that their identity kind of swapped between him and Closer? So it is still the same concept, right? Jay stays behind, being the anchor of the team. Sometimes, if not most of the time, when it comes down to objective takes, that is when he starts to go a little bit further, playing his aggressive style. While for Closer, all he wants to do is look out for the opportunities to be able to wall people in. And as long as that happens, Jay, as the anchor, can always relieve himself of his duty the moment he realizes that his backline is no longer in any form of danger, because Fanny appeared. So just AOG right into the fist break and pretty much get himself the game with full out crowd control for days. You can see just how much crowd control they had onto the Fanny, which is something that they never had before, by the way. So that is super important on locking down the Fanny and bringing her to rest.
I think the entire, composition, drafting aside, it was down to the early game as well.
Yes.
Powerful and Sayla, very aggressive. They got the first blood onto Roy. And they want to go for more. They want to go into the purple buff. Vincent was right there. The Badang Closer actually played it beautifully. He reacted by marching down towards the purple buff, waited for 3 members to come in, get a nice fist break onto 3, and then get as much damage done. Because then again, a lot of players often realize that the first 2 minutes, if you're crossing the opposite side of the river, you take much more damage from your opponents anyway. So it's sort of like not a comeback mechanic, but it's a sort of like an early game mechanic to prevent early game aggression and try to get a lot more farm. Then again, I think it was just beautifully played by RSG to try to mitigate
almost
this
forgot
disaster.
about that.
Yeah.
Completely, not almost.
It's just a small change.
Completely forgot about that.
Just a small change people oftentimes forget, but first 2 minutes,
I mean,
no
there's
big
no
deal.
visual indicator that really
Not a
reminds us.
lot. You do
There's
have
just
like
a small little box at the
just a
bottom, I
small
think.
little box, yeah.
Yeah, tells you you are vulnerable. Don't be vulnerable.
This is my no square.
This is my no zone. All of these, yeah, it's mine. Yeah, but regardless, I think that's a good series. But we still have one more game.
One more game.
This one more game will then decide which team is going to potentially hit themselves over to the lower parts of the bracket, where they have to play an insane amount of games.
Yep.
Or you move on over to the next part of the bracket, which is going to be the semi-finals, right? Semi-finals.
Yeah, semi-finals. That's the upper bracket finals. And then the lower bracket
quarterfinals.
Lower bracket finals,
Wait,
and then
yeah.
upper bracket finals.
Oh,
and
wait,
then get a
no,
grand finals
they're
tomorrow.
moving to quarterfinals, yeah. No, whoever wins this game goes over to quarterfinals. They will fight.
Flash.
No, not yet.
That's the upper bracket finals, yes.
Really?
Yeah. So
Oh, man.
yeah. So will we see like okay, so Flash
Oh,
actually
right.
had, like,
Yeah.
Flash, this is
AZ got
interesting.
dropped by Flash. Yeah,
This
yeah.
is very interesting because it has a narrative, Flash's narrative with both teams. It was season 8 that was with Evil, season 9 that was with RSG. No, season 7 that was with RSG. So that was the those two
The grand finals.
those two grand finals
Potential matchups.
Yeah. But now I think totally different lineup from what we remember from the past, anyways.
I think this is probably one of the grand finals that we are finally gonna get a good show.
Yeah, maybe.
I think
Maybe.
so, right?
Maybe.
Because Flash in the challenger stage, sorry, not challenger stage, the seeded stage is actually not too amazing. Let's be honest here, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday's games though, were going up against AZ, it was pretty good. They had Ken in, so it gave us a pretty decent idea that okay, they're back to their former glory, but is it enough to be able to deter either RSG or Evil in this case?
Yeah. Man. I think for Flash, definitely they've shown progress over the couple of weeks, especially from yesterday's game. I was watching at home and I was looking at how Flash actually performed. Sure, they had some blunders, they had some mistakes, but it's just adapting Diablo and Ken into the lineup, or like Ken in place of Diablo. So I think that once they work that out, they understand how Ken likes to operate. They're able to match the pace that Ken likes to bring in terms of team fights. I think Flash would be still statistically one of the stronger teams out there, and I think they do have a lot of international experience, anyways.
Yeah.
And man, Diablo had some family issues or personal issues. That's why, he's not been playing as well. But I mean, Ken has made has big shoes to fill. Honestly, though, he has filled it. But back to RSG versus Evil. RSG, I like because they're the only team without imports. They are full.
True blue Singaporeans.
True blue Singaporeans, born and raised. And you got Evil, who always got like third, second place, but never made it to the first. They're honestly like the people's champions. That was what we call them. And right now, this season, we're calling them the villains because it is their villain arc. So many seasons in this competition, but
you
never.
either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself the villain.
No, I think they are the villains right now.
They are the villains now.
Yeah, and I think they're looking as one of the strongest teams out there. I mean, with the addition of Sayla and Gear this season, both of which were seasons 1, 2, and 3. No, 1 and 2 champions, and you have the MYSG as well, and always grand final contenders for Evo slate that stack.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so they have a lot of experience playing in that big stage too.
Oh, that is a throwback into history.
Yeah.
A bit of a history lesson to those people. Of course, when it comes down to MPL SG, we are, in terms of seasons, we are a lot more behind, right?
Yep.
But even like that, even within 9 seasons, we already have a pretty rich history, which I'm quite glad that we were all part of all the way from the
Yeah.
start until now.
I started season 4.
Really?
Yeah. Remember season 6 was when you got down on one knee in front of the whole
Oh.
world.
Oh, that was season 6.
That was season 6. Yeah, I remember.
Damn.
Yeah. It's been a while, huh?
Damn.
Yeah. Dang.
Dang. I remember COVID now.
Everyone was wearing face masks and they were playing the game.
Yeah, that was so sad.
It was very sad. I think that was season 1 and 2.
1, 2, and
Because they just
yeah,
started
one,
out.
1 and 2,
Because
and
they
then the
just started
third one
out-
was at the grid.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I remember M3 was when they came to Singapore, and then you got the
No
Evo
spectators.
snack. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I think there was spectators, but you had to pay like a really hefty fee or
Oh, is it?
yeah, a registration fee to get in.
Oh.
Yeah, but everyone was wearing like face masks, and it was so awkward doing like interviews with them because everyone was just like half face closed,
Poker face.
poker face. Yeah,
Uh,
everyone's just cosplaying Loyi. Yeah,
Flip it upside down, you're cosplaying Fossa.
yeah. Fair point. Fair point.
Right? Put a face mask.
Put a face mask.
It's called a
in.
face mask. Okay? So here, or here,
It's still a face mask.
it's still a face mask.
Yeah,
They didn't call it a mouth mask.
you can call it a mouth mask.
They didn't call
It's
it an
still
eye
a face
mask.
mask. You're still covering your face.
Yeah.
And your eyes and your mouth is part of your face.
Exactly.
If you have like over here, it's like basically underwear for your nose.
Nose mask. Actually, why do
Nose
people
mask.
do that?
I don't know. They just want to breathe through their mouth. I guess.
Mouth breathers.
Mouth breathers.
Mouth breathers.
Mouth breathers.
You know, there's actually a real meaning behind mouth breathers, or something along those lines.
Like a bad
Like,
negative connotation meaning. Or
Yeah, it's like it's an actual way of like calling someone in a condescending way.
Like really
yeah.
mouth breather.
Yeah, it's like at first
Like
I was
you
just
high nose.
At first, I was just thinking like, why is mouth breather even a, even a insulting word when it first came out in Stranger Things?
Uh-huh.
But apparently, it's legit because if I remember correctly, and I'm not searching up on Google or anything, because if you breathe through your mouth versus you breathe through your nose, your facial structure is different.
Is it better if you breathe through your nose or mouth?
It's better if you breathe through your nose. So basically, if you're a mouth breather and you call someone a mouth breather, you're essentially saying that they're ugly.
Really? But because I breathe through my mouth a lot more, that's why I got like a
No. Look, you
sharp chin.
bite.
I bite.
You bite.
I bite quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I grind my teeth
Yeah.
every night.
There was. Oh, you're one of those.
I'm a teeth grinder.
Oh, you're one of those.
I'm one of
You're
those.
one of those.
I just took out 2 of my molars. This
Really?
year. Yeah. It's all like silver teeth. I'll show it to you later. Can't put it
Silver?
on the screen.
Why
Yeah.
not gold?
I no, they don't have the gold filling thingy.
Boo!
And that was like an option between like you want a metal teeth, which was like silverish or platinum,
Uh-huh.
and then you have like the they call it titanium because it's
Okay.
titanium in there.
Okay.
So like, it's either titanium or you have the like the
Golden-
boring white colored
Normal animal.
ceramic kind of thing. Yeah,
So you don't want to settle
I-
for normal.
dude, like yeah, I got this. I got platinum. I got metal in my teeth. So I walk through a metal detector. You got a beep. beep, beep. Yeah.
Is that even a good thing, dude?
I think I don't know. I haven't tried it before.
Try it,
Just
let
got
me
this
know.
year. I haven't gone overseas yet.
Why did you take it off though?
No, my teeth.
Yeah.
Get like
It hurt.
it hurt. It got cracked and
Cracked?
Yeah.
What the hell
cracked.
did you bite?
So, man, when I was younger, I typically open bottles with my teeth just for show.
That's so on
Just
you.
for
That is on you.
That's on me. Honestly, that was on me. It's
But-
like it's
okay.
like you want to show off some party tricks.
No, I
Keep doing
totally
that
get you.
until it just popped off.
Yeah, I totally get you. Like
Yeah.
I have my own party trick as well.
Yeah. It was like the flip the card magic trick.
No, it's not that.
I can do that too,
Oh,
but I need a card
oh. I'm not gonna pass you that. I'm afraid that you might cut me.
maybe.
But you wanna know what my party trick is?
What?
There's a reason why my nose is big. My nostril is big.
It is actually very big.
You remember the Bomberman toy that we have in our 90s? You know?
Bomberman toy.
So it's a Bomberman. You have a marble. You
Shove
put
a
in the
marble
bomb. You
in?
put a Bomberman. You put into the Bomberman toy, and then you press and it shoots, right? So I became Bomberman.
What? What? You put a marble in your nose
Yeah.
and you just like, flick it off?
No, I press the opposite side and I and I shoot it out.
Oh my god. But you shove a marble in there.
I shuffle marble in there,
There's some things that I don't need to know.
but now you know.
Now we know, and of
Along
course
with
the
everyone
audience knows it. If you're watching MPL SG and you're listening to the
I'm totally screwed, aren't I?
Shark Kings podcast,
Shark Kings podcast.
because we're still waiting on the draft to get shown up. But man, I didn't know you can actually do that. It's a party trick. It's not really a cool party trick.
It's not a cool party
It's
trick.
not a cool party trick. It's,
It's
like
not.
opening cans or like bottles with your teeth. I think that is cool.
Yes, except that I'm probably not old enough to try to open a bottle can with my
Don't do it.
nose.
Don't do it, kids. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't
Yeah,
be stupid like
if you think about it, your teeth are actually bones just outside of your body. Yeah.
Are they actually structurally?
Yeah, they are
the
structurally
same?
they're bones.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Now
Oh
you
wait,
know.
yeah, you're right. Oh wait,
Yeah,
yeah,
now
yeah,
you-
yeah,
now
yeah,
you
yes.
know.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
You're right. You're right. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't learn biology.
Honestly, I don't know where we're actually going with this, but like,
I
hey,
don't even know
where's-
what's an esophagus.
asparagus.
Yeah, yeah, it's a vegetable.
It's a vegetable.
Yeah, it's vegetable. Yeah, it's a long.
Esophagus
vegetable.
is the throat thing.
Is that a windpipe?
I think.
Gullet?
Okay, you got me there. You got me there. I can't tell.
Right.
I can't tell.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
whether
my
it's like-
problem. I don't know
the food
uh,
pipe or the
like
wind
it's
pipe.
exactly Is esophagus like
You got me there. You got
the
me there.
food on the wind?
I think there's
You call it
it should be the
wind.
wind, right? It should be the wind.
Really?
Yeah.
Then why is it called the windpipe? If it's called esophagus,
Just scientific name. It's like you have your arm.
then
you also
if
call it a tricep bicep kind of thing.
so, if the gullet is a scientific name, then what is the non-scientific name? The food pipe.
What's a gullet again?
The food pipe.
The gullet is a food pipe.
Yeah.
I can't believe I don't know this. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I
You know, all the
Study
biology
bio.
students out there is probably laughing the crap out of us right now. Do you learn? Do you do biology?
Yeah, I did bio. I did bio.
How dare you!
Yeah, I did bio. I did but I wasn't any good at bio. I was more
You're only good at chapter 7.
I was super good in chapter 7, reproductive.
Yeah.
How you remember the chapter?
Yeah, I think so.
Why? Why?
It's always a thing.
It's always a thing. Now we know. Now we know
Now we know.
what fills you. Got all the
When I was young.
all the
when I was young.
hormones raging.
Yeah, when I was young. When I was young. that
Way
was
back when.
That was a young thing.
What a shouting should I?
Like 14, 15 years old.
Dang.
It was fun days in secondary school.
We are live, abstract.
Yeah, real life. So
Where you?
no,
talking
I'm
about-
saying classes. Classes
Yeah.
are fun.
Yeah, but like we're going a little bit too far off tangent.
Not
don't
really.
you
This
think?
is like the Shaw Kings podcast. We talk about school now.
We talk about school.
We talk about school.
And by the way, let us know
Stay in
how
school.
Stay in school.
Stay
Let
in
us
school.
know what you think of your school down below. Actually, Campus Legends Secondary School has just passed. We see a lot of big players actually going through as well.
Actually, yes.
Quite a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's always good to come back to the community. I think I see like everlasting love from like the community side as well.
Yeah. They were actually kind of a very old name, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate. If you guys want to find out more, you can. I mean, we won't explicitly say too much on broadcast, but you can find out more on mpl.singapore, mpl.sg.official. Yeah, mpl.sg.official. If you find out more.
Moving on.
Heavy.
Draft.
Draft.
We're
Yeah.
going into game number 3. What do you think the change should be on both sides? Do you think Evo should stay the same? I remember their draft very clearly. It's
Okay.
the Kalea,
Yes.
Bruno,
Yes.
Kimmy,
Yes.
and then you have
Fanny.
the Fanny.
Yes.
Yep.
And one more.
And then just anything that fills the shoes of like Glue or Lucas.
Right. Okay. So I think that I'm not too sure whether they are still the same Evo with the Evo Magic anymore. I really don't think that it is the same thing
I
anymore.
still feel like they are. It's
You
just
still feel they are?
Yeah. It's just that last game it was Vincent playing off to tangent from the rest of the team.
And he missed quite a bit of cables.
Yeah, he missed quite a bit of cables. It's like a very clippable content in the first half of the game.
Yep.
But yeah, okay. Jumping into the draft though, pretty much all even Stevens. Now the change is that there's not gonna be a Kalea anymore for the side of Evil.
Okay, so we're starting to see quite a bit of differences now. Even though the Loi as well as the Juicing is still banned out, so that is still normal stuff. So what are we looking out for? Badang. Okay.
Yeah.
Badang first pick onto Evil, taking a little bit of a
Page
page
out of
Yes.
page out of RSG's book.
So what's left with RSG? I still feel that Bray might not be that confident with Lucas, so I think that that is not going to be that is not going to be a choice for RSG. We'll stick to the normal assassins that we see. I don't think that Lancelot is available anymore. I think that Lancelot is just like kind of out of the meta. Hayabusa, Hanzo, Ling, Fanny. All these four.
Joy, Suyo, if it's not getting banned out.
Yeah, I don't think that Joy and Suyo is gonna be that much of RSG's priority per se.
Yeah.
I still think that Bray will want to go for either one of these four. And there was no respect band about these at all, so I don't think that RSG is gonna even care too much about which jungle to pick out. This early.
Kimmy's open though.
Kimi is open, yes.
Yeah,
And in fact,
they
I
don't
think
wanna
that
pick it
this
up.
is a good pickup for RSG if they continue onto the phase number 1. Unless Evil don't pick it up.
I think RSG just wants the Farsa. That's why they picked up the Gato Gacha for themselves, so that Evil forced to pick up the Kimmy.
Fair point. Fair point.
Then RSG can pick up the Farsa in the second phase, unless Evil bans it out. But you still have quite a bit to play around because you can still use the Sicilian. But now, Glue coming back into the picture. Here, will have his hands on that sticky little object. But now, the counter is Aramis. Totally didn't expect that. I mean, I kind of did expect it, but like I wasn't.
Oh,
really
right, glue.
expecting it coming in. Yeah, because of glue.
Yeah.
Because of glue.
Yeah, because of glue.
The interaction's still the same. The damage is a little bit nerfed as of now because the bounces only bounce one time instead of like multiple times. But still, it still hurts a lot for glue.
Okay, so from this point onwards, we've got the Lucas ban from RSG because they are not gonna play the Lucas. It makes good sense. Coming forward, maybe I don't think that they will ban the Suyo either. So perhaps just stop the jungle bans from this point onwards and take a look at some of the gold lane bans because they have RSG. They have the first pick. Oh wait, never mind. They already picked up the gold laner, so they just ban whatever the hell they want. They're just lacking of a single EXP/roam and a single jungle.
Yeah. I think for Evil side though, they don't want to deal with high mobility heroes. I think that might be first time they open up the Fredrin. So if RSG wants to pick up the Fredrin, together the Faramis has a lot of really nice interactions with the Nether Realm, and then Moskov can just free hit from the back. Doesn't seem like Evil has anything to deal with Uber backlines or slightly split pushes, so Evil has to pick up a jungle for themselves as well. I think what's left, maybe the Joy or the Suyo might be a viable option to just maintain the side pressure, but then Vincent really has to play around those major objectives and not leave it over the hands of the other four.
Yeah.
Fredrin will still be banned out though. I was mistaken. RG won't get the hands on the Fredrin. It is a very good pick. You got the Faramis and the Gato. A little bit of high boost.
Yep. Okay, that makes good sense. I don't. Even for me, I don't think that Bray will want to go back to a Fredrin. I mean, this is a season where he doesn't have to play tank jungle anymore. Why would he go back?
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
Right? Why would he go back to it?
The dark days, the dark times.
Dark days.
The hardest days.
Oh. Okay, so Evil now, you're looking at a Joy plus a Bruno. Looks like Evil really likes to pick up a Bruno for Ven.
They're doubling down. They have the glue for backline. You have Joy for side lane split push, as well as a little bit more mobility and high burst damage down major objectives. You got the Kimmy and the Badang just to give you some extra bit of setups, non-committal setups as well. So they're just trading out the Kalea for the Badang, and then they brought back the glue. So I think Evil is set. They've practiced this before, and they feel confident with this composition. Now, for RSG though, last pick standing is the EXP lane. What can deal with the glue? The Phobius is still up. Will Closer go with the Phobias once again? Big questions. Unless you want to go for the CC, at least to deal with the momentum and the crossback plays. Hilda. Interesting.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting a Hilda because yeah, sure, you can deal with the lane proxy and immediately go into the jungle, but then in the late game, you're sitting duck. There's not much.
I don't think that he's gonna do any proxying in this game. It's a little bit too risky, yes, because you're going up against a Joy. A Joy literally thrives in the jungle.
Yeah.
As long as she can kind of bounce between the jungle creeps, I don't think that you want to do that per se. There is also an early game Bruno, or the early game marksman in the form of Bruno, and also with a Rombadang.
Rombadang. EXP glue, yeah.
Roman
I
down.
think it's pretty standard from the side of Evo. But for RSG though, a little bit concerned about how this Hilda is being played because you don't really have a lot of AoE crowd control apart from the AOG. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the first match or first series that we're seeing today. Team Evil versus RSG Singapore. Winner will go into the upper bracket final where they will face off against Flash SG. The loser heads down to the lower bracket, facing off against Absolute Zero.
This is kind of a brute force lineup from RSG, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're just kind of looking for damage.
Taking a lot of damage, getting pulled back though. Powerful as well. Needs to keep that distance away. But the mid lane skirmish from these two teams definitely very aggressive still.
But regardless, okay, let's take a look at all of the lanes combined. So, Glue definitely will be in his lane all by himself, as Closer generally just clears the lane fast, right? He will always get lane priority on top of that Glue for throughout the entirety of the laning phase. While in the meantime, Bruno versus the Moskov. I would like to believe that Moskov doesn't really have that good of a matchup against the Bruno. Bruno does have some pretty nutty damage in the early stages, so just leave it as that. CS gotta be real careful.
Yeah, it does look like CS playing very passively at this front. But Lord spawning up in 30 seconds though. Level 4 goes over hands of Bray. Got Vincent also level 4. We need to be able to wait for that first ambush, that first skirmish onto both sides. And it looks like these two want to set their sights up on that top side gold lane.
So roaming trio for RSG being the Faramis, Hayabusa, as well as the Gatsukacha. They can clear waves pretty effectively, but my only problem is that they are a very committal roaming trio. As long as they go in, they can't go in. If they want to run, they gotta have to play around the ultimates, which is what's that again? I think it is called Altar.
Netherrealm.
Netherrealm, thank you.
Netherrealm, yeah. It follows the Faramis around now. Here starting things off, Zayla getting nice and mobilized onto Closer. There's 3 members of RSG Singapore already at the Lord pit. Vincent wants to go for one more dash, able to get caught by the wall. Closer off the flicker to get out to safety, buying them some time for Gray to come into position once again. They're trying to blitz it though, as Powerful saving that fist crack. We're already level 4, get the traction pulse, able to pull that in. But Gear being such a nuisance on top of all of that. Jay with the AOG, locking down Powerful, nice 2-man fist crack into the nether realm. They go. It's still on free hitting from the backside. No one can stop him. His damage will come through. Half health for Jay, half health for Roy. SOD goes wide through the needle. They go. The Lord getting slain down by Bray. Nice steal. Nice retribution battle. Everyone lined up around the stars for still a hit, but not enough to take them down as RSG wins out on that team fight.
Okay. So looking at that, definitely I would say that Evil did do whatever that they could, but now we're starting to see that from that team fight, they play around the fist break a lot. If they do not have the ultimates to supplement that with the electrified speeds or perhaps even the fist crack, oh no. Ooh.
Vincent will not be able to survive that one underneath the turret though.
It was so close though. If only he had his ultimate, but did he initiate with his ultimate?
He initiated with the ultimate. Yeah, if he soaked up a little bit more damage and then he got Vincent at the later stage, he might have been able to swing in. But then again, easier said than done. Got a high rotations up to the gold lane. Powerful senses that out as well. As RSG trying to pick up the pace, pick up the loose scraps. They're up ahead in terms of economy. They might be able to maintain this lead for now if Gear doesn't play his cards right.
Looks like Gear is just gonna be caught out, but at least he got a split to get himself in onto Closer. Not
safe,
much
though.
to expect though.
Be safe, but Gear not so much. Taking a lot of damage. Will be taken down by Roy as Vincent comes in for the cleanup. Closer soaking up so much chip damage, with another one being popped up as well. Vincent dashes out in the process. Bray on top of him. Vincent will go down by the hands of Closer. The aggression from RSG is starting to show. It's Powerful running for the hills inside of his turret. Will be able to soak up that damage, but it does look like 20 seconds until Turtle spawns up. RSG in a better position to contest for this one. 1.5k gold lead ahead. Nay, 2k.
2k gold lead. We're looking at 2 kill lead as well. I really find it difficult to for here. I think it is really unfortunate for him. There's not much that he can realistically be able to do because of the glue links that would just probably blast into oblivion just because of the ghost bursts.
You're starting things off very risky and tricky situation to play around with the Paramis. Roy already positioned as well. We don't really have a lot of information of where the rest of RSG is. Turtle at a half, dashing 3x4. Vincent's ready to go with the rhythm, but Ray picks it up once again. But look at that Ghostbusters damage onto Gear itself. You got the split onto Ghostbusters. That's already more than half of his health dissipated.
As such, SOD did not manage to land, but it's okay. Ben in trouble.
All alone, taking a lot of damage from the rest of the team. The roadie able to keep himself at bay, but he's most powerful for the back on bottom side though. Vincent slain down. Powerful gets pulled back on the top side. Evil is in shambles right now, popping all the crucial resources for that engage. The silver lining, they do have late game potential though. A little bit of high ground, a little bit more wave clear just because of that joy.
Now, of course, I still, now that I see that Evil is having difficulties in the laning phase, and now that we're entering the early stage, they are lacking in a lot of damage, and they can't even funnel anything over to Ven. So this is, once again, going to be the same problem that they experienced in game number 2. They can't find kills, they can't give Bruno that farm, and that means that they just have got no damage, man.
Lots of Ghostbusters onto the split. Gear won't be able to survive this one. Gets the possession out on the back line though. Look at AOG already landed up, but here comes Roy trying to pull everyone back out of the way. Bray comes in for the cleanup. His one-man army against the world. 2 members fall for the side of Evil. RSG Singapore maintaining that lead. Closer soaking up all that chip damage. It's just a tickle for him. Getting blocked up by that wall, but he's still barely standing strong as Bray tries to find his way down onto Vincent, but will not be enough though. Evil still playing from behind.
Evil, even though they did not have that much casualty in that previous fight, they did lose quite a bit though. The T1, the T1 in the top, middle, and bottom lane has already been destroyed. As such, RSG SG's aggressiveness is only gonna get even more from this point onwards. With the turtle currently available, you will definitely see that Jay will always and constantly be in the southern jungle and just forcing Evil out or getting very crucial information just so that they know what to do next.
Taking a crucial kill by CS onto Ben, taking out the gold laner, zoning the rest of the members of Evil out. No support whatsoever from the side of Evil. Free turtle into the hands of RSG, buying them some time for that next lord to spawn up. Man, what is wrong with Evil right now? They played the composition in the first game and they were so dominant. The changes that RSG has made and the adaptations that they brought onto the table with Roy as that Paramis to disrupt the glue was just so crucial in this game.
I think there's a lot more than it meets the eye. Most of the time we'll want to keep our eye on the powerful and his fist breaks, because for sure we did see quite a bit of fist breaks every now and then, but it doesn't seem like there was any form of damage per se. So what's the difference between game 1 and game 2 is the jungle change, right? Evil, who did they have for jungle?
They had the Ling. No,
game 1.
Game 1, Fanny. Game 1, game 2.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I think just matching the pace that Vincent wants to bring to the table, but Vincent is just falling apart at this point. There's not much that he can do. As much as he has high wave clear, he's desperately trying to maintain that top side. You got the traction pulse onto Jay to start things off for Sayla. The damage from Jay onto Jay and onto Closer will not be enough though. Here with the split once again, the Ghostbusters will take him down to half health as of now, and Gear's left all alone to his own devices. And RSG punishing this glue. SOD almost hit Vincent, but this gives them information where Vincent is.
There's a turret that's going to be taken down. At least we have some breathing space for Evil, but I don't think that is going to be too big of a deal. Unfortunately, I'm still on the damage department. We do have the caveat from Evil. In order for them to deal maximum damage, that Vincent needs to land his electrifying beats. And during that entire scenario, they have 3 seconds to make it work. 3 seconds to deal all the damage in that quick burst manner. Otherwise, all the other damage will only come from Ven or Sayla. in a bigger fashion, that is. I would say that this crack definitely would do decent damage, but that is all going to be happening within that 3 seconds of the electrifying in the meantime. That is generally going to be the dream scenario. Everyone's stuck in the dream, the fist break, and then electrifying beam to do everything.
Good read by CS, dodging out of this one. Good SOD, trying to get onto that chase. The fist crack won't land onto no one though. Ven gets slain down by the hands of Ven though. Taking a charge onto the mid-side of the Lord though. Vincent will get slain before the turtle falls. Bray picks up that one as well. Gonna traction pulse to pull them in. Another one keeps them all up alive. Gear getting possession up on Jay, trying to pull him back out, dealing as much damage as possible. AOG lands to try to disrupt and get away from Gear. Sailor falls, but the hands are closer as well. Next, Blue will not be able to survive from the Ghost Bursters. Man, the Faramis' damage is just too much to handle. Ben left all alone at a third of his health. You can't face RSG head on right now. The most dominant performance that we've seen RSG play it in this series. 7,000 gold ahead. Get a Lord marching up on the top side. The map is basically barren for the side of Evil.
Yep, we are looking at a 7,000 gold lead for RSG SG. This is close to 1 full item for each player. This is a very big problem. So moving on forward, they're gonna have to look for wave players.
Oh, Shadow Kill on the backside. That's a lot of damage, and Sailor can't seem to deal with it as Bray snipes him down from back. Ben getting pulled back with AOG.
Oh, that's
down
over.
He goes. 2 members against the world with the Lord they have to deal with as well. It might be over. RSG going in for the charge and going in for the heads before they take the throne down as they meet Flash in the upper bracket finals. But I might be speaking too soon. Nope, the minions are here. The Winions will clear things out as RSG heads on to the upper bracket finals and face off Flash. Unfortunately, though, Evo thrown down to the lower brackets to meet Absolute Zero.
Oh, it's definitely a heartbreak for Evil. In theory, it kind of seems as though they have enough damage per se, but it doesn't seem like they managed to do any of those sorts. I still think that with the win condition being onto Ven, he did not pop off in this game at all again.
Yeah.
And even if they want to look for a secondary win condition in the line of a Joy also don't have any suitable targets per se. I think that the laning phase, because of the Hilda, it actually messes Evil up quite a bit. And not to forget, even when it comes down to the Faramis pickup, the glue is just... I think that in this game, Gear has constantly been throwing bodies because of the split.
Yeah.
He's just stuck, unable to do anything, and once he unlatches, he's dead. The only thing that he can do is just buy time.
Even though he pops the split, the Ghost Bursters will be taking him to like half health. In the late game, on a tanky glue that is a heck of a lot of damage to deal with. And I think the adjustments in the draft by Coach Amux was really on point. They know that they were going to pick up that glue. And if they pick up that glue, the Faramis is going to be in our hands, and we're going to deal with that glue with the Faramis. Gear could not play at all. In the late game, I remember he was 0-5-0. I think it might have gone up to like maybe 6 deaths in this game. We'll be able to see in the post statistics later on. But man, it is so difficult for Gear to deal anything or have any presence at all in this fight. Yeah, he got some nice latches, but the sort of like the economy lead was way too far. Even if Ven and Sailor was able to get close to deal damage, they would be able to they would need to sacrifice themselves in the end.
I think that is also one of the things that they are lacking of is a way to execute the enemies, right? I think that they have very decent crowd control coming in from the Badang, so that is not out of the question. They even have got all the slams from glue to keep people in place. However, they can buy time, they can keep people in there, but realistically speaking, when I look at Sayla's damage, especially with the glowing wand, even it tickles.
Yeah.
It really don't do anything.
Especially for closer though. First item with the Radiant Armor, just mitigating all the damage from Sayla as well as Vincent. And even though closer got only one death from Vincent down the bottom side. I feel like he was one of the playmakers. He was always up in the front. I think this is where his element was, and waiting for the rest of his team to come back into play. Sure, RSG made a couple of mistakes. CS shouldn't have missed out a lot of those easy SODs. He was literally threading that needle at one point down the turtle pit. But at the end of the day, I think everyone of RSG really played a dominant game so far, especially from Roy. Once Gear comes into play, I think Gear's glue from the first game was their downfall. Honestly,
Okay.
once you disrupted that back line, uh, Evil just overturned it with the evil magic. But now with the addition of the Faramis, Gear was not able to adapt to the damage that Roy brings, especially with the Ghostbusters, onto his split. So waiting out on that Ghostbuster split interaction was Roy all it's all him.
I feel broken for Evil. It was
Yeah.
such a dominating game in
Hey,
game
they're
number
not out
one.
yet. They're not out
I
yet.
mean,
They still have a
yes,
chance.
they're not out yet, but that means that they have so much more games to play. I'm not too sure whether yeah. I mean, no, you can't make this up. You can't say that it's great to be in the lower brackets. You have more games to play. Yes, you have more time to study the opponents. However, the games that you are studying are teams that you would want to eliminate.
I think at the end of the day, though, for Evil, they played their hearts out. I feel like they had a really dominant performance in game number one. It's just the adaptation from RSG was way too fast, way too quick throughout all the short breaks that we had as well. And I think Bray really came back from his long hiatus and into this game and making a huge statement into how he likes to play around, and it makes him a three-time champion right from the start for a reason.
So with that all said and done, MVP. I think it's Roy.
I feel it's Roy.
I think it's
100%.
Roy.
100%.
I think this game is given to him because of, I mean, the interaction between Glue plus Faramis. It just kind of feels as though like this is a no-brainer. There's no game for Gear to play. Roy is literally given the MVP on a silver platter, and he's just like, I'll take it.
It's a tough pill to swallow, especially for Evil. No easier way to say this. So I guess just heads up, chins up, mouth breathing, and just move forward. Just move forward. Look
Did you
towards
just
the
call
next game.
Gear ugly?
No, I didn't. But it's so refreshing to see Gear versus Bray once again. I remember back in like season 3, those were like the true nemesis to each other, and I think this really sets in tone the actual villain arc of Evil. And now having a pure Singaporean team throwing down a sort of like a dream team that has a mix of Singaporeans and of course Filipinos inside, it's not an easy look on that as well.
I don't think that is. I think that this is a very tough pill to swallow for Evil. They gotta go back to the drawing board once again to really take a look at what is their shortcomings.
Yeah.
What's the problem? Is it all onto the draft? Is it something that they can change about the draft, or could it be more about the execution? At least for game number 2, I can agree that it is solely on game execution.
Yeah, it
They
wasn't a draft.
Yeah.
But this game, it was just totally outdrafted. They played the same roster for 3 games in a row. I would say with some slight
Almost.
adjustments.
Yep.
From Gear, because
I still
the
feel that
second
Bruno
game,
doesn't work though.
Bruno was because they want to drive that death ball and then just
Yeah.
free hitting from the back. But I think it
Game 2
was
they
not
didn't
enough.
get that funnel in.
Yeah.
Game 3 they didn't get the funnel in. I think that if they want to, which I think that they did, they bring the fights over to the gold lane every now and then. They need to assist and help Bruno get these kills, but in the meantime, you're going up against a Moskov that have the SOD that can run away or initiate in fights. He comes back from the fountain just that fast because of the SOD if it lands. And let's not forget, he does have a lot of blinks as well. Even if realistically you're looking at lane matchups between the Moskov as well as Bruno, we saw that in level 1 or level 2, a couple of those pot shots realistically doesn't even do too much, even though we know that Bruno is supposed to thrive in the early stages. As long as you get yourself the Berserker's Fury, join into the fight, get as much kills as possible. But I don't see that from Ven.
I think it's all boiling down to how actually CS played a heck of a game. He knows that with a Moskov, he will lose that lane against Ven. So what he did was he played passively, allowed Ven to push in the wave so that it gives a lot of space for counter engages on that tri-bush. Remember, you're on the top side as well,
Yeah.
so you're going to definitely go for that gold crab. So once he gets into a vulnerable position, that is where RSG really makes a move. So I think a lot of times CS was just playing it in a very protective and passive position. So now, without further ado, your MVP is Roy as Faramis, 5-0-8, played a heck of a game. Kill participation, 81%. And man, this guy just having this adaptation on this Faramis just really disrupted what Evil wants to do, especially with the glue. And Gear could not find a way to put himself back together.
Yeah, so congratulations over to Roy as the MVP of the game. 5-0 is to 8. And if I may derail Roy, may I just say that your skin is glowing? And I think that you know, throughout the years we start to see that his skin is getting better as well.
Oh yeah,
I think this is probably the best.
I 1 second I thought like you were talking about like his in-game skin as the Faramis. It was glowing, and like yeah, Faramis had the mythic skin. I think it's only a few heroes.
Yeah.
And right now I think it's another hero. I can't remember.
Wait, Faramis have a new mythic skin.
It was pretty old. So the first mythic skin was the Clint mythic skin, and then the Faramis, and then this season
Because I know that
else.
Faramis has been like long forgotten.
He has a
when it
mythic
comes to
skin.
skins.
So yeah, it
So
was
he
like
have
one of
like-
the coolest skins.
So we got the Faramis skin.
Yep.
We got the mythic
The
skin.
mythic skin.
Yeah, the
Yeah, so
mythic
you need to
skin.
hit.
We got the mythic skin, and that's pretty much all, right?
That's pretty much
and,
all.
And then the basic skin. But
Yeah.
you know another hero that is still unloved? Obvious.
Obvious. Why?
Only have one basic skin.
Only one basic skin.
Yeah, he don't have any other skin.
True.
What a loser.
But hey, we're gonna make an Inferno Pursuit over. Back to Jace.
Ah, yeah.
Short King podcast, and of course, we have to get another not very short King because he's a beast in that game earlier. We've got Bray from RSG Singapore. So just want to clarify just very quickly, right? So remember Team Evil beat you guys last season for the second position. How does it feel like to be able to beat them in a 2-1 fashion this game?
Wait, last season I wasn't playing, so maybe that's why they won. So, you know, like, this season I playing, so it's a threat to them. Yeah.
So basically, you're saying the difference here is you're playing, because last season you're not playing. It was Yon that's the jungler. So do you have something to say about Yon? Like, what do you think about Yon as a jungler? He's been trying very hard to train to your position. Do you have anything to feel, like any thoughts about him?
I think Yon is a good jungler. It's just maybe that his shot call isn't as good, where like my team needs someone to be a leader and to shot call for the team. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure like I can fill that role for them.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because you've got experience overseas as well. So you're saying that Yon probably needs a lot more experience in terms of shot call, but he's a very vocal player. Have you played with him before?
Yon? Not really.
Not really. Okay, so is there anything that... Okay, now we're going to have to take a look further just a little bit. So coming up next, you'll be facing against Team Flash in a upper bracket finals. So, you know, Team Flash has been really dominating the scene. You were dominating in the scene last time as RSG Singapore. Like, what, going three-peat, I remember. Are you ready to go up against Hades?
I mean, I'm always ready, so... Yeah.
Yep. He is always ready, ladies and gents. Of course, do you have anything else to say to the RSG SG fans who's, you know, spent time to come all the way down here to Tampines Mall? Do you have anything to say about them, and also to the viewers online?
To the RSG fans, hope y'all continue to support us, and we wouldn't let you down.
All right, thank you very much. That's Brave, the jungler from RSG Singapore. With that said, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we will have another banger of a match. It's going to be Absolute Zero going up against Team Evil. It will be a lower bracket, a battle for survival. So don't go away, ladies and gents. We'll be right back.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
るよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for another game for MPL Singapore Season 9. This is just day 2. We just finished one match earlier. It was Team Evil going up against RSG. But Team Evil will take the L, and they will go down to the scenic route, down to the lower brackets, which is where we are right now. Coming up next, ladies and gents, is going to be Absolute Zero going up against Team Evil. Of course, we do have a brackets ready to go to show you just a little bit, just in case if you missed out the action earlier just now. So earlier just now, it is going to be Team Evil that took 2-1 against RSG. 2-1 against RSG. RSG getting the 2. And with that said, they will, unfortunately, Team Evil will be going down to lower brackets against Absolute Zero, and RSG going up to face Team Flash later after this match. But of course, for this particular match, ladies and gents, Absolute Zero is definitely not an easy team to beat. Hailing all the way from our qualifiers and made it into the challenger stage, they have taken down 2 seeded teams, both King's Vanguard, technically speaking, and namely Kingdom Esports. Are they the next Kingslayers that we're looking out for, especially when they're going up the former Kingslayers Team Evil itself? So ladies and gents, with that said, we should be ready to go, and looking like, you know, the Team Evil and also Absolute Zero fans are also here on stage. Ladies and gents, of course, if you guys are also in the area, do also come down to Tampines Mall at level 4, because there are a lot of action happening here. You get to see your players, get to see your fellow friends, and also activities to be won. With that said, ladies and gents, gonna throw over the casters very, very soon. Churros and also Abstract, Shock Kings Podcast, Episode 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. My name's Abstract.
My name's Churros,
and we are your casters for today.
We got that right. We got that right. We totally didn't rehearse for this.
Oh.
We totally didn't rehearse for this. You asked for it. You asked for it.
What the heck, dude?
What?
That was
a firm high five.
Dude, do
that
you
was
put
a
like
firm
what?
high five.
Like the paw,
Wait,
dog
your hands
paw.
are so smooth.
I
Look at
don't know.
mine.
Yeah, I mean you
Yeah,
gym a lot.
We're live. We're live.
Oh, we live.
We're live.
Yeah.
We live now.
Yeah. Hi.
So
Today we
are
going
to
watch
Team Evil
going
up
against
Absolute
Zero.
Over to you. Over to you.
Wasn't it supposed to be one word?
Yeah, man. Okay, so, you know, jokes aside, we are excited. We're ready to go because, you know, in the lower brackets, there is quite a lot of hype. This is your one last chance to make it up to the lower bracket finals.
Yes.
And, you know, saving your spot as the top 3 contender.
Yes.
So, Absolute Zero clawing their way up from a community tournament,
Yes.
coming into the lower bracket
Yes.
finals, no, the lower bracket semifinals.
Yes.
It is a community team, like as Jay said, they're Kingslayers. They're going up against former Kingslayers like Team
Yes.
Evil.
Yes.
This is going to be a very important match for them. They're already top 4. They secured that.
Yes.
Can they be top 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
Man, I think this is just one word Abstract right now.
Yes.
But there's a lot of you know, understanding from what you're saying. And I think that for Team Evil, they can't play the same thing over and over again. It's the same case of like, fool me once, shame on you.
Yes.
Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yes.
Absolute Zero definitely was watching the previous match because they need to know, they need to understand, like, how are their competitors going to be drafting? How are they going to be playing? What their execution is like.
Yes.
And I think...
No, I totally agree all the way through.
You just keep saying yes.
But because I agree.
But honestly, though, I think it's going to be fun.
Yes.
It's going to be a fun match. Hopefully, again, we're going to be seeing a really close match,
Yes.
so to speak. And I think for the side of Team Evil, they have a lot of adaptation to do.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for you to throw a curveball. I'm so ready for that curveball.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the opportunity for me to say no. Otherwise, yes, I totally agree with that. So far, I would say that the Evil, they tried Not a lot of things, actually.
No, it's honestly the same, pretty much the same
Pretty much the
draft
same.
from game 1
different
all the way to
archetypes.
same game 3.
Yeah.
They just swapped out Fanny for the
Mhm.
Joy. They swapped out the Glue for the Lucas in one game.
Mm-hmm.
Before RSG in the previous game, they learned to adapt.
Yeah.
Now,
And then
absolute-
Fermis.
exactly.
Exactly.
This time around, Absolute Zero clawing their way up from community tournament. They were seen as the favorites. Everyone knew they were going to make it to the playoff stage as one of the challenger bracket as well as the last chance, as the last chance qualifiers. And now they are here, and a lot of fans out there for Absolute Zero as well. And I think for this community team, they learned to adapt on the fly. Yesterday was no easy game for them, but they made it through Kingdom Esports. And I think this will be a very crucial match for them going up against Team Evil. And speaking of Team Evil, we've got Vincent, Powerful, Sailor, Ven, and Gear. Pretty much the same roster as before. And of course, Coach Carrot coming into the picture as well. To be honest though, everyone played their hearts out in the previous game. It's just the execution and the adaptations that needs to be adjusted a little bit going into this matchup.
Yeah, so honestly, I would say I would really hope that Evil will show us something a little bit different, considering the fact
Yes.
that this is their tournament lifeline as they're going up against Absolute Zero. We've got Rapidude. We got Bougie, Salas, as well as Vendetta. After some time watching Absolute Zero, we know and we clearly seen quite a bit of an identity coming in from Absolute Zero. Bougie has been pretty menacing when it comes down to his Loi plays. We do have Vendetta, which is identified and hailed as probably the clear EXP god at this point in time, has always been giving us great pickoffs, so on and so forth. And let's not forget about Rapidude.
Franco plays
Franco.
yesterday.
Yeah, it came up from absolutely nowhere. We did see Jay trying to pull that off, but it didn't quite work too well for them. But regardless, maybe this time is Rapidude showing us how a Franco is supposed to be played.
Yeah, I think for yesterday, there were a little bit of chinks in their armors. Not to say they had a perfect game, but right now, especially against Team Evil, I mean, after yesterday's match against Team Flash, Absolute Zero definitely goes back to the drawing board. They really need to adjust how their execution is, and I think pretty similar playstyles from Evil and Flash, albeit Evil likes to play that team fight a little bit more. So the draft is set. We're going into the bands. Coach Carrot going to be taking out Matilda as well as the Chip. Don't want to deal with that. I think Loi, like you mentioned earlier, would be high contest for these two teams. Absolute Zero, on the other hand, going to ban out the Badang as well as the Moskov.
So at this point and between these two teams, I think that if the Loi were to be leaked out, okay, never mind. If the Loi were to be leaked out, I think that Loi could actually potentially be a first pick material.
Yeah. Both teams honestly play Loi impeccably well, especially for Sailor. I personally like the way that Sailor plays that Loi. You're not actually actively using their versions to find prey. You're basically just using their version as sort of like an intimidation factor to push the enemy away so that they don't get a chance to step out of their base, especially on a defensive position. Baxia eventually gets leaked out, going over the hands of Evil. Powerful plays that very well, especially in the previous couple of weeks where he sets the momentum, sets the pace. I think it is definitely a trade up going for Phoveus, because if they leaked out Phoveus, I remember last week where Gear was actually playing that Phoveus also, and you have Baxia on one end of the buff of the opponent's side of the jungle, and you have Gear on the other hand, and basically your opponents just can't step foot in.
Now, AZ do have the opportunity to pick up a Lucas for themselves, followed after the Kalia. We have definitely seen Nan play the Lucas quite a lot within of this tournament, so it's not out of the question to see that, unlike RSG, which Braze coming in new, probably didn't really have a lot of that experience and that opportunity to learn the Lucas. So Lucas is still on the board. We could still very possibly see that coming in from Evil. And so far, Vincent has been taking quite a bit of a liking for assassins, junglers as well. So with the Hayabusa currently available, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to focus on that. However, Granger and Juiced is going to be their pick of this game.
I think for the first couple of games when Evil went up against RSG, Kimmy was wide open, but I think they feel like the Kimi wasn't doing as much because they needed someone that was more utility based. Sure, the traction pulse is able to set things up in motion, but then the follow up needs to come through. Now that you don't have the Badang in question, Evil can't really do anything with this. And now, Jusin Baxia as a mid lane duo has a lot of wave clearing pressure, especially in early game. Get their fast rotations to match the tempo and speed that Barca brings to the table. But honestly though, Absolute Zero learning from RSG, picking up the 1-1 for themselves.
Okay, so 1-1 is definitely going to be a pretty good pickup for them, but it doesn't necessarily kind of tell us what direction they want to go with this team comp. The Faster can play into the Kalia's pickoff potential very well. 1-1 could do the same as well, so we do have some combo that we could see here. Regardless, we could still definitely expect to see... Okay, so the Kalia is very likely going to be EXP lane, right? With Vendetta being so good at that. So with the Roma currently available, Mathilda is also one of these heroes that we got to look out for. The Franco has been banned out by Evil, so I'd really appreciate that respect ban coming from them.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like both of these two teams not too worried about the assassin picks, but then you still have...
Okay.
Yeah, Gato Kacha that is very highly possible to be played in the EXP side or in the roam position because we saw Vendetta playing the Kalea and the EXP before. So if they have the Gato Kacha, then Jusin or Granger would get zoned out by AOGs being thrown at them all the way through. They could potentially also look at the jungles because Nan as well as Vincent play lean mean assassins. Lings are definitely going to be hotly contested for the side of Absolute Zero as a strong counter for Jusin.
Not to forget, there is a possibility of Evil trying to go for Ube.
Ube?
There is the possibility. However...
Would it be with the Florin or the Estes?
I would like to believe with the Estes, because at this point in time... Okay, so Evil have yet to really show their EXP laner, but if they want to go for a jungle Baxia, I would say the Florin is okay, but they will want to go for a little bit more on the dually side if they want to pick up the Florin, just to make full use of the cleanse of the anti-heal.
What about glue? Now you don't have the Feramis to deal with, you only have the Barca, so you can pick up the glue
if
for
they
yourself.
want the glue, the EXP can actually be a pretty good choice. Regardless, they will want to play in a team fight scenario. So for AZ, they have actually decided to pick up an Xbog to deal with a very potential thick front line. Baxia is too flexible at this point. It could go to the jungle, it could go to roam, it could go to XP. Regardless, the Xbox is a pretty good answer to the Baxia regardless.
True damage definitely hurts Baxia more than ever. Right now, EXP as well as the roam position, the jungle in question, Ling, will be picked up by the side of Evil.
Okay.
Just to have easy backline access towards Farsa, and you have decent wave clear as well. Not to mention, I think Ling Baxia combo definitely has a lot more mobility within the early to mid stages of the game. So once Powerful sets things up in motion, you have Ling coming through, and of course the glue gets leaked through, going into the hands of Gear. Last pick, Vendetta will secure it with that CC. Not too fond of it in the late game. Yeah.
I think this is our first time seeing Rapido picking up a Kalia. They have decided to play the CC into the glue instead. I think that that's okay. But there was definitely at one point in time where Xborg is a viable counter to glue. So I would have expected that they keep to the current draft without derailing over to pick up a CC for themselves, put the Xbox instead of the jungle over to the EXP to deal with the glue, at least get a winning lane from there. The Kalia still goes over to Rapidut, but they change it up they change up the junglers in this case.
Well, I'm just looking at lane-to-lane matchups. I think definitely CC can hold herself up against that glue.
Yes.
Honestly though, Vendetta has been playing very well in the EXP side as well. So jumping into this game, this is match number 1 of the second series of today. It's going to be Absolute Zero up against Evil. Loser of this goes down to get annihilated and kicked out of competition. But still, 4th place for both these two teams, fighting for a in securing their third place.
Yeah, so how is it gonna be like? That's the question. Let's talk about the lane to lane matchup, right?
Yeah.
So it is a glue going up with against the CC. We talked about that. The CC is always going to be a lane bully,
Yeah.
especially against a glue in this case. But it's not exactly like super much of a bully because
Single target.
yeah, but Slam still kind of heals him back up, so it's not too bad per se.
Mhm.
You still can kind of counter attack a bit here and there. The only problem about the CC is that when she pops on the S1, she can literally walk however that she wants. She would not have a freezing animation whereby she will be caught by the Slam all that much. You
I
still can
feel like
counter attack.
the CC was also picked up not only as a lane to lane bully, but
Mhm.
also in the late game. You need two people or two heroes to actually control the Boxia because of the high pressure
The
that
high
Boxia will
mobility
bring.
as well.
Yeah, everywhere on the map. You have to watch your flanks. The best way to do it is basically your AOE skills.
Mhm.
So for Xborg and CC, I mean, there was one point of time where when CC was introduced, it was touted as one of the better single target Xborgs from Walmart or something like that. Remember? Because like the first skill basically works the same way, but instead
Yes.
of splash hitting everyone, it's just single target.
Correct.
And I think it makes a lot of sense for CC to get picked up right here, especially if you have a high mobility. You want to be able to trap the Ling in play as well. So in big skirmishes, big team fights, you know how Evil really likes to dive in with a death ball kind of composition. So once you throw in the curtain call, I guess that's the interaction that they hope to see.
Yeah, actually, you make a very good point. When it comes down to the curtain call, there are two scenarios that we can see. And most of the time, the curtain call will want to be used onto a link if the link appears early.
That's right.
If the link appears late, then, it's either hold on to it or look for opportunities. The
Yep.
curtain call either keeps the link grounded, whereby he won't be able to go for four swords because she's just strapped onto someone. Or number two, you got a single man curtain call. That means that the CC will be able to focus fire right over to the link and be a very potential threat if he wants to go for the four swords within that, because
Yeah.
the AOE of Yo-Yo should more or less cover the entire all four of those swords.
Fair, fair. But I think there's a lot of I wouldn't say issues, but there's some problems with the CC because when you have a minion coming into question, I mean, yes, you have a priority hit onto the heroes,
Yes.
but if you have multiple heroes, who do you aim? You can't really focus fire on a specific hero unless
right.
you have like a aiming kind of disposition. But
Or unless you position yourself in a way where your opponent is constantly going to be at the edge.
and
like
that's on the back
literally
line,
there.
and that's in the back line.
Yeah.
So then again, I feel like for Absolute Zero, protecting the 1-1 should be their top priority.
Mhm.
And I think it's a constant push or pull. Because now with the Kalea is going to be jumping in, very high committal in the back line. You're going to be missing out one tank. You need to be able to trade it for another. The only two that you have right now to protect your Farsa and your 1-1s are basically just the X-Board, just free hitting from the back, and you're
Okay.
that extra layer of support where your 1-1 and Farsa can free hit.
My direction into looking into Absolute Zero's lineup is more of the fact that they are really strong at front to back,
Yep.
right? With the Baxia that's constantly in the front lines together with who is the other one?
For Evil,
Evil, yes.
Glue.
Glue. Okay, so
Glue
two
Baxia.
very beefy front lines. Both of them are going to be having a very big problem
Mhm.
with CC as well as the Xbox. So there's a lot of poke and prod coming in from Absolute Zero itself. As long as they can stay alive, as long as they can constantly just poke up the front lines, I don't think that Evil can play that strong of a death ball, because this is more of a death ball comp. They have the Fasa, they have the 1-1. They have a single anchor coming in from their EXP laner, which is the glue. So glue kind of feels like it's stuck. Otherwise, they're gonna have to swap it out a little bit and
Yep.
ensure that their roamer stays behind, which I highly doubt it would be the case.
Yeah. Also, to the fact of the matter is they have a Granger, which is a one-dimensional kind of hero. You're only hitting heroes right in the front. Yeah, you can move around, you can dash around, but 1-1 makes it a lot harder, especially when it comes down to late game team fights, where she's going to be constantly dashing around and trying to proc the weakness points. And once she soars into the sky with the crossbow tank, I think that's going to be a huge problem, especially for the tanky heroes like the Bakshias and the Glues, because you have the DHS that is going to constantly melt you down, HP base, HP percentage base, and this might cause a lot of issues when it comes down to zone potential. And speaking of zone potential, though, For the side of Absolute Zero, I like the fact that they picked up the Farsa so that the 1-1 is able to get, or Salis in that sense, is able to get the weakness points popped much more easily than if you don't have that kind of zonal control.
Who's Evil's mage again, if you recall?
That's Juicin. So
Juicin,
you're playing
okay.
Juicin as sort of like a utility Juicin. You pick up like the crane. You play the claw. You pick them up, throw them down again, and I think Baksha makes it so much more easy to deal with.
Okay, okay, understand. So this is makes me think even more that Evil is not a death ball now that we have the Juicin.
No,
So
you still have
both
the
of them are
death
still
ball.
front to back.
It's still very front to back. It's still very death ball. I think matter of fact is for the Ling, you find it a lot easier to have sort of like backline approaches and find angles and flanks and perspectives into the backlines and just take out that Farsa, take out the 1-1 first. You also have iframes to get out of the way, but that's only if you don't get shot down mid-air before you actually get your Temples of Blaze back getting popped up.
Okay, so at this point in time, I think that there is quite a bit of quite a bit of things that we're gonna have to work out for between these two teams. I think that there must be something that. Oh man, let me just kind of think about this. I still believe that AZ have a more superior lineup just because of the CC plus the Xbox front to back front lines of the Evil probably don't have a very good way to deal with this.
I think for Evil, they have the loose man Ling. So they're still going to be playing as a four-man composition all throughout the major objectives. But then again, they need some space for the Ling to farm up. I think the CC was just used for jungle aggression in the early game just to deny the Ling to just snowball out of control. And I think for the side of Vendetta, a lot of onus is on him to manage the long wave and the wave around the turtle pit. And I think, yeah, speaking about like side lane pressure, they have the 1-1 who is able to just go onto that side waves or even send the Farsa down towards side waves to just try to maintain the side wave pressure and try to play the macro game away from Ling. But they have to match the speed that Ling needs to bring on the table.
But okay, so okay, in your opinion, at least, in your opinion, which composition do you prefer? Like, I'm clearly more on the AZ side, just because of
Really?
Tank Shredder.
I might be a little bit biased right here, but I do prefer how Evil likes to play this. I think in their minds, it's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They might have been training for a deathball composition like this all the way through in their scrims and in their trainings. But yeah, I think it's much easier to execute. I like the fact that they changed out the Joy and the Fanny for the Ling. At least you have much more of a uh, uh, multi-dimensional gameplay if you're being a Ling, just going down to long lanes, you're going down to side waves, and also just preventing your enemy from responding as well. So definitely easy to deal with the Farsa. Questionable when it comes down to the 1-1. You need to be able to burst her down before the weakness points gets popped off if you complete your four sword circle. But yeah, to be honest though, yeah, Evil. But it's all down to execution though. You can have a winning draft, but if you just keep throwing bodies, might not be able to win.
Okay, so we do have a little bit of a technical difficulty at this point in time, but we will definitely be getting ourselves into the game very, very soon. So once that's done and dusted, then we should be able to see how both of these two teams eventually is gonna unfold. It's a lot of things that we can say in theory, but how it actually works out. That's the biggest question, right? Because Evil definitely have a little bit more experience when it comes down to being in the MPL leagues, while Absolute Zero, definitely we still have some prominent figures, pretty
You have
good.
Nan, you have Buji, who has that sort of like big stage
Even
experience.
Rapid Dude.
Rapid Dude as
Rapid
well.
Dude.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was from the Blacklist Philippines, if I'm not wrong, as well. So, man, a lot of different dimensions to how Rapid Dude actually plays this along, and I like the fact that they respect band out the Franco. So, yeah, a lot to think about. But yeah, it's all about execution at this point. Can't wait to jump back to the game.
Yeah, I can't wait. This is, of course, going to be one of the most important games for these two teams. One of these teams is going to have to go home.
I mean, it's just a bus ride away.
I mean, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you
Uh,
sure? Are they? Are they really in? Are we really in? Are they really living in Tampines and that kind of stuff? You know, that's the question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But hey, we're gonna be getting a little bit of a remake of the lobby, so we'll be taking a short break right now. We'll be back when we come back. We'll see you soon.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We have got the game settled and we will be moving on to the game very soon. But before that, a quick little introduction. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros, both of us, your caster of today. Yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Now throwing it over to you.
Well, regardless, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are new to the show and not too sure what exactly is going on, this is, of course, the MPL Singapore Season 9. This is the Singapore's only MLBB, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League, where we have got teams, whether it be professional teams that have been seeded because of the previous season, or we also do have a couple of community teams that come in to challenge the league, whereas now we have one, Absolute Zero. The communities turned into challenger team. Now they are in the playoffs and they are all in contention for the prize pool in MPL SG, and even with the opportunity to move, or rather to go over to fight in the MSC, the MLBB Mid-Season Cup in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. That will be happening very soon.
Sometime in July.
Sometime in July? Yeah. Okay, sometime in July, so make sure you guys look out for that. It will be happening in conjunction with the MLBB Women's Invitational, the MWI 2025, that is happening, of course, in the EWC, and that is the Esports World Cup.
So grab your tickets.
Grab your tickets.
Go take a trip over to Riyadh.
I honestly wish that I could be there. So that
I think the only one who have went out of all of us casters is Jace.
Jace, yeah.
It's Jace.
I'm so disappointed he didn't buy me the Habibi outfit. I want my Habibi outfit. You know, I'll go.
He came back all high nosed and like mouth breathing. Because he's got the EWC money, man. He's come back. He's like, man, that's on me. It's on me, man. Anything you want.
I think that will only apply to alcohol for him.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
That guy.
That guy. He's definitely listening to us right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Back in Tampines Mall.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Shout out over to you, Jace.
Shout out over to you.
The hardworking man that, even though he's not on duty on the caster's desk, went over to Tampines Mall on very short notice, by the way, and went over to be the host and kind of rile out the crowd a little bit.
Dude, he's a very, very good person.
Very, very, very good, if you ask me.
Very, very good. Yeah. Man, we actually honestly covered a lot of the points that Absolute Zero and Evil.
I don't think there's any more that we need to talk about from that.
Yeah,
point.
it's really down to execution. But speaking of execution,
I was about to go into the podcast.
We have a lot of time for that later.
Okay. You know what does this mean? You know what's this time for?
Welcome
to the Short Kings podcast.
Okay, so
let's talk.
Let's talk about Jace.
Let's talk about Jace. Okay.
Let's talk about Jace.
Okay. So so far, oh crap! I just remembered. I didn't really share the story about me and me and Deadeye. But
did I?
Deadeye, yeah.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, me and Deadeye was like, okay, you know what? Next break we'll tell you guys about our story, kind of stuff.
Okay.
But
okay.
now, okay, the both of us we shared our story.
Yes.
But now I'll share my story with Jace.
Oh, you and Jace's story.
Me and Jace's story.
This is actually a very interesting story.
Actually, it is very, very interesting.
If you want to say hi to Jace, like I'm a huge fan of Jace. Like the first time I met him, I was starstruck. I didn't know what to say. And if you want to see him, head on down to Tampines Mall. He's right there. He's just walking around.
He said the exact same thing.
Can I be a huge fan of two people?
You can. But it's not two for you! Okay, so this is what happened, okay? So when we had this esports shortcasting workshop.
Yes.
So it's very similar to what you've got, but it's upscaled.
Yeah.
It happened at Escape. We had a lot of people come in for the workshop. It's split into two sections, the shoutcasting side and the production side. So I was in charge of mentor, as well as I also did kind of the what's they called, paneling, paneling. People go over shoutcasts, and then we will give points okay, what's good, what's bad, what you should improve on, blah blah blah. And I'll be very honest, and I even told Jace about this, right? His audition and his time in the workshop was not very prominent. Yeah, I don't
Is it
exactly.
actually true, Jace?
Yeah.
Is that actually true?
So I actually don't really have my eyes on him. I didn't really, think so much about
Neither
it.
did I. Like I never had my eye on him at all. Like if I was you, he'd be in the same position. He's a very forgettable man.
Look, he's not as forgettable as Jusin. Okay? Jusin is like the most unforgettable, most forgettable one.
Most forgettable.
Yeah.
Jusin, you mean the hero?
Yeah,
Jusin?
Jusin like most forgettable. Like me and Did, I keep forgetting about Jusin. Yeah, I'll tell you more about that in a short bit later. You guys can watch the VOD yesterday. But yeah,
Jace,
so
back to Jace.
Yeah, back to Jace, right? So naturally on in that event as an agent, I look out for aspiring shoutcasters. I look out for people that that have potential, and I do want to like help them improve, give them jobs and all that kind of jazz. But I didn't approach Jace. He approached me. Yeah. So when he
He's
pitched
one of
himself,
those mosquitoes that you just can't get rid of.
So when he approached me, I was like, "Hey, okay, sure. Why not give it a shot?" And then I'm not too sure whether I realized he did MLB or rather I told him to do MLB. I can't exactly remember what is it or what the direction was. But eventually picked him up, taught him and all that kind of stuff. And up until today, we still laugh about the fact that I did not pick him. He
chose you.
picked me.
Oh.
Yeah.
The wand chooses its master.
Yeah. The one chooses the master. His master.
My man. But he's come a long way.
He's come a
He's
long
come
way.
a long way.
Yeah,
Went to EWC last season.
Yes,
Hopefully he
last
will
year,
be
yes.
this time around as well. He did the round table thing, not
Oh, yeah, the
directly
HQ,
involved.
yeah,
the
yeah.
HQ, and I think honestly that's the
where
most
the money
impressive
is.
thing. Money aside, though, I think that's the most impressive thing. Because honestly, though,
everyone
like,
is watching.
everyone is
There's
watching.
Everyone.
Every game.
Every game.
Every caster from like other game
Like
titles
he's-
as well.
Yeah, he's even like clipped by like very famous Twitch streamers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because everyone has their eyes watching. And then the very first time EWC was like unveiled, they
Yeah.
had that trophy and all, and then his voice was in there, and he's part of it.
You know,
And I was
but
like, hi mom.
to be honest, all of this fame and all of this fortune is still forgettable. Just like Jusin. So tell me about like Jusin. You and Deadeye keep forgetting about Jusin, and
Yeah.
it's always being picked up. And we will have a Jusin game this time around.
Yes.
But we will take a short while before it loads back in. I think they're still settling some technical issues. But man, hopefully we get things sorted fast. But over to you, Jusin.
Yeah. Okay. So Jusin, right? We have always talked about who are great heroes to ban, blah blah blah. Sometimes, and even at the start of like the challenger stage, me and Deadeye just be like, okay, so this one should be banned out, this one should be banned out, this one should be banned out, blah blah blah. First phase went by, Jusin was unbanned, Jusin was unpicked. Second phase, last pick, and then suddenly the Jusin came out, and then we looked at each other and it's like, isn't she banned? And then we just look at it and it's like, oh, we forgot about her. Yeah, it's like, it happened like a couple of times. And then yesterday, like literally the game just finished. We watched the entire bloody game. We even had the scoreboard on. And then right after the scoreboard went off, I asked him, wait, who is their mage? And then we just looked at each other. And we just like, I don't remember. Who's the mage? 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 And then afterwards, we're just like, wait, is it Jusin? It can't be Jusin, right? Jusin is so forgettable. And then I went over and took a look. Like, it is Jusin!
Jusin.
Oh, man.
So hopefully we won't forget Jusin.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Maybe we just need some time to really, kind of absorb the Jusin. And really, like, remember that Jusin is a hero.
I like the pun. Absorb the juice in.
I totally did it on purpose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know I'm like a pun
Perfect.
god. I'm a pun god. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go off once again for a very, 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 very short break, okay? So we're going to have to, get everything done and dusted with. We'll be back with you guys very soon, hopefully. Okay, so don't go anywhere too far. Myself and Churros will be back with you guys very soon for MPL SG Season 9.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃあなら今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9.
My
My
name is
Abstract.
Abstract.
and
My name is Churros.
And today,
Today,
we are your
the
casters
caster
for today.
Yes.
Almost got that right. Almost got that perfect.
Yeah.
I think for all of us,
Uh-huh.
a little bit tired after the long break, but
Yeah.
there's gonna be a little bit of a remake for
Uh-huh.
both these two teams. And in case you missed out on the draft and what transpired before, this is gonna be the Absolute Zero up against Evil on the lower bracket semifinals. Or actually, would it be considered the? It's still semifinals because the finals will be happening tomorrow morning. So loser of the next match from Flash and
no, this
RSG.
is the lower bracket semi.
Yeah, it's a lower bracket
Yeah,
semis.
it's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lower
yeah.
bracket semis. Yeah, it is, yeah.
But yeah, I think definitely a little bit of an issue with both these two teams, and I think the audiences here deserve some transparency.
Yeah.
And from all the information that we gathered, I think for Absolute Zero side, I think when they picked up the hero, there was a little bit of a bug in terms of the battle spells. I wouldn't say which specific player it is, but we're sorting that out. We're doing our investigations and sort of like understanding what actually transpired, and hopefully it's not sort of like I forgot to do this kind of thing, and it's not really an actual bug. So hopefully everything goes according to plan, and we'll get a remake getting settled on.
Yeah, we do want ourselves a proper game per se. The last thing that you want is having someone with I guess an arrival or something like that.
No.
Hey, actually, you know what? Speaking of arrival, though,
I remember the time when Chaknu and Kaora, when they were in Omega, back in MPLPH, there was a Selena, Fermis, and the Bane combo. So literally, you just hammer down the turrets, and that's why they caused the Fermis to get a rework and sort of like a huge nerf after that, nerf down the Bane's turret damage as well. So, I mean, teleport ain't so bad after all, but we haven't seen teleports being used in, this state of MPL. I think the meta doesn't really call for it, and I think a lot of teams kind of understand this is all about like team fights. It's all about like split pushing, and we can have like heroes that can go cross map plays. We don't really need a teleport anymore.
I mean, technically speaking, it is still a relatively viable pick only if a specific hero is drafted just for split pushing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you tell me you pick up a Zilong and then you pick up an arrival, I think it kind of
Yeah,
makes
it
sense.
kinda makes sense.
Yeah, you can solo 1v1 people. It appears in your lane.
Yep.
But anything more than one, you are in deep trouble. But in the meantime, you can also just teleport away pretty effectively, or teleport into the lane pretty effectively as well. It's mostly just a really annoying cockroach. If anything, it might not win you the game, but you're just gonna be a really annoying cockroach that might eventually bring the game to 43 minutes and 33 seconds.
43 minutes. Don't remind me. Don't remind me, Abstract. But
yeah.
Speaking about like heroes, we had the draft before. The draft will be totally the same. Absolute Zero gonna be picking up. Now we're gonna be testing my memory a little bit. We didn't write
I'm
this
testing
down.
you. We didn't write anything down. Even I don't remember very well.
Kalea,
Wait,
Farsa,
this one is
Absolute Zero.
Absolute Zero. Okay,
Absolute Zero. Because I
okay.
remember the right side first because they picked up the export CC,
Correct.
Kalea,
Yep.
Farsa, and 1-1.
Okay.
So we got that going on for
We
them.
got that. Okay.
On the
Evil.
other side of the table, I think it might be a little bit easier as well. They got the box here.
Box
the
first
Granger,
pick, Granger, Juicin.
Juicin, Ling, and Glue. Got that down. Got that down.
How old are you?
I am not going to share that information, but obviously, if you put down some of the information down Liquipedia, I'll be happy to. You want to put it down Liquipedia? I don't think it's on there, honestly. You back again with the phones.
Liquipedia.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of information on me. Pretty new to the
Churros.
scene, man.
Okay.
Zero information.
Ryan Churros Chin is a Singaporean caster born in 1998.
Did I get this right?
No.
God damn it. God damn it. There's no information. There's no information. Hey, you know,
But
I
is it
got good news
1998
for
though?
you. I got good news for you. I got good news for you.
Uh-huh.
We won't be sharing my age, but we're going into the draft, the game really soon. So the draft is gonna get remaked. We're gonna jump into the Land of Dawn.
Exactly
To
into the Land of Dawn.
finally
Play the game.
play the game.
Watch the game that we have been theorizing about.
Oh man, finally. After a long wait, here we are once again, ladies and gentlemen. Evil versus Absolute Zero, and hopefully all the battle spells are right this time around. Just to get a little bit of a recap, we got Ben, Powerful, Sayla, Vincent, and Gear rocking and piloting the Granger, Boxia, Juicin, Ling, and Glue from the side of Evil. And on the side of Absolute Zero, though, Sayla's on the 1-1, Rapid Dude on a Kalea, Buji, Farsa, Non-Export, and Vendetta with the CC. Now, we covered a lot about the lane-to-lane matchup, especially on the top side, but speaking of which, Ben taking a lot of damage. Purify as a precautionary measure, but here comes Powerful, though. This point's getting popped up. You also have the Vitalize, missing everything. Ben gets out safe.
Yep, small little short-range artillery, I suppose. But both Silas as well as Van were both in really crucial HP per se, but no bueno for both of these two teams, unfortunately. But in the meantime, we do have got quite a lot of these battle spells actually used up from the side of Evil already. Two of which are Purifies. Even Van picked up a Purify for himself, as well as a single Revitalize from the side of Powerful.
Yeah, Ben's in a tricky situation. You got the Blast Insanity trying to go straight to Ben. Won't be able to survive this one. First blood goes over the hands of Don. Vincent from the flank, finding Salus. Good trade right there. Non taking down low. To set their sights up on Rapid Dude. Able to run away safe with his Rapid Boots.
If only it's actually Rapid Boots.
It's not really a Rapid Boots.
It's not Rapid Boots, but it's Rapid Dude.
I like to play the puns.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not that good at puns, so if I actually do make any puns, it's only because it's completely intentional. It's 2 minutes into this game. Both teams are generally very aggressive in their lanes, trying to put a lot of pressure into the gold lane. It seems like they do want to pivot a bit more of that win condition and direction more towards the gold laners, get them out of the lane or funnel some farm over.
Speaking of funneling, you get a nice zone potential. Gear having his possession onto Vendetta for the split. Here comes Powerful, locking them down. Buji goes down. Nan holding on to his last Insanity. He has the ultimate. Going in for Powerful, takes him down in the process, but here comes Vincent for the cleanup. Rapid Dude is next on the chopping block. Will be able to sustain enough to almost take Vincent down, but he ends up falling into the graveyard by the hands of Gear. And on the top side though, 1v1, Ben wins out on that trade.
That's a very big trade coming in from the side of Evil. They managed to win more than 2 games coming in, so at least I gotta have to say that, okay, that is also a flicker expended from the side of Fuji. Very important for the next upcoming fight. With a Feathered Asteroid with no flicker, Evil should be able to play a bit more defense, or rather, a little bit more offensively.
Yeah, good start from Evil. Better than the last 2 games that we saw against RSG. Right now, they have a good early game start, especially for Gear, where he is able to find that back lines and disrupt it before things go south. And I think the fact that Absolute Zero doesn't have any mid lane counter towards this Glue might spell trouble, especially if we are seeping into the mid to late stage of the game. But Sayla getting caught up with the Feather Airstrike, able to use the Crimson Beacon and get out of the way for her now. But here comes Powerful, rolling in the deep, trying to find a trade, but no luck, Jose. As Evil constantly getting all these farms and trying to psych themselves up for the next turtle.
Yep, then that was an ultimate for an ultimate, so no big deal when it comes down to battle spells at this point in time. But I definitely gonna expect that the early stage of the game, actually, you know, the tempo-wise, Evil and Absolute Zero, they are relatively similar. I don't really expect too much out of both of these two teams in the early, mid, and late stages. They both have got their respective power spikes in all of these stages.
Sayla doesn't have the Purifier right now. The mid side, a little bit of a skirmish from Nan. Still trying to farm up. Getting his power spikes is key because early game export doesn't have as much damage as you want them to. But then again, we talked about the CC and the export, which is basically very skill reliant, very spell vampy, and I think Absolute Zero just wants to play this around. The bottom side though, getting immobilized, I think Netta might be able to get out safe unless possession might come through and getting pulled back, but Vengeance stops it just in a nick of time. Red airstrike onto Vincent, unable to find any luck onto Ling.
It was close though. Just just shy of a single artillery strike before Vincent eventually would have went down, but this is going to be a 4v3.
Oh, not stolen away. The turtle been pulled in. Bougie trying to pull everyone back with the claw. That's a lot of damage from Vincent. Able to swoop down and pick one off in the process. Vendetta down low. Vincent picks up yet another one before going down himself, but a hand to Bougie. That's a 1-2 trade as Evil trying to ramp up the aggression. Bougie starting off with the airstrike, but here comes Ven trying to push him away. Damage is starting to show. Level 7 for most of the high damage dealers on both sides though.
So Evil definitely with a little bit more a little bit of better time when it comes down to these team fights. In total, 3 more kills than Absolute Zero, but when it comes down to the macro game and of course general economy, it doesn't seem like Absolute Zero is too far off. They're only a little bit off 1,000 gold, but they might be able to pick up a little bit more at this point in time. Salas focuses down to the bottom lane.
One more weakness points. Does have the crossbow tank at the ready. Tsunami Slam over the minions. Salas tries to pull it back in, holding on to the crossbow tank. Doesn't want to activate it just as of yet. It's a 3-on-1. Absolute Zero secures yet another kill for themselves. Staying afloat in this game. And I think for a community team, we touted them the King Slayers. They're facing up against ex-King Slayers in the form of Evil.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Or Giant Slayers. So to speak. And it's a battle of the Titans.
Maybe one day we'll have a God Slayer.
Maybe one day we'll have a God Slayer.
Technically speaking, it's fair to say that Flash is a god because they have like repeats. But anyone that brings them down is a God Slayer.
Hey, same can be said about RSG. They also are 3Ps.
Oh. Wait, did they?
Yeah, oh. That is the curtain call. Able to lock Powerful down with Gear. Doesn't seem like they're on the same wavelength as Gear. Needs to be able to defend against the bottom side T1. Then slowly but surely getting those power spikes, getting those farms, and the damage is starting to hurt. Last turtle of the game spawned up 1 minute before the Lord actually comes through. What will Absolute Zero do?
At this point, Absolute Zero, they're gonna have to try to steal a little bit of these objectives if they really could. Dunn is currently at level 11 versus Vincent at level 10. They could go.
Nice thumb slam onto Gear, able to finish him off. Not tanky enough now as Absolute Zero finding trades all over the map. Rapid Dude in a spot of bother, no more dash. Vincent doesn't want to commit to this one. As Evil just getting the trades as they can. And scoreline equalized 6-6 and 21-21k goal.
Speaking of combat, actually kind of surprised that Nan and the entirety of Absolute Zero didn't want or kind of reserve themselves for that third turtle. I did mention that Nan was at level 11 while Vincent was at level 10. So technically speaking, if we want to talk about 50-50 chances, Nan has got way better chances.
Speaking of Nan, getting pulled back, the Raga armor popped up, powerful, taking a lot of damage, the crossbow tank soars him into the sky. Salas picks up one after another, Gear deep into enemy territory, tries to put him back, but gets the flicker out of the way, and Gear secures yet another one from the back line. Then free hitting, free damage, that's a lot of hits that they have to take in. Might not be enough as Absolute Zero goes for a retreat, pulling one more back as Nan gets Immortal popped up as well. That's all that they can get for now. It's a 1-2.
That's a very good priority coming in from Evil. They realize that as long as they are able to break Nan's Viraga armor, most of that team fight is gonna be relatively useless, right? Because once he's out of Viraga armor, those heat stacks doesn't really deal all that much damage, and they can just ignore Nan throughout that entire ordeal. In fact, let him build up onto the bounty if he ever to get any more kills, and then kill him for the bounty in the future. So now, I like where Evil is coming from. Just leave Nan be, top off the Firaga armor, and generally they win team fights.
Yeah, you have basically with the Firaga armor and Immortality, that is 4 lives that you have to take out from Nan before he gets the CC immunity. So you have a little bit of iframes they can play with around the X-Borg. Now, seeping into the late game mark or going to mid game, Powerful doesn't seem to have as much of a dominant game that he has with Boxia as he would have expected. 1-4-4 for the Boxia. Can't find his way into enemy territory deep enough before taking a lot of damage. Sayla's starting to come online. Bucci does have the damage right now, and Nan is just fighting them down. Better airstrike, kick things off. Tsunami Slam into the wall. Powerful, down he goes. Vendetta from the back line, trying to zone Ben and Sayla out of the way. Get a Tempest of Blaze, trying to push in from Sayla's. will not be able to survive from the hands of Vincent. There's another one down. Gear and Powerful keeps falling like flies. The only one they can take down is Salus. But Ben is coming online now. They do have that damage and they do have the mobility from the side of Evil. How will Absolute Zero play around this?
Very good 1-for-1 trade though. I think that Absolute Zero, they are not exactly out of the dodge just yet, but they can't exactly throw caution into the wind. They did lose Salus throughout the entire ordeal though, and it's only at 10 minutes into this game. They still need to allow Salus to pick up some of his farm. He's probably 2 items in, and realistically speaking, the 1-1, okay, 3 items already, so it's not too bad to say, with a total of 6,600 gold, but we do have to fight for the Lord right now.
Starting things off with Vendetta. Here comes Vincent, trying to find a flank down onto Vendetta. No more vengeance, down he goes. Done, popped out the Firaga armor, that would be enough to chase him out of the Cat's Den, as they are starting things off with that Lord. Not needs to get a reset, but with Rapidude and Salus in the picture, Evil is in a tough spot. They need to be able to find a way to take this 1-1 down.
I think that Evil is in a pretty good spot. Quite a lot of gold to their name, and all 5 of them still relatively healthy. We do have the Revitalize that's used by the side of Powerful though, and doesn't have a lot of HP, so I'm not sure whether they want to force out this fight for the Lord.
None, patiently waiting. Lord is at a 10. None picks it up with the Retribution, pops it. He's got the Tempest of Blaze keeping him up alive, but iframes won't be enough. Salus takes him down. Absolute Zero forming a death ball, and avalanche coming through as Bucci takes down Powerful as well. Not only losing the Lord, but 3 members in the process. Evil, they're crumbling under the pressure.
I think that was a little bit too much forcing from the side of Evil, but it doesn't seem like the fight's over yet.
Curtain call, locks the 2 of them down. Crimson Beacon won't be enough. Vendetta, one more hit. He gets taken out before Ven goes down, but the damage is done. 4 members of Evil get blown up like flies, and Absolute Zero absolutely dominating this Lord fight.
What a swing! That force fight from the side of Evil, wanting to hopefully get the Lord, eventually left Powerful as well as Gear. Lower than 50% HP, how exactly are they supposed to fight with their front line being so weak already?
Powerful way too deep in, but gets a kill onto Rapidude. That is a nice pickup, a nice find from Evil. A little bit of a consolation prize, but Absolute Zero still up on top, 3,000 gold lead. Make quick work of this Lord as Ben still slowly starting to snowball his way through. Still 3, 1, and 2. As long as he stays alive, I think they might have a better shot. Gear way too deep in. Down underneath the turret, he might be the next to fall, as Salus will be able to pick that up.
So that's unfortunate, but it's okay. There's 1 man down, but Absolute Zero, if they really want to deal with Powerful, it's not like it will be that difficult because they do have a CC and an X-Borg. They melt down the front line just so easily, but what happens after melting on the front lines? They need to ensure that they don't lose too much power as well. So Salus, all he got to do is just deal easy damage from the from the back, and ensure that he will be able to unlock her crossbow of Tang to eventually pop off over to the backside. So as long as you realize that, oh, okay, the front lines they are about to die, they can absorb some of the crossbow tank, and then the rest goes over to the back lines. This is one of the only few ways that Absolute Zero can realistically be able to get a team wipeout through that 1-1. Everyone else, such as the Plaza even, I think that they are more of a bruiser, not an executioner.
Airstrike to zone everyone out from that. You got Rapidude kicking things off. The Tsunami Slam into the wall. They go. Salus with the mega kill. Winter Crown will buy him some time, but not from his death. He goes down as well. As Powerful and Great Gear falls again and again. As Absolute Zero just dominating the tanks from the side of Evil. The villains can't seem to find their footing. They seem very disconnected. There's not a lot of damage, but Vincent trying to find a flank and angle. Bucci with the further airstrike once again. The Crimson Beacon might not be enough to keep Sailor out from harm's way. Vendetta goes in deep, will not be able to save Vincent from harm. As Ben, the only one left standing. Bucci cleans up shop, 5 men down, and Absolute Zero for a fight of 3rd place. Absolute Zero might be 1 game away from taking it all.
Very big mistakes coming in from Sailor and team, but regardless, this push coming in from the bottom lane may be the end of it.
Oh, what was that? It's a lot of damage coming in from the 2 tanks, but it's 4 damage dealers against 2 heavy, thick boys. The airstrike to try to hit onto Powerful, not enough. The crossbow tank will take him down. It's Vendetta trying to zone them out. They need to be able to take the T1, but it's not over yet as Sayla's trying to dash all over the world. Here, in too deep, but will be able to keep on safe for now. Damage from none is starting to show. Vincent, here comes his Tempest of Blades. Keeps himself alive. He's taking a little bit too much damage. He can't go in without getting popped off and annihilated just like a snap.
Oh, spoke a little bit too early about that end game. Absolute Zero was so close, but that was an amazing fight from Powerful and Gear in an attempt to save the crystal. And now we even see quite a bit of power spike. Van and Vincent both with the new BOD. Sayla with the Clock of Destiny. And Gear, I forgot what he got, but some defensive items. Not gonna be too big of a deal.
He blocked off none from the Lord. Evo takes it up with a retribution because Tsunami slam into the wall. That's a worthy sacrifice from Gear once again. He falls by the hands of Bougie. It's 11-2 and 5 for this Farsa. And it's getting into a late game. The sun's setting. The sun's getting real low. Absolute Zero just needs to clear out this Lord. But Evo scrambling for that defense. The bad thing is, Evo doesn't really have that high ground, Abstract.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't. They are a very comical team, so if anything, they're gonna have to move in together as one, as an absolute unit. So they need to look for these opportunities that Absolute Zero eventually shows for themselves. Like for example, right now, the Feather Aspect just being used. If they have that manpower, they can just jump right in, but unfortunately not. Vincent is nowhere in around the vicinity. They do not have gear as well. They need all of their battle spells to be off cooldown to be able to play, to do a big play like that.
So for Bougie, having 2 kills, but that was just because Vincent was able to find angles. But right now, the jungle of Evil has been opened up, especially for Absolute Zero. It's much more difficult for them to find a footing outside of their base. They have to be able to play defense. Vincent trying to get Constellation Prize all over the map, especially on that cross lanes. They need to be able to relieve some pressure over from that base as the minions are starting to keep pushing in. Absolute Zero doesn't want to drop a needle to make a sound.
Of course, a single sound can really echo throughout this entire echo chamber. So Absolute Zero, they're looking for that small little opportunity. While Evil, they stay safe, they stay very quiet within of their own base. But as they stay quiet, they let their turret go down.
Jumping in, Tsunami Slam deep into the back line. Bougie once again with a kill onto here. The Immortality still strong for Absolute Zero. They're leading the charge. The snowball has become an avalanche, and Evo just can't seem to find kills onto Absolute Zero. An absolute disaster. The Feather Airstrike popped once again. Then popped the Purify to get out safe, but it's the crucial resources all utilized. Next Lord spawning up in 40 seconds.
So no Flicker, no Purifies, no Revitalize. The only Purify that we have is coming in from Sayla, but I'm not too sure if whether that is even gonna do anything for Team Evil. Absolute Zero stood with their foot planted on the ground. Not a single flicker was used in that fight to extend the gap or anything. They took their fight like a champ, and they didn't care about anything that Evil throws at them.
Now, here's where things get tricky. Both teams are almost at full build. We're at this point of time where Absolute Zero has that full item power spikes, and all their extra gold is there just to get a little bit of a item trades back and forth. But Evil down low, back on the 4th quarter. You need to be able to find a way to steal this Lord again. This is a pivotal Lord. If Absolute Zero absolutely gets it, it gets demoralized. Now from the back line, Gear on top of Bougie. Down goes that Farsa. No more zone potential for the side of Absolute Zero as Evil leaves their charge, but they don't have that damage to take anyone down. Sayla already with the Crimson Beacon, but here comes Saylas, almost taking him out in the process. Winter Crown will buy him some time, but not enough, as one fall after another. Saylas goes down as well. 4th fall by the hands of Evil as Absolute Zero find themselves in a turnaround contention.
What was that?
4 members up, they have the manpower advantage. They're gonna push the situation.
Man, without Bougie, it felt like a very big deal. But this replay is going to give us a very good idea, right? Main things first is that they lost Fuji right off the bat. So their artillery is no longer present for Absolute Zero. They lost a huge chunk of damage. But take a look at the northern side, right? Rapido, the Vendetta, as well as Salas. The three of them are supposed to survive pretty effectively. But unfortunately, Vincent, Finch Poise, gets the kill down onto 1-1, and then they go for one after another. Unfortunately, Absolute Zero were a little bit too spaced out.
Fuji falls. He just respawned and he goes down as well. Rapido against the world. Tsunami Slam will buy some time, but not enough. Sailors comes out. Here comes none. Oh, the Lord is still marching in slowly but surely on that top side. Rapido just bought some time for Sailors and Nana to get back into position.
Disappointing. I think all they wanted to do for Evil, all they wanted to do is just wait it out, right? He has to have about 25 seconds onto his death timer, but unfortunately, I think that the Lord should be able to reach in when Gear has like, what, 5 seconds left to his name. Possibly, but they need to buy their time. Bottom lane T1 just went down. There's still a T2 down in the bottom lane as well. We gotta have to remember that with the inhibitor turrets being destroyed from the side of Evil, this is gonna be quite a tough lane to push, and it will take some time for it to eventually happen. Evil needs to repeat what they have done so far, maybe at least one or two more times in order to break through the inhibitors.
Here comes Ruji though. Easier said than done because now Absolute Zero has that high ground advantage. But the bottom side and mid side already pushed in. No more T3s. They're leading the charge though. Lord falls. Is Absolute Zero back on that defense. It's all a waiting game once again. Next Lord, 60 seconds. I think Absolute Zero is able to defend this pretty easily. But Evil wants to take down all of the T3s, at least open up the options. Tsunami Slam into the wall. Down goes Gear once again. He's 5-9 and 9. He can't seem to tank against the hits that Absolute Zero is throwing onto him.
Do they have the wave clear to do what we wanted them to, though? With the middle lane and the bottom lane being mega creeps, the only one that can realistically be able to push lanes fast enough is really just going to be Buji. Salas, Nan as well as Vendetta, they don't clear wave all that well, so the moment that Evil finds an opportunity and realizes that there is a lot of heavy lanes, that is where they want to put most of their resources in.
Good damage, good range from Buji to keep them all at bay. It's a one-on-one fight, Vendetta and Vincent. For Evil, I think it's just sacrificing gear, trying to find angles and flanks onto Buji and take him out in the process, but this leaves room open for Salas to just do his thing, his kite around the enemy. And it's much easier for them because it's just a death ball coming at you. So it's easier to pop all the weakness points and even across one tank. Tsunami Slam over the wall into the Predator Airstrike. Lord down low, Vincent trying to find an angle from the back. He goes in, but Buji secures that Lord for Absolute Zero. An absolute disaster for Evil as 2 falls. Ven is no more. Down goes Sayla, and Salas just making a statement for themselves. The Winter Crown with this latch gear will run, but he cannot hide as Salas will be able to take him down. Vincent trying to find and push the situation. He takes out Buji though. They're taking a tank, but they forgot about the Finch.
Now we've got a pushing lane down in the bottom lane, but Vincent should be able to deal with this no problems. The Lord will then march in from the middle lane, and this is a 20 minutes Lord, mind you. With 20 plus seconds left from the start of Evil, there's no way, Jose, that Vincent is gonna do anything about this.
Now he's a Ling though. Got the Temples of Blaze all readied up. His Firaga armor already popped up, but Vincent will just let this one slide as Absolute Zero absolutely demolished Evil. This was a community team, mind you, Abstract, up against the ex-community favorites in Team Evil. One game away is what they need to secure top 3, a community team in the top 3 spot. We haven't seen that since season 3.
You're right.
Evil was the one coming in as a community team into MPL SG and secure the top 3.
It would really suck if Evil were to be knocked out this early. But however, on the flip side, it is definitely a beautiful narrative to see Absolute Zero from zero to hero.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Apparently, I mean, I don't know whether they're counted as the old dogs or not.
I think pretty much. They've been here a couple seasons already.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that if they were to win this game, they're gonna have to rename themselves. It's no longer Absolute Zero, or honestly, it's Absolute Heroes.
True.
Right?
True.
So, I'm looking out for them. This is a great game from them. It is definitely a very close seesaw kind of pattern. It seems like it's going over to Evil.
Yeah.
It seems like it's going to Absolute Zero. But what's really important was that final fight for Absolute Zero. It was definitely a little bit scrappy, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But what matters is that they managed to end the game. They managed to win, or rather, they managed to leave it all the way until it's the link, it's the glue, what's left from them with a big little lord pushing in with Mega Creep. So what can these two possibly do? Even if they just left these two to their devices, it's not like they can't end the game anyways.
Yeah, I think that was a good try by Vincent trying to delay time by taking out all the minions, but you don't want to lose yourself as a Ling. So I guess he just throw all his resources, but in the end, he's just eating popcorn on the high
On the
ledge and
ledge.
just watching his team fall. And yeah, we'll just work out next game.
Yep.
But speaking of which, next game is gonna get very intense, and trust me, because Evil will find a way to. If they do not adapt, I feel like Absolute Zero will take over this battlefield. Let's take a look at post-game statistics right here. Notable mention to Bougie with 13 kills, 5 deaths, and 8 assists on this Farsa.
Yeah, I think that he played a phenomenal role and a very big role in this, right? If only the 2 is a 1 for the game time.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 7. Oh, perfect. This is like our generation thing.
maybe.
Up until now, I still have no idea what lead means.
What?
LET. Oh, yeah, LET. It's like 1, 2, 3, 7. You know, it's like our generation stuff.
Nah, I don't get you.
My age is showing. But anyways, back to Bucci once again, right? He played a phenomenal role. He's pretty much the one that zones everyone from the side of Evil. And we mentioned about the fact that Evil, they have to go to you in order to realistically be able to do anything, be it Vincent, Gear, not all powerful. I already mentioned that Gear and Powerful is already more or less counted by by 2 of the members from the side of AZ with that Xbox as well as the CC. They melt down the front line so easily. And Evil, unfortunately, really requires these 2 glue and the Baxia to stay alive in order to, kind of whittle down the back lines.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like the glue and Baksha combo was very 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks ago, like, a lot of teams don't know how to deal with 2 tanks. But right now, a lot of teams are actually pulling out the 1-1 to try to get easy weakness points. You're able to kite around. You have a built-in Purify.
Always a good answer to.
It's always a good answer
chunky
to
tanks.
big chunky tanks, and you build up the DHS. That's how you melt them down as well. And once you have the Malefic gun,
Free
I feel like it's
weakness.
all over. You have the extra range to play with. You have the extra attack speed, and I think Sailors really played a heck of a game this time around. Not only that, I think he was just empowered by Bougie, because once you have the Feather Airstrike, Sailors can just go around the zone that the Predator Airstrike has created and just try to get as much weakness points as possible. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you get the weakness points off, throw in the crossbar Tang that secures that kill.
This really feels like a tiny little throwback over to metas from months, if not years ago, right?
Yeah.
Looking at CCs and Xbox. In fact, I really appreciate the fact that AZ, as a coachless team, came up with an Xbox.
Yeah.
Because most of us are just meta slaves. Just think about, okay, what's great in the meta right now?
Yeah.
How do we conform to our current team? How do we play around our current team? But AZ thinks a little bit outside the box. They consider heroes of the current meta, of previous metas as well, and look at things less in the meta view, but it's more of the overall view, right? Out of all of these heroes, what are good answers out there? Has it been successful in the previous seasons? What's wrong with it right now? Is it because it's just outdated, or is it because there is a certain counter in the current meta that doesn't allow this hero to work out? Well, it's not going to be the case anymore, as I believe that Xbox back then, he was popular because he is a very good counter over to glue. But why was he phased out again? I think he was only phased out because is a new evolved meta.
Oh, no, it's just the early game that
Right.
doesn't really have a lot of Firaga armor. You need to be very skilled in terms of mechanics to be able to kite around to deal as much damage as possible while just mitigating the damage taken to you. Because in the early game, the Firaga armor is not as much as the late game, where you can also sustain, and even with your actual health bar, you can still stay alive in team fights. But then again, I have to say, this is actually AZ with a pick-off composition in the form of Rapidude, getting those tsunami slams in. He knows that the tanks will come in first. So let's just deal with the tanks because it takes some time for Sayla, it takes some time for Ven to really come in to deal that damage. So let's just take care of the tanks first, and then we'll set our sights and our focus up on all of the main damage dealers. And I think they played it so beautifully well.
Although I gotta have to say, I do prefer Ven onto Granger this time.
Yes.
In the previous games, he has been playing Bruno so much, but he ended the game with like 0 kills all the time. It's honestly kind of a downer.
It is a downer.
So now with the Granger, I think that he's way better than that and definitely good. But for this game, MVP goes over to Vendetta as the CC. 2 kills, 6 deaths, 16 assists. Definitely don't expect. I definitely don't expect that because CC is probably one of the most unimpactful hero in terms of flare and cloud.
Well, I understand where they're coming from, especially for Vendetta in how he plays the CC on a split lane potential. Because now, don't forget, they have not really an assassin in their lineup. They have to throw one person into the long lanes to make sure that it's pushed in. Make sure you alleviate the pressure off on the long side so that you don't need to claw your way up on the opposite side of the map. And I think CC actually did it well. And the matter of fact is, whenever Vendetta comes, whenever the Ling comes into the picture, and Vendetta was there to try to stop the approach, he throws in the curtain call, he gets the yo-yos down, deals a lot of damage, and forces the Tempest of Blades for Ling to pop back out. So there's a lot of crucial resources waiting, and honestly though, I think an unsung member of the entire roster of Absolute Zero. And huge shout out to all the EXP laners out there, especially for you, Abstract. I know this meta is really a very tough meta, especially for EXP laners, and only the best of the best can adapt to that situation.
Yeah. I like Kalia.
You like Kalia?
Kalia EXP. Yeah, I've been spamming a lot of Kalia EXP.
Vendetta also played a Kalia EXP.
Yeah, actually inspired from him.
Ah, fair.
I didn't think so much about playing Kalia in the EXP. Most of the people it's just like Kalia roam. He's probably the only one that went for Kalia XP, and I thought, hey, actually this it looks pretty viable. It sounds very viable, and it looks fun as well. But now he's bringing in the CC, and he's still really good at that as well. So I gotta have to say, Vendetta is definitely showing up here, and I think we gotta keep an eye on to Absolute Zero. We gotta keep an eye on to Vendetta. Especially for game number 2.
You know, this is the lower bracket semifinals. One more win, and this community team goes over to the lower bracket finals. They're guaranteed top 3. Oof. If you're evil, this is a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. You lose 3 games in a row, counting the game against RSG. You had such long breaks in between as well. This really shakes up your momentum. And I think for a lot of the evil players, you really need to get a lot of resets and get some time to put yourself together.
Yeah.
No pun intended for
the
battle spells. But yeah, I think it's very difficult to, as a matter of fact, to jump into this game with a brand new draft and how do you switch things up, because you've practiced for so long this death ball meta. It worked once with RSG, but after that, teams learn to counter it. Teams learn to play around it. If I can't go for the glue, let's take him out first. And it's just difficult for Evil at this point. Now, I think with also having to deal with like the back-to-back losses, but also knowing that you're one game away from not making it.
Yeah.
It could be a fight or flight response, to be honest.
Honestly, we gonna have to hope for the best for Evil and really identify the main problems here. Previously, we thought that, okay, Van might be the problem because they're not really funneling the farm over to him. This time, he's doing pretty A-okay. They're putting a lot of fights over to the northern side and trying to force some fights to give it over to Van, which stayed true. However, it helped only to a certain extent. The team still kind of fell short in certain scenarios, even though AZ technically shouldn't have given them like lot takes. Some of these lot takes AZ should have given them. Some of the turtle takes, AZ shouldn't have given them. At one point in time, it was like level 10 Link versus level 11 Xbox. I don't know why the Link even managed to get the Lord. These are the examples that AZ yielded over to Evil, but unfortunately, it still wasn't taken advantage of.
You know, 2 factors that I want to point out as well. The first is, especially from the jungler from the side of Evil, right? He is unable to match the tempo and the speed that they want to bring into the table when it comes down to the objective takes. He needs to be able to go down to the side lanes and get into the objective pit as fast as possible, but you only have one dash. So this creates a lot of opportunity and time for the enemy to come into you. It's not only the Ling that he was using, it was the Fanny in the previous games, it was the Joy as well. He can't seem to do both at once. Whenever he's spotted at the opposite side of the map, Jungle's not here, and then Absolute Zero sounds the alarm, sounds the horns, and pulls the trigger, and starts the ball rolling, and gets a death ball coming through. Then Buji starts off with the Feather Airstrike as well. And, you know, as the rest they say is history. But I think that would be the biggest adjustments that they have to make. If you're not comfortable with assassins, is there any way to deal with the side lanes that you don't need to force yourself using an assassin with?
Well, I think that this kind of go back to the basics.
Yeah.
We gotta go back to the basics. We gotta understand a little bit more on that macro play. Do we want to focus? How much priority do we want out of our mid laner? And then how is that gonna influence our gold lane? How is that gonna influence our EXP lane? At least in the previous game, we saw it was a Baxia plus a Juicin.
Yep.
Technically speaking, if I can't remember if whether the Baxia actually played with the concussive blast. If it's a Baxia with concussive
It was
blast,
concussive. Yeah,
it was concussive.
concussive
So
and
at at least with that said, that means that their lane priority shouldn't be trash.
Yeah.
But they are going up against a Farsa plus a who's that again? The Roma was
It was the
Xbox CC. It's not Juicin for sure.
Kalea.
Kalea.
Man.
So,
Man.
yeah. Okay. So
a little bit of a brain fart moment for both of us.
Right, I know, right? Okay, so Kalea plus the Farsa. Technically speaking, they should have a way better lane. They should have a better lane priority.
But the early game, I think Buji played well because they almost got the kill on Susela, and I think that just caused that snowball effect to happen. So we're jumping into the draft right now. What do you think the adaptations should be for Evo now that AZ banning out the Badang in their first pick? Do you think you should let the Kalea go? Do you think you should let the Baxia go?
I would never ever want to see AZ playing the Kalea. To be fairly honest, I do not want to see them playing Kalea. So as much as possible, if I am Carrot, one of the few heroes that I will ban based on the respect pits, or rather respect bans, I will ban out the Kalea, I will ban out the Loi, and I would generally just ban out whichever that is left based on what AZ has. Matilda is a pretty okay pick, or rather okay ban, but I don't think it's that big of a deal having the Matilda into the hands of Rapidude.
I think it's a very big deal, considering that Rapidude is a very aggressive, kind of intel-giving, reconnaissance kind of roamer. And he's played, his play style kind of reminds me of JPL a little bit, where he's always sitting in the enemy's jungle and he's always waiting for information, feeding it to the rest of the team. So AZ knows the best way to path at all times of the game. But right now, I feel like this should be a chip ban on the side of Evil before things go south. You never want to open that chip for anyone. But the last two bans, though, will it be the Kalea? Will it be the Phoveus that was banned out in the previous game as well?
Yeah, so, okay, they're going out for a Baxia ban as well. My problem is that AZ, they actually ban out the Moskov too. So some of these comfort heroes has already been taken away, being the Badang as well, because we don't really see too much of a Badang ban per se. We can expect Badang picks here, but not exactly bans. So a lot of these meta heroes are currently slipped through the gaps. It seems like AZ themselves have decided to ban out the chip, which I find pretty interesting, because most of the time it's actually the red side that is forced to ban the chip.
Yeah, I think this opens up quite a bit of options for AZ, right? You can pick up the Kalea, you can pick up Kimmy for yourself, you could go over the Gacha first pick as well. I think all makes a lot of sense. But Rapidude was very nutty with the Kalea, so they should pick that up first as the core prio. But now we know where it's going. It's going to be into Rome. But then again, do you know that the
could be it.
interaction between Kalea passive, you heal a bit of
the second
HP,
hit.
On the second hit. So I think that also contributes. Like, you have a tank setup, and you also have sort of like a sustained enchanter kind of roam into this new hero.
Now, Evil, they've picked up a Farsa for themselves and a 1-1.
We're starting to see a pattern here.
That they love 1-1?
No, like second pick, it's always the Farsa 1-1. first pick Kalea, second pick Farsa 1-1. And then,
Was it?
yeah, because AZ might be able to disrupt the Farsa by picking up the Gato for themselves. That means you throw the Kalea into the EXP. And then that makes sense.
We can definitely expect to see that. But one thing that I gotta have to mention as well, though, is Franco might be picked in the second phase. So maybe the Roma might not be the main prio here. Because of a sitting duck of a Farsa. It's actually probably quite beneficial for Rapidu to go for some of these items if it ever happens.
Your team
Yeah,
is
I think they want to open up that option first. You got a Granger and a Hayabusa.
Okay.
It does make sense.
Makes sense.
And it kind of seems like the roles have been reversed. Instead of the Link goes with the Hayabusa right now. For the side of Evo though, will they pick up the glue once again? You don't want to be risking it by having AZ actually open that up.
I don't... As much as I want to believe that glue can be easily countered by the Faramis plus the Vexana, but right now I don't really see how AZ can use either one of these two heroes to great length. They have a lot of damage onto their compositions right now, so maybe some more utility would be great. So Vexana is out of the picture. She does have great utility, but follow-ups, that's the question, right? Faramis's Netherrealm could still be a pretty good answer, especially since if now that Fredrin has been picked up, we need some shredders. We definitely need some shredders.
Yeah, you got a lot of damage right now, especially from mid lane control from Sailor's Farsa. But now, 1-1 needs a bit of time to skill up and get the core power items. The Fredrin is a slower jungler. If Evo is able to make this game last for at least 15 minutes, I feel like they have a lot of a better upper hand. I think the Evo is definitely going to ban out the Kimi next as well, looking at the mid lane heroes that could disrupt Farsa. Hilda being banned by the side of Absolute Zero. For Evo, could be the Kimi, could be also maybe in the Gato Kacha to try to disrupt the Farsa, or they might pick it up for themselves. Remember, their first pick after this ban phase.
That is true. But okay, so let's identify some stuff. They are left with an EXP and a roam, both of which are very flexible. As such, their game plan seems to be going around front to back, considering that they now have Fredrin. They want to deal with people at the front all the way to the back. So crowd control is good. They want to go for a couple of staggers. So Gato Kacha does sound like a pretty good deal since Badang has already been taken out of the picture. I don't think that they will want to go both Badang and the glue again, because let's just say that AZ, they still have some of these possible plays on tank shredders that they can go for.
Yeah, you want to go for a carry? There's a last pick opportunity.
They can't go for carry because they have the Granger already.
Hey, you know, if you're going up against a Fredrin, why not Velir? That is always the case, yeah. People oftentimes forget if you want to go for counter on a Fredrin, you go for the Velir instead.
It's a very niche situational pick, but in this case, I think it's pretty okay. But it's a Cho.
So they have options. They have options. Can go Cho in the EXP or Cho in the roam position.
Yeah, but it's a very powerful thing.
It's a very powerful thing.
Yeah, so I think it is very likely a Roman Cho. So if they, for AZ now, they gotta have to answer this question. Okay, so they actually went for Franco.
Go with Franco.
And the Kimi, as you have mentioned. So they have a lot of ways to actually deal with the Feather Airstrike. In fact, this is actually pretty good. Because in the event that you realizes that, okay, the traction pulse lands on someone, Franco can very easily identify where is the center point. That's a free hook already. You force one ulti, or rather you use one ulti, one S1, just for a 120 seconds battle spell. I think I call value on that. Yeah.
Especially if you take down high value targets like the 1-1, like the Farsa, you don't really give Evo any space to breathe, especially since that last pick will not be a bursty, damagey kind of hero, unless you want to try something really spicy. Yep.
Wow.
There we go. I knew that the Benedetta was getting picked up, because right now they don't really have anyone to handle the side waves. Because you picked up the Fredrin in the jungle, you need to send someone to side waves. What better EXP than Benedetta? I was going to call it.
So this is back to the same old, where if you have a tank jungler, you need to put the gold somewhere else. You need to put the damage somewhere else. Back again to the Thamus, Benedetta, the Khalid period.
Yeah.
I miss this. But is it enough though? I think that it's a good answer to the Traction Pulse plus the Iron Hook combination. At least Benedetta is never going to be hooked if played well. Cho also do have that CC immunity with the Shumpo. So this is hands down skill matchup.
But still, the Bloody Hunt will be able to lock the Benedetta down anyway.
Yes.
So that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 2 of the second match of the day. This is the lower bracket semifinals. Absolute Zero now having blue side and Evil on the red, with a little bit of a shift in terms of their composition with the introduction of Cho and Benedetta. Will they change anything?
Oh, okay, so this is indeed gonna be a Assassin Benedetta first item, Blade of the Haptices, followed by the Hunter Strike kind of thing, right? So, would it be Blade of the Haptices though? Oh, we'll see how that
We'll see how he plays.
Yeah, we'll see how he plays. But right off the bat, okay, Evil or Absolute Zero's composition?
Hard to say. Right now, I do like Evil's composition more, because a lot of people don't really understand how the Benedetta has been so viable in the previous metas. In the tank meta, they pick up like double tanks in the side lanes. That your side lanes are shambles. Mid side, Rapidly take a lot of damage though. I think he will be safe because he's got the hook too. He won't commit. Bottom side, the top side though, that is right. He's gonna be Filet on the EXP side. Skier taking a lot of damage. Forced to get a retreat now.
I would say that the Benedetta should be able to clear the lanes pretty effectively, but she can't brawl against a clear up to the EXP. That would likely be my problem. Only post level 4, or actually post level 7, where the Benedetta should start to get some really good items, then she will be able to do this clear pretty nicely. We look at level, we look at maybe 5-6 minutes in.
Yeah.
That's where it wouldn't be so bad for here.
You know, to be honest, like, there's a lot of things that Absolute Zero is, you can tell from their grab, right? They pick up the Kimmy Ranger kind of competition, with a lot of international teams like to play around as well. It's all like single dimensional, I just hit you from that back, it's all in a straight line kind of play, and they want to go death ball. Rapid Duke needs to start things off with the Bloody Hunt or the Iron Hook. Try to go fishing, grab anyone at all. The Turtle's spawning up and starting up as well. On bottom side, a little bit of 1v1 action. Sailors will pop the flicker and fall. Mid side though, he's got a Tsunami Slam into the wall. Now picks it up with the Retribution as well. Vincent, one more hit, he might be taken down. 2 members fall on the side of Absolute Zero. Buju with a bat, jetpack over the wall as Evil wins out in this fight.
And it's very close shave for most of the members from Evil, all across the map actually. Even for Absolute Zero, Salas down in the bottom lane, he found himself with such a sliver of health to kind of work with. So eventually, I guess is relatively, yeah, I don't have any other thing to say other than the fact that this is really a skill matchup, and it's all about the execution. Whichever team wins this game is only because they played better.
It's all about target prio, especially in the Turtle fight, right? You start things off with Vendetta's Tsunami Slam. But I feel like Evil was much faster and much more burstier in the early game from Sayla. Mid side though, Nan trying to get a little bit of chunk damage off. Got a Bloody Hunt, keeping him in at bay. Gonna push back as well, Vincent will fall. Absolute Zero wrapping up the aggression slowly but surely. It's still even Stevens at this point, 3 minutes in, 50 seconds until the next turtle spawns up. But now, Evil needs to be able to watch out for the damage that comes through from the Hayabusa.
Currently only 3 minutes and 38 seconds in. And Gear have already picked up that blade that they have to see. Should be able to see some very nice coordinated assassination attempts going in. But let's identify the kind of heroes that you can go for, right? It would be the Gringer as well as the Kimi. I'm not sure whether he will be able to go for a good fight or not.
Nice electric blow into the Petrify, into the Feather Airstrike. Here takes on the back line. He might not be able to survive this from Nan, but he sets the tone of battle. He's got a 2-for-2 in both teams, giving up trades one after another.
It's a Roma XP for a Mage XP trade-off. So if you ask me, that's completely fine for the side of Evil. While for Absolute Zero, Nan managed to pick up a kill of his own. So technically, in terms of that context, the assassin game-wise Absolute Zero has got that on top of everyone else. Salas may not have a lot of farm, or rather may not have a lot of kills, no death, no assist, so it's only a matter of time where we start to see more involvement, because the third turtle is where we'll start to see and have a very good evaluation of how both of these lineups gonna be.
Good hook into the Bloody Hunt. They go. Nan tries to take Gear out. He will with the shurikens. Gonna praise this grab, won't deal too much damage. Slams them under the wall to keep the rest of the members safe. Powerful will take a lot of damage from Nan as well. Asela still fine and dandy from the backside, but without gear, it will be much harder for Evil to contest for this turtle unless Vincent is able to do anything at all. The Retribution still won out by Nan. Is Vincent on the run right now? Absolute Zero took what they can, and they're still right on top of the game.
Now we've got the bottom lane T1 that has been destroyed. Absolute Zero very likely wants to echo that by bringing the T1 up to the top lane a little bit downwards more, but unfortunately they ran out of that quick wave and they are unable to do much. So this pretty much means that Evil would have a little bit more of that pressure going in, of a little bit more pressure all across the map because of a roaming 1-1. The 1-1 will then, of course, stay on top at the top lane, and the movement coming in from here.
Nice little juke, and the Bloody Hunt into the question. Sailor used the wings by wings to get out of bounds. A little bit of a tricky situation. The Absolute Zero's in. Now the Goon Squad is here, trying to find a flank onto Vendetta. It's a 4-man collapse onto this Kalea. He will fall, but at the cost of the turret up top, though.
Or not. They didn't manage to get a turret.
Man, on the bottom side, though.
At least they got a bottom side.
At least they got a turret.
At least they got something. So a little bit of trades here and there. They're still a little bit behind in terms of turrets, but oh wait, actually they're not.
No,
they're not a bit
even
behind.
right now. Just
even
1,000 gold lead from Absolute Zero.
Yeah, it actually shifted towards the direction of Absolute Zero, surprisingly. So we do have got more collected resources from the side of Absolute Zero. Very likely is because of the cross-map plays that really allowed Nun to collect some of these bounty all across the map. While in the meantime, Gear haven't really been able to do those.
That's another hook onto Powerful. He's hitting one hook after another. Bento all alone, getting Purify out of the way. Tsunami Slam won't be able to soar into the sky with the crossbow tang as they take him down as well.
This is the epitome of having a lot of crowd control to really work around with. And when you have a lot of these sort of crowd controls, oh boy. Even Ven with a single cleanse would not be able to bring her anywhere.
Turtle getting started up. Evil playing on the back foot once again. They had such a dominant performance in the early game aggression, but they can't seem to find their footing and find another step out of the door. As Absolute Zero just constantly going fishing every single time Rapidude is anywhere. This monster of a man is just so intimidating. Any hook just leads to a kill. On the backside, no! Nan gets a solo kill onto Ben. That's another Tsunami Slam into fair air strike into the Bloody Hunt. Pops him, Vincent, locks him down and takes him out of the game. Sailor, wings by wings to take him out. Will be out safe and fine and dandy. That's a 2-kill for Absolute Zero.
This is a very dominating match from the side of Absolute Zero. The moment that it hits about 6 minutes in, they are turning the tides and they are just making sure that they keep everyone in check from side of Evil. They even brought down the T2 turrets up to the top lane, and I gotta have to commend Nun though. Total of 5 kills to his name, not a single death at this point in time, and whenever he commits to a fight, somehow he managed to come out of it with a good bounty.
You know, remember we talked about this in the draft. If Evil is able to get this game dragged out into 15 minutes, they have a much better shot. Because there's not one member of Absolute Zero that can deal with Gear when he starts that split push. One electro final blow, it just clears out that wave and he gets back to safety and he does it again and again and again. It's easier and more mobile for Vendetta to do anything at all. Vendetta things off! He finds Ben! Purify already surprise! On the backside though, here comes Nun! Powerful, next to fall as well. Sailors and Buji, the Kimmy and the Granger coming in with the shots after shots after shots. Evil just can't seem to find that defense, just can't seem to find a sliver of light shining down the window as Absolute Zero pours in a frozen snowstorm over the battlefield.
Oh my god, that was big! To use, of course, the Tsunami Slam to pop up the cleanse from Ven, and an immediate reaction from Rapidude, flickered up forward, uses the Winter Trinket, or rather the Winter Crown, and immediately with that Bloody Hunt. That was Ven that is going absolutely nowhere. They now have a very good answer to dealing with Ven, but unfortunately it uses 2 ultimates. So they need to make sure that as long as they are able to bring Ven down, everyone else will go down shortly after.
Looks like the Lord won't be contested. Free Lord over the side of Absolute Zero as you're trying to maintain the side lane pressures as well.
Versus level 11.
Man,
This is no contest in terms of objective. There's no way that Vincent is able to do anything. And unfortunately, I think that Vincent is unable to do this. As a Fredrin here, I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember seeing a single usage of Appraisal's Wrath.
I remember, but just not a lot of damage
Not
whatsoever.
that big of a deal, huh?
And Vincent already has the Brute Force Breastplate as well as Radiant Armor, so he is tanky, but not
He
enough.
even have the blade armor, which
Yeah,
actually
should mitigate damage.
it kind of confuses me as that being the first item. I would much prefer if they would go to
Thunderbelt.
Thunderbelt, right?
Yeah.
Number 1 item, Thunderbelt, so that at least skills over the late
And
stages
then you clear the jungle much easier.
much faster.
Because
as well.
right now he's struggling in the jungle farm. If you
Yes.
see, like even the late game right now, 10
being
minutes into the game,
outpaced,
man, it's just crazy.
you're gonna have to invest in your early game in order to excel in the late. So in this case, I'm not a very big fan of. Okay, maybe it's not first item blade armor. It just happens to be in the first slot, right?
Maybe. But still, he
half
doesn't
build
have,
and all.
doesn't have any
Doesn't have Thunderbelt.
damage
That's the main
insurance. He has no damage insurance. I think that's what we're trying to say.
Hey, even the Molten Essence will work.
Even a Molten Essence will work. You know,
Yeah.
honestly, if you place the Molten Essence, I would much prefer it as much as if he even buys the Garden Helmet, it has the physical damage reduction
Mhm.
for 1-1 to come in and swoop up the competition, right? But right now, like Fredrin is just sacrificing himself every single time he plays in, every single time he goes in. He pulls up a taunt, but then again, the Bloody Hunt just comes in and locks him in place. So
Okay.
he becomes a non-factor at the end of the day.
Okay, so here's here's a little bit of I guess I'm just being critical here, right? So the thing about Blade Armor is that Blade Armor has got the highest amount of physical defense in a
Yep.
full item,
Yep.
right? So it directly deals with physical defense, and most of the time you buy it because you want physical defense.
Yep.
So this directly deals, and this directly helps you against heroes such as number 1, Granger, number 2, Hayabusa, and number 3, who else? I think that's pretty much all. Who's the jungler? Who's the jungler again?
Hayabusa? But it's very
Right,
skill-based.
I mentioned Hayabusa. So technically speaking, these two, right? And in terms of auto attack, for it to use the barbed armor,
Maybe
or rather
maybe
the
Kimmy more.
more on Kimi. But here's my problem, right? Kimi's little pellets does not a lot of damage. I don't think that in the early stages of the game, you gotta have to care so much
Actually,
about
a lot.
reflecting damage.
It has a lot of damage, but it's just I think it mitigates some of the damage because like I think the radiant armor isn't enough in this stage of the game because you also have the 1% extra damage from the glowing wand that the Kimmy has already built up. So
Okay.
the mid lane or Buchi in this respect was actually just able to immobilize, able to use the traction pulse to start things off and
Uh-huh.
just hammer and gun things down. I think the bulk of the damage definitely still comes from the Granger, where he uses skill-based damage, and they can't
Hayabusa
defend.
also skill-based damage.
Hayabusa also skill-based damage, which doesn't allow that that mitigation of
Yes.
defense.
Which
I feel like-
brings me to my point. I want to see Dreadnought armor.
Yeah, I feel like it's much better if he got the
Antichorus.
maybe Antichorus would be a better option, but what's that other item? The
Brute Force Breastplate.
Brute Force Breastplate, yeah. Because at least you have a little bit movement speed, and your
Yep.
defense, your physical defense actually scales up the more times you get hit. So it's
Fair.
basically like a radiant armor, but for
Fair.
physical attack as well.
Mm.
And you can mitigate some of the damage that Hayabusa comes and lands onto you.
Mhm.
But then you need some disruptors, especially for the Bloody Hunt. You have the Farsa in your arsenal.
Mhm.
Pop the Fair Airstrike. Try to protect the Farsa as much as you can.
Yes.
Try to get the Cho to get a knock-up once the Bloody Hunt comes up,
Mhm.
and try to disrupt the team fight. But they can't seem to do that.
Yep. I want to see Fredrin's role as a monolith. I want him to be a
Just a
a
statue.
behemoth. Yes, literally a statue. Stand there, absorb hits.
Mm.
I don't. as a Fredrin, honestly don't care if whether the Kimi is attacking herself. That's
Yeah.
my main concern and my main idea. I want to be able to tank well. I want to be able to collect my great HP. I want to be able to slam dunk people.
Yeah.
That's the main thing that I want.
I do have a controversial opinion for you. Yeah, we talked about a lot about Fredrin and his role and his value into this game, especially his
Yep.
impact is not being seen.
Yep.
What about Benedetta? Gears Benedetta.
Okay.
We
Yes.
were psyching things up, especially like, oh man, the resurgence of like Gears Benedetta. That is one of his signature heroes.
Yes.
But he's not performing in this game. There's
He's
no
not.
easy way to say this.
Yes, the meta doesn't really quite allow an EXP Benedetta at this point in time. So that's the reason why there's so much utility that's being used in the EXP, because we prefer the pacing and we prefer the tempo coming in from a jungler, because you rise in power so much more, you
Oh,
get
top
farm
side?
so much more.
On the top side, speaking of Benedetta, this is solo kill from Nan.
Regardless, now that we've got 1% down from the side of Evil, it does definitely seem as though Absolute Zero would have a much better start!
A Marchin hooking. He went fishing onto that Cho. Gonna Tsunami Slam once again as well.
Oh
Taking out
my
three.
God, wow!
It might be it. The community team against all odds. No minions though. Speaking too soon. They wiped out the competition as Absolute Zero throws down a freezing battlefield. A blizzard laying waste to the villains. Going in to the lower bracket finals. Securing the top 3 spot. Man, oh man.
What if?
What if?
What if?
Woo! It all started with the Franco. They just couldn't get away from the Iron Hook.
Yeah. I'm glad that that was the possibility going in. The moment that the Fasa was picked out and Rapid Dude is on the opposite side, it's just like, it clicks.
Yeah.
It absolutely clicks.
If you want to play
I love the
pick-off,
combo with the Kimi as well.
you want to play pick off, Franco is where you are, where you're at.
Yeah.
And Rapitud was landing the hooks. He's getting the fishes. He's getting the big catches.
Yes. He's
And-
landing these skill shots. That is skill. But unfortunately, being hit by these iron hooks as a Cho,
Yeah.
I think that is, for lack of, okay, with a better word, unfortunate.
Fair. And you also got the Winter Crown on the Franco.
Yes.
So you can't
You
disrupt-
literally can't do
you
anything
can't
about
disrupt
him.
the bloody hunt. So
Yeah.
you're literally just suppressed and just stuck there. And you got Kimmy and Granger just free hitting on that one shot single
Exactly.
target. And that's it. Man.
Oh man,
Man.
this is kind of tough to see, because Evil is now gonna be moving out of the competition now. When was the last time that we saw we saw
Never. They were always at least top 3. I think there was one season that they were top 6, the last seed, and I think that was like season 6, if
So
I
they're
remember
like-
correctly. But it's not forgettable. That's it. That's not forgettable.
so they are 6/5th place.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
crap,
That's
man.
right. But that's very, very
That's
long ago.
wild.
Because we're always psyching up the playoff buff. But
Yep.
right now, there's a new Giant Slayer in town.
Perhaps Giant Slayer, perhaps God Slayer. Because now we're going to be moving on over to the interview right there at Tampines Mall with Jace and one representative from Absolute Zero. We're going to be passing our time over to Jace for that interview and listen out to what AZ have got to say. Off to you.
It is a very, very long day for Absolute Zero, and of course for the audience on site. Can you give, ladies and gentlemen, can you give Absolute Zero a huge round of applause, please? So here I am. I've got Vendetta from Absolute Zero. By the way, Absolute Zero is a challenger team that qualified through the qualifier stage, was not seeded, and they've taken down three MPL Singapore seeded teams, and they team Evo to that list. So Vendetta, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling good.
Feeling good. That's it?
Feel amazing.
Amazing. That's it?
Marvelous.
Someone give him a thesaurus. Okay, so congratulations for winning Team Evo. Game number 1 went really, really long. What was your feeling when you're like almost clearing out all the different turrets already? There's nothing left. What were you feeling during that period of time?
I think we got overhyped. That's why they almost come back.
So the reason why is that you got overhyped. That's why you overheated a little bit. So who was the one that's the most calm person on your team that say, hey, we cannot overhype, come back?
Our tank,
Your tank is?
Rapido.
Shout out to Rapido, ladies and gents. The calm, the person that literally pulled Absolute Zero back to the game. Congratulations for that one. Okay, so tomorrow you're going up to the lower bracket finals. It's going to be your first best of 5. It's not going to be a best of 3 anymore. It's not going to be a best of 1. How are you guys preparing for that one?
We're gonna go home and sleep 8 hours.
You go home and sleep 8 hours. That's how you're going to prepare. So, okay, so a little bit more about yourself, because this is not your first MPL, right?
No.
So last season, which team were you from again?
Front Yardigans.
Front Yardigans. Between this Absolute Zero team and Front Yardigans, what's the difference?
We got Pinoy.
They have the Filipino buff, ladies and gents. That's what they mentioned. All right, if that's it. So going up next is RSG Singapore going up against Flash SG. Between these two teams, who are you looking forward to face?
Flash.
Flash, and why?
We want to get our revenge.
All right. That's interesting. But of course, we will only know who they will be facing after the upcoming match. So thank you very much, Vendetta. Thank you very much from Absolute Zero. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, we're going to close off for now for this particular match. It was an absolutely heated match between Absolute Zero and Team Evil. Commiserations over to Team Evil. Finally have to give the throne over to the new Kingslayers, ladies and gents. With that said, coming up next is going to be one of the key matches that you guys are waiting for. It is going to be the upper bracket match between Flash SG and Team Evil. Sorry, RSG. Well, stay tuned.
Not only do the boys at AZ have got
A Filipino import.
Filipino import, we also have. Okay,
Shout out to Deadeye.
shout out.
Yeah. Yeah, he taught us the prankos, the paramis, and the parses.
Parsa.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And speaking of which, let's take a look at post-game statistics. Man, oh man, Evil, as much as they tried, they just weren't able to break through that ice cube. You know what I mean?
There's so many. There's so many. Oh my God! There are 3 winter crowns.
3 winter crowns.
3 winter crowns. So technically speaking, if Vendetta really want to hold on to someone without being interrupted,
Winter crown in, and then literally you're still in the fray, and you're basically like a jaw hit throw. So that's the interaction between that. I forgot looking at it, but it's basically used as a sort of like defensive position.
yep, you still kind of throw people backwards.
You still kind of throw people
Yep.
backwards.
Rapi dude, we don't have to talk about that. We saw that firsthand. Buji is mostly just for defensive purposes. But your controversial opinion, we talked about gear.
Yes.
It is unfortunate. This is the game that we wanted to see from Evil. Is a flash to the past. Hopefully that a meta like this will work out. But unfortunately, with the new meta, new hero, there's so many catches that we're gonna have to look out for. And I wouldn't even say that AZ is just superior in terms of micro. We've definitely seen flash of brilliances coming in from Evil when it comes down to micro mechanics as well. But this is one thing that we gotta have to look out for, and the fact that if Powerful do get a nice kick for that pickoff, the only one that can fully utilize that pickoff is Sailor.
Yeah.
However, as a Farsa, your main priority will always be the Lightning Truncheon.
Yep.
And Lightning Truncheon does better in a team fight or orientation, not to a single player, single target. So only Gear can do well in that. However, his role has already been stretched out. As a Vendetta, you want to control your lane, you want to split push, you want to find a lot of these kind of opportunities. So what do you want to do? Do you want to team fight, or do you want to split push? We don't have a very clear direction as to what Evil really want to do. With a Fredrin, it says you want team fight. With a Cho, you say you want to pick off. With Benedetta, you say that you want to go for split push. So what exactly is the case for Evil? I think that there is a lot of win conditions, but they can't decide on one.
Yeah, I have to also echo all of your sentiments, especially for the side of Vincent. He did not play up to his best performance in this game in particular.
I agree.
Always getting caught out. Rapidu was there. His hooks on arm He's juking everyone with the second skill as well. The stomp into the hooks. So he's throwing out kind of like the dashes all willy-nilly, and it's very, very reactive gameplay. And of course, the MVP of the game is Rapidut.
He deserved this.
He deserves
He
this.
deserved
Yesterday, I remember he was MVP twice as well
Yes.
with the Pranko, and right now with the Pranko once again.
0:1:15.
It's 15.
15. With 88%. You wanna do that?
No, there's nothing. It's nothing
there's
here.
nothing? There's
Yeah, it's
nothing
only if you have the F in front of the game, and you change it to a P. That's what Deadeye taught me.
Oh,
That's why-
that's what
yeah.
I taught you?
Yeah, my Filipino import taught me this.
Is if a F, it becomes a P.
Yeah, so MVP up the game.
Up
Up the game.
Ah.
But man,
Don't come after us.
congratulations.
Go after Deadeye.
Go
He's
after
the
Deadeye.
one that taught us this.
He
alright?
taught us that.
He
said-
taught us.
But honestly, though, congratulations to Absolute Zero once again. You're going into top 3
Woo!
from the bottom now here.
That means that you have a best of 5 game next.
Tomorrow, though, so they're going home for
Yes.
an 8-hour.
Yeah. So that was actually a pretty decent transition.
But it's a
though.
good. This is a good segue. It's a good segue.
That is.
Because
like
we're actually going to be taking
a break.
a break, but it's not
Yes.
8 hours. It's going to be a short while. It's going to be 8 hours.
Did it
but-
say 8 hours just now? No, it didn't. No. It's just that.
No,
it-
I
the-
only wish.
The
I
8
only
hours
wish.
break is for like the
the
for
players,
AZ
the
boys.
players,
Yeah.
the players. But hey, when we come back, we have a very, very big game, and one of the biggest today, the upper bracket finals, Flash versus RSG. Back to the past. We'll see you after this break.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit, watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours, so dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Close to the upper bracket grand finals, ladies and gents. My name is Jace. This has been a very interesting day today, of course, ladies and gents. For those people who are on site, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this is the last match of the day. It's going to be the upper bracket finals for Flash SG going against RSG SG. This is us inching closer to the conclusion, and we've already eliminated Team Evo for today, and we're only left with our top 3 so far. Just in case you missed it, it's Absolute Zero, Flash SG, and RSG. Don't forget, ladies and gents, we only have 1 seed for the MSC, which will be held in Esports World Cup at Riyadh as well. And don't forget, this will also be the first match where we'll be doing a best of 5 instead of best of 3, ladies and gents, because this is already the upper bracket finals. And apart from that, this is also, to be honest, a revenge match since Season 7 when both these two teams last faced in the grand finals. These two teams, similar lineups, just that, you know, you got Jay being replaced by, Derry being replaced by Jay, and of course with, from the side of RSG, you've got Jay replaced by Derry, and then after here you got Ken being replaced by Diablo. It's a bit interesting of the situation, but just bear with us. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, gonna throw it back to the casters, and of course before that, here are the brackets. The brackets so far, ladies and gents, of course, it's been a very, very long day for all of us. So do stay tuned as well. Of course, we're looking at the upper brackets right now. Currently, it is going to be Team Flash going up against RSG. And with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw it back to the casters to bring you more regarding these two teams. Casters, Trills, and also Abstract, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9.
My name is Abstract.
My name is Churros.
And we will be a caster for
tonight. This is last match of the day.
Last match.
Last match of the day.
Of today.
We almost got that right.
Will be your caster for today.
We'll be your casters for today.
We are your caster for today.
You know, we've been casting a very long time.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember...
For today?
Not for today.
Oh, like overall timeline.
Overall timeline.
Yes.
Overall timeline.
Yes.
We've seen the El Clasico.
Yes.
Which was the RSG Evo, Slay, Bleed kind of era.
Uh-huh.
It sort of shifted over from Season 6, where Flash brought in Cortese and Hades into the mix.
Uh-huh.
That was the tightest game that we've seen so far in MPL, all like the entire history of MPL SG.
We don't talk about Season 6.
We don't talk about Season 6. If you know, you know. If you've been there, you've been there.
But it was entertainment.
It was entertainment.
It was peak
absolute
MPL SG.
Absolute cinema.
Yes.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Constant back and forth. Team Flash was 1 game. RSG 3 games. 1 more win, they take home the grand final. They clawed their way back up with a reverse sweep 3 series. 3 series. If you guys know, you know.
Yes.
You guys know. Fun fact: Bray is playing again for RSG.
Yes.
So this is basically a rematch of that Season 6.
It is a redemption.
It is a redemption, because remember Season 7, when Jace talked about it, it wasn't with the Bray stack. It was they threw in Yon.
I think they had like
as well.
Dairy as
They
well.
had Dairy as well.
Yeah.
So this is really a really long throwback to 3 seasons ago, back in Season 6. And we have pretty much the same roster. Bray, Jay, Roy, CS, and Closer. Jay was in Team Flash on the other hand. Right now he's with the enemy, quote unquote.
The enemy. Good old days though. I remember that even when we had, I think we had Hades at one point in time. I think I can't remember if whether that was actually Season 5. But they were close.
Very close.
Oh wait. I think Hades was there already.
Yeah.
Right? Hades. We got. I think KZP was playing also.
Yeah.
Was he playing?
I think he was.
Jay also
coaching, and Jay was in the mix. So that was in Season 6.
Yeah.
Season 5, they made their debut together, but they didn't.
Adamir's amazing
Adamir.
defense. I still remember that.
Yeah. But of course, you know them, you love them. There's Hades, JPL, Cortese, Vanix, and Ken for Team Flash. It's Ken.
Ken.
He can do it.
Ken.
If no one can, he
Ken
can.
can't. No, Ken can. Yeah.
Can.
If no one can't, if no one can't, he can.
If no one else, he can.
He can. Ken cans.
But of course, like we know him, we love him. We know him and love him.
Yep.
A lot of the audiences have been asking about, like, hey, where's Diablo and all that. He has been dealing with some family issues and things like that. That's why
So we're just gonna leave it as it is.
We're gonna leave it as it is. We're back into the mix, and Ken, definitely maybe going to be, if they ever make it to the grand finals and into EWC, that will be their main roster all the way through.
Very likely, yes.
This is gonna be a very tough matchup because RSG is the only team with all Singaporeans left in the playoffs.
Every other teams have got some sort of imported players.
Even our teams.
Even our team. Yes, even our team.
Even our team.
We have an import.
In the form of Deadeye. You saw him yesterday. Yeah.
It was great.
It was great.
It was great. Together we forget Jusin's existence.
He's also kind of forget. No, I'm just kidding. But honestly though, hopefully the draft is already ready. We will be jumping in to this draft, and this is where things get very exciting, because then we are seeing the resurgence, no pun intended once again, of Bray versus Hades, like we've seen back in Season 6. So now Loi will be very highly contested alongside Matilda as well as Chip. So we won't see these 3 heroes, and hopefully if anyone else, if any one of these teams open it up, one of these teams will snap pick that up.
So I would believe that RSG are okay. So it would seem that Coach Amox really dislikes the Juicin as well as the Luoyi. It has been a constant pattern that these two are out of the question and never to be seen in their games. But with the games that we have seen thus far, we have pretty much identified that very likely Bray is gonna go full out on Assassin Heroes and will always pick out on Assassin Heroes. We did manage to see Jay playing a little bit of that Franco for a while. It did not work out all that well. However, there are of course many other different possible picks out there, such as a Gatokacha, which he has picked out before in the previous games, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And I think for Jay, he's more of a... I remember talking about him at the start of the first day of the Season 9.
Okay.
And then we said, oh, he's very disconnected from the rest of the team. But now, it kind of seems like...
Slightly better?
A lot better.
A lot better.
Especially with the addition of Bray, he kind of knows how they like to play and macro things around. But fun fact, right now, it's the first time that we see the chip and the Matilda being opened up. So if the chip is opened up, RSG might be able to pick that up. I remember Jay actually pulled it out in Season 7 and 8. And he played a heck of a chip too.
So if they want to, they can first pick onto the chip. But it is if Coach Amox actually have got a game plan working around the chip.
Yeah.
But in this case, they're going to first pick onto Kalia. I've never really seen Closer play an EXP Kalia before, but for the sake of it, we're going to keep that in the open and say that this is a flex pick on the Kalias.
Yeah. But then, man, Chip and Matilda open. First time, no bans for both sides. I don't remember the last time JPL actually played the Chip before. But the Matilda definitely so. So if they actually want to pick that up because of the additional sustains, and this is one of the first few times or rare times that we ever seen the Matilda or the chip being leaked open. So it's either one or the other. It will be the Farsa and the Badang instead. So they are going to be leaving that on the tables.
Okay, so as per what we've seen before, red side will almost always pick out the Farsa, coming out with a little bit of that resurgence of Farsas. We don't really see so much of priority picks onto Kimi anymore. It's rather unfortunate. It's a very good traction pulse skill. I mean, the skill traction pulse is great, and also the immobilize that follow us up afterwards is always great. But I guess nowadays we are looking for more of artillery mages instead of more utility, considering the fact that EXP laners, they are working a lot more onto the utility side and really more on setup.
Yeah. So I think right now with the Granger and the Hayabusa and the Kalea also being picked up, I don't think we will be seeing any of the chip going into the picture as well. I don't remember last time Kalea was played in the EXP, especially by the hands of Closer.
Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to leak it over to the side of Flash SG. So last pick though, if they want to pick up any of these two setup heroes, now might be the best time. So just pick one up and throw away the other. I think Matilda might be pretty good right here, considering the fact that for Flash SG, they like these long extended team fights, and it's really going down into the picture as well. JPL likes Matilda quite a bit. I know he's one of his more comfort signature heroes that we've seen way back when he was in Season 1, Season 2.
There is... Oh!
Harith.
We completely didn't... Okay, at least for me, I didn't realize that Harith is unbanned. And actually, we haven't seen Harith being picked out quite a lot nowadays, and not exactly banned all the time even. We do definitely see that 1-1 has been rising up a lot more. So finally with no more 1-1 in play, the Harith joins into the fray. So this is Team Flash that's playing a lot more crowd control, a lot more area denial. They want to zone people out, or rather within of this Armored Force. So Gatokacha is understandably going to be one of the possible good picks as the roamer, since they have pretty good artillery mage from the Farsa. They've got pretty good damage coming from the Harith. They can double down onto these death ball kind of games and leave it up to assassins to kind of do whatever that he wants.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, especially since if you have Vanix in your party and you want to play around the gold lane, you just leave him alone, let him do his thing, because he thrives best when he's left to his own devices and you don't really have a lot of clashes onto the gold lane, so Vanix can just freely farm about. Now, second phase of bans, we see the Kimmy being banned out finally, alongside the glue. This can definitely a threat for the back lanes of RSG. Now, I think what could be possible is, you know, Hades could play even the Hanzo, because right now you have quite a bit of nice little setups. You got nice zone
Hanzo
control.
has got really good AoE skills.
Very good
well.
AoE. If you want to single target out the Granger, you could as well. You have double lives if you are able to play the Hanzo from far as well. Gato Kacha, like you mentioned, will be taken out for the side of Flash SG because you don't want to give it over the hands of RSG anyways.
Yeah. So they are removing all those heroes that could possibly contest for areas. I would want to expect and believe that Yves might be one of the heroes that RSG might want to look out for, considering the fact that it's mostly on AoE. You want to keep if Harith want to stays within of the Zaman Force, then just keep her in there. And especially since Gato-Kacha is no longer available to be picked, Yves would not have a counter.
Interesting. But then that means that they don't have a lot of early game damage, especially coming in from utility mage alone, and not a lot of high rotations to be able to match Flash SG.
That means they would need kind of like a more damagey EXP leader.
Yeah, I would assume so. I would assume so. Matilda and Chip still open though, so if RSG actually wants to play that, it might work well in their favor instead. But you have to throw Kalea in the EXP side.
Would Lucas still work out as an EXP, but
Possible.
damage EXP?
Possible, especially for Flash. Then it becomes super tanky and scary.
I would like to hope that it would be a Badang XP though. Or otherwise, a Hilda on the RSG can always be pretty decent if they want to get themselves the Yves. They need some damage. I mean,
they need to be
even
disrupt that
Yves
back
has
line.
got pretty good damage too. But if you want to talk about disrupting, I think that Hilda does a pretty good job in kind of pushing the backlines away.
Yeah.
Just
but you
direct
only have
counter.
you only have that power in the early to mid stage of game. If late game you don't snowball, you don't scale. Basically, you're sitting duck. Flash SG will just walk all over you.
I don't see it that way because they have a ever so scaling Granger and a Hayabusa, so it's not too. Oh,
the Veil. I've
the
always
Gara.
Seen, have you ever remember like TikToks of Veil when you have like a target onto yourself? You literally just use the tornado on yourself so that anyone who lands onto you just throws them in the midair and you just unleash your full combo. I think that might be the play for Roy, but I do kind of like where this is going because that pullback and that crowd control, that smaller micro crowd control from the Sandstorm actually helps disrupts the Farsa's ultimate and gives you a little bit of distance from the rest of the enemy team as well. You do have some sort of form of reliable crowd control and knockups from that Veil as well. Paired up with the high loss, makes for a very high rotation early game.
Terizla even.
Terizla against, I would say, the high loss in the EXP side.
Yeah. The Terizla very likely is the EXP, high loss in the EXP as well. So they have a very big meat shield for the side of RSG. They also, I really like the answer that they have, throwing the Veil to deny away the Zaman Force. This forces the Harith to momentarily dash out of the Zaman Force. That means this kind of forces Harith to have a positional awareness, where he will always need to be at the edge of the Zaman Force, but never at the center of the Zaman Force.
Correct. But there's a very small room of error for Veil because that tornado actually is persistent for a couple of seconds. So if you don't land it, at least like you still enable that zone control and manipulate the attention of
the damage is good.
The team fight away from the main
That is
source.
right. You can kind of consider this as a Gato-Kacha, Gato-Kacha's Avatar of the Guardian. You can kind of think of it that way. You don't necessarily have to use it as a pure damage tool. Oh man. But that's a problem about Veil. I think it's relatively fair to say that is a problem about Veil. You don't have a lot of mobility, but hey, this is level 1, so regardless, even if you're talking about Plaza, she will be forced to flicker anyways.
There's a lot of damage from the get-go, just from the early game skill 1, but this is Team Flash that we're talking about. A lot of the audiences that were watching this are actually looking at Team Flash as one of the top teams and still the top teams for this MPL season as well. The knock onto Jay, Sandstorm will miss though, as Jay will hit quite a bit of that sustain down. And I think for Flash SG, they do have a lot of early game potential, especially coming in from the Farsa and the Badang, but we've seen that scale down before. Can take a lot of hits, take a lot of damage. First blood goes over the hands of Closer. He will fall. Flash SG takes an L right from minute 1.
I would say that Teresa is actually a little bit slow in this composition, but I guess they do want to play around the penalty zone, being the with Roy possibly as the prime target. It's kind of like an off-meta for an off-meta hero, and I would suppose that for Zeus, he has a very good understanding that this is the way. This is the way to go, and the answer against Veil. We haven't seen a Veil for the longest time. In fact, we probably never did. So maybe we gotta keep our eyes out for this Charizla.
You know, it was actually picked up in the MPL PH Grand Finals by Super Flames, if I remember correctly as well.
Oh.
But now, fast rotations down onto the mid side. Ken trying to desperately get his level 4 to get this penalty zone online. Now, Turtle getting spawned up. I think Flash SG does have a better idea of how they want to contest for this one. Ken actually crawling his way up from the early L and the early death right from the first minute. JPL still does not have that level 4, so desperately needs to try to get that crowd control in question first and in his arsenal before they start anything off.
Okay, so 2 minutes and 30 seconds into this game with the Turtle currently available for the picking, but both Closer as well as Ken, they are literally just pulling the Turtle as much as they could. Oh wait, that's a new turret. Let's get that looks pretty good.
I think that's like epic skin.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah. You'll get it now.
No.
800 diamonds.
No. Saving up for my Sakura skin.
Very situational though, I think the Terizla pick right here. But
yeah,
when it comes down to like really high level team fights, you don't really rely a lot on the basic attacks as well. So Bray's already starting things off. Turtle at a half health. Okay. Starting in, you go the penalty zone deep into enemy territory. Curteasy takes down takes down one, takes down the Lord. RSG, it takes that Lord down into their hands. Curteasy down low, but will be able to survive this skirmish as JPL keeps Roy busy.
Very dominant and very committal from the side of Team Flash, right? They have got both Ken and JPL literally jump together in the same time, in tandem. And I love the fact that they immediately just wiped Bray out of the map with no way for him to respond at all.
Yeah, there's a very easy pickup for Flash SG, very high early game damage, and you don't really have a lot of damage as a high loss. All you can do is basically tank that damage in. And Curteasy, honestly though, the Feather Airstrike came in so clutch to deal that burst damage. And like you said, the artillery mages are coming into the question for that early burst damage as well as the cleanup potential from Hades.
Unfortunately, Roy was not exactly in that fight, if I recall correctly. So that's not the full potential of what RSG SG have got for us in terms of the team fight scenario. We'll have to wait for maybe the third turtle for us to have a better idea how that will look like, but it will still take some time. Despite all of that, we do have Team Flash that have got the earlier advantage because of that single kill on the Bray as well as the turtle pick.
Mid-side, you get the fist break into the fist crack, but here comes Hades with the cleanup. You got the Tempest of Blades down as well. Will not be able to take down Jay. JPL comes in, flashes out away. A double dip from that potato chip is what Hades needs, and takes down Jay with him.
Oh, a little bit on the greedy side on Jay. Realizes and saw that Hades seems to get really close to the turret and wanted to hold him down in the turret a little while longer and hoping that that would be enough to deal sufficient damage to Hades. But unfortunately, he was just a shy shot away from Hades to actually land the Tsunami Strike, or rather the Tidal Strike.
You know, right now, still second lord of the game, it's still pretty even. I should say so myself. RSG 1,000 gold behind Flash SG, not too high a mountain to climb to come back into this game, but Plaza SG showing a lot of dominance, especially with the Farsa pick in terms of team fights though.
Gonna have
started on with the red carpet. laid it out. Tsunami Slam onto Hades though. Able to keep himself safe for now with the Tempest of Blades. Down deep in the heart of the turtle though. Almost getting that reset. They're trying to do something with penalty zone as well. Can't take a lot of damage. JPL back for backup. Roy takes down Turtle for themselves. Ken down low, will fall, but a hands up closer as the Federal Airstrike comes in a little bit too late. But here comes Hades from that top side, takes down CS, might be able to go for more. The closer is there just for a little bit of defense as Flash takes what they can and they bounce. They're not really contesting for these main Turtle objectives, and I think that doesn't really matter to Flash because as long as they take down their bodies, they might be able to convert those into objectives. But speaking of objective conversion, T1 bottom lane already cracked open.
I think that's pretty good trade coming in from both teams. They're constantly trying to look out for something to put them over the edge, or rather on the edge against the opponents.
Good trade for the airstrike. Will miss Jay a little bit too much. As Flash SG, they take down that T1 top just for a little bit of a tit-for-tat trade. Flash SG still wrapping up the aggression. Now it's at the 6-minute mark, so we'll see a lot more Protector President kind of composition coming in through when Vanek starts that rotation and maximizing his farm potential.
With about 1,000 gold lead from the side of Team Flash, we are moving up to the third turtle very soon. And with this third turtle, we expect more.
Tsunami Slam into the Sandstorm. JPL gets taken out by the hands of CS. Gets a double kill. You're gonna mid of the battle. You're gonna save him. Force already laid down, but Hades on the backside trying to take down CS. Will miss the Sandstorm. That's what I'm talking about. Very small margin of error. Bray, it's a 1-on-2. Might not be able to survive this. Gets out safe and sound for now. Hades! A little bit too greedy. Punished by Bray.
Overestimated himself just a tad little bit, but so far we haven't really quite seen Veil in that big of an action for now. But perhaps the replay will be able to tell us a little bit more. So we shall see how that works out with a very first strike. Okay, we actually do have quite a bit of damage coming in from Roy that dealt quite some bit on the JPL. That would suggest where all that missing HP from JPL went to.
They're splitting up a lot of the team fights, and I think this is very crucial for RSG's success. As long as they're able to keep CS safe, then I think they're winning out in a lot of these major skirmishes and major clashes. Now, the first big objective of the game is spawned up. The Lord is in the pit. The Lord is in the pit. RSG has the long lane priority. The minions are pushing in closer, starting things off with that Lord, trying to pull it back and get resets down to get a little bit more information on where Hades is.
There's a little bit too much skill shots coming in from a Veil. When it lands, it's satisfying, but when it doesn't, you are literally a sitting duck on cooldown. So far, unfortunately, I feel that Roy hasn't exactly been hitting a lot of these skill shots onto the enemies, and only when he does, that is when things go crazy.
Nice little shuttle kill and a dash out of the way. Good outplay by Bray to keep himself safe and sound for now. Flash SG on the prowl, getting a fist crack on closer just to keep themselves at bay. Getting a little bit more information on the top side. 1v1 anime battle is happening. I don't think they might be going for it though. Hades!
Roy!
Getting knocked up by Roy and get taken down by Bray. Because Glorious Pathway already laid down. Because Federal Airstrike will not be enough to keep Ken safe. They can't keep making these mistakes. It's closer against 3 down onto the backside. As Flash SG loses 2, and they might lose this Lord in the process.
So with the Lord now currently in the favor of likely RSG, but they want to focus onto the T1 first. But somehow even found a kill down onto Curtiz. It is not great.
Good flag. Damon Forrest dashing, weaving, bobbing, and just playing around with the damage that this Harith has. I think Vanek should be saving grace of Flash SG if they're able to pull out this the game all the way to like the 15-minute mark. I think Flash SG is able to crawl this back because RSG, they've already attained so much more economy. They've fought their way back, and it looks like RSG has a dominant game here.
It does seem as though Flash did have got a decent start. They originally had like 1,000 gold lead to a certain point, but right now, even though RSG have got a great almost team-wide, a lot of kills, but they actually gave Flash this opening.
Oh, Hades with the retribution steals away the Lord though. Ken with nice penalties on to CS, taking a lot of damage, vaporized right in front of his face. Is Jay keeping busy, closer, taking on 3. There's shifting the targets. Won't be able to dash away from the damage that Harith is able to dish out. The JPL probably going to conceal 5 members strong. Flash SG wants to run down T1, but unable to do so.
Now, even though RSG may have lost that Lord's fight, they still are not too bad when it comes down to defenses. Roy especially, he has some crazy wave clear. CS, technically, it will take some time, but his wave clear is still not counted as too bad. Only until, 20 plus minutes in, that is when killing one Ballista is definitely going to take a little bit of time. But that will be the same for everyone.
There's a lot of mistakes that Flash is actually making in this high-stakes competition. Because the winner of this, remember, guarantees that top 2 spot and going into the grand finals for that coveted chance at the EWC and MSC. But now, for Flash SG, Lord is in their favor, marching down that T2 top side. Flash SG trying to split up a 4-1 composition. Hades not in the picture. Ken needs to look out for the brushes to keep Vanix safe for now. Contesting over that purple buff. Vanix taking a lot of damage, able to get that Purify out of the way from the damage coming in from that Veil. As Hades keeping the bottom side busy with the lane push. RSG on the defense.
12 minutes now. This is going to be important. As 12 minutes in, all of the holy defenses will be taken away. This is going to be the opportunity for Team Flash's side lane pushes to deal some damage. But at least CS did manage to make his way down to the bottom lane effectively enough. We'll take this time to kind of take a look at the in-game equipments coming in from both sides. With the Granger currently with the Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, as well as Sky Piercer. Not too shabby. On the opposite side, when it comes down to the Harith, still a little bit lacking, if you ask me, with only 2 full items.
Oh, there's a lot of tilt coming in from Roy! Man, oh man, the one ultimate and everyone's just popping like flies. You got a back line, Hades trying to pick up something at all, jumping on top of the mountains, jumping on top of the hills, and he gets out saved. JPL able to pop that flicker to get out of the way, and a little bit of shield for some insurance policy. But both sides of the map are still pushing in. RSG needs to find a way to deal with Hades.
Holy moly, does that hurt?
Season 6?
Oh man, please, let's not talk about that. But I think that there's a very high possibility that Hades will be able to take this turret down, and yes, he will.
Oh, just a nick of time, just one more frame, and he might get knocked up and just punished for his mistake for staying a little bit too long. But very good call by Hades, getting the trades down for kills. But take a look at this replay. Got a carpet laid out, and Roy dishing out that damage. Everyone just popped up like flies.
Oh man, and so when it lands, boy oh boy does that feel justifiable for that Veil pick. I wouldn't say that RSG has been punished for picking up a Veil just yet, but when it comes down to weaknesses of Veil, it really just boils down to mobility and being able to catch up to fights.
Laura's pathway comes in. They're holding on to Tsunami Slam as Ken soaking up all that damage. It's just a tickle as he's able to heal everything back up. You need to be able to manage those side waves. Look at where that top and bottom wave is right now, almost at half of their base. It's constantly pushing in. The bottom wave is left open. You know how Hades likes to play this. We might be able to see a backdoor opportunity as he's in the picture right now, in the Lord Pit. And they look like they want to blitz this down. They know that Bray is not in the picture. For the airstrike, keep everyone safe and out of the way. He takes down that Lord. First halfway once again. Tsunami Slam. Ken bumps in the penalty zone, buy themselves some time, but they're getting closer. There will be a 3-man collapse onto both EXPs, and both EXPs will fall.
So 1-for-1 trade, while in the meantime the Lord goes over to the hands of Flash SG. It will definitely march down in the bottom lane, and the Hades, he's always gonna be looking for some amazing stuff. So I've gotta have to say, RSG SG, they cannot overcommit to certain fights, especially since if they don't see a link somewhere.
Yeah, they need to know where Hades is at all times because he's a man on a mission. The devil himself is looking for those side lanes, and RSG SG, this is not their first rodeo. They know how Team Flash likes to play, especially for Hades. They've been at the mercy of his backdoor plays for so many games and so many seasons through. They can't make the same mistake now.
So now in the middle lane, almost going down. Flash They're looking for other avenues despite asides from the bottom lane. Bringing down the T2 in the middle lane will be of utmost priority. What RSG SG would want to do at this point in time is to look for that opportunity and perhaps even that pick-off using Jay's Tsunami Slam. As long as they land Roy's ultimate, I think that is going to be one of the main winning conditions. If they can't, they gotta have to cower back and turtle up within of their own base.
I'm sure. Look at the score line. Look at the economy difference between both teams. It's not much, but Flash looks like they have full control of that map just because Hades is controlling that side wave pressure. He's blocking that wave and forcing the wave in. So RSG, the only thing that they can do is play together as 5 because they only know that they can win as 5 members.
That is pretty annoying, isn't it?
Very annoying.
Constantly having to think about a link at the back of your head, and let's face this, Hades have got one heck of a, well, career when it comes down to ending games by himself. Probably the highest ranked in Singapore if we have any form of that kind of statistic. Number of backdoor wins.
I think we might be able to see one now if RSG steps a little bit too far away from the sun.
Which they might.
Which they might.
They're not exactly a team that is touted for the mobility.
Or macro control.
Yes.
For Flash SG, you have a lot of international experience, especially with the 2 new Filipino imports that have been there for multiple seasons as well. Not only that, they have to deal with Lord Vanix. And the damage is starting to hurt.
Although, I would like to give Bray the benefit of the doubt. I think he went through enough trauma to know that this Hades is someone that he have to look out for. He's the one that can respond to such split pushes. It's all up to Bray. With the Lord that is available now, they're also looking for that kind of opportunity. They have the priority at this point in time, but they have yet to really open up all of these brushes. One by one is how they're gonna do this. They spotted out Vanix, they spotted out Katisi, now they spotted out Ken.
Trying to blitz this though. Tsunami Slam underneath the Lord. Get a fair airstrike to kick things off to zone everyone out of the way. But here comes Hades, but Bray steals it from underneath Hades' nose. But down goes Bray. The same force gets popped up. Closer, trying to soak up as much damage as possible. Flash SG is also low, but they're fighting like they're in full health. Hades falls in the end. The CS tries to take it for himself. Down goes 2, maybe make it 3. It's Vanix against CS. One more hit. CS might be able to fall. The fair airstrike comes in clutch. Closer falls as well. Make it 4. 4 members of RSG just losing their lives. They got that Lord to buy themselves some time, but look at the bottom side. The minions are actually pushing in. They have to deal with CS though. It might not be enough.
What a comeback from the side of Team Flash. Originally, you were clearly seeing that RSG is the one that had the advantage with 3v3, but Flash is the one that have lost the most amount of HP. It's very fortunate that CS is actually even still alive throughout all of the ordeal, because CS literally flickered right in the face of the opponents just so that he can close up the gap and have more allowance on rush shots onto any fleeing enemies. But in this case, none of them decided to flee. They decided to fight back and even had the opportunity for Katisi to pop off with the Crescent airstrike.
Now, Battlefield is getting a little bit silent. Kind of feels like a library. No one wants to make any move whatsoever. Flash wants Hades to do his thing. RSG barely hanging on strong. Just 1 turret left on that T1. Able to take down that Lord earlier. But the economy has been equalized once again after. Seal play. Want to make a move onto Roy. Know they can chase him down. Getting stunned up. Knocked back. But Ken takes a full hit of the shadow kill. Able to get taken down by Bray. But look at the backside though, Tempest of Blades onto Bray himself. He does have the immortality getting popped up, but Hades taking a lot of damage from CS. Jay will seal that deal. 2 for 2, a tit for tat once again.
We've got Closer that ate up the entire duration of that Zaman force. And it is definitely unfortunate that it takes so long for Vanix to be able to do, or rather to be able to kill Closer. But hey, front to back, that's what you want to do. You want to eventually bring down and whittle down the front lines and then eventually all the way to the back. So regardless, this 20 minutes game is not going to go down to the end just yet. With Bray and CS available, they can still clear out these waves very effectively. Now the question begs, what exactly is the end condition? What does RSG have got to do? They have Jay that can play a very mean Kalia with those pick-off potential. And Roy's ultimate is essentially a gamble. They can do this over and over and over again until Roy's ultimate eventually lands on the target that they want and give them a favorable matchup, favorable fight. While Team Flash, honestly, I think that they're just gonna macro this up. They have a lot of opportunities for split pushes.
Honestly, it's a battle of intelligence. You have Dr. J against Grandmaster Uguay in the form of JPL. And both of these two roams are just so deep in the game with years of experience knowing how to play this. Down low, Hades picks it up with the retribution. Kurt Teasy, obviously in a Federal airstrike. I don't think they want to fight on this one. Flash, they ditch the Lord marching on the top side. RSG back on the defense. This might be it for RSG because Flash does have all the resources. Jay is down. A very high committal hero in that Kalea.
I didn't think that the Team Flash would kind of put the brakes on that fight because I thought that they would have wanted the bottom lane to push out all the way through and they extended their own fight. But perhaps their idea is that it's much safer for them to retreat because they already have the advantage coming in over to the base rush because Jay has 20 seconds left at this point as we speak. So this is probably the safest way to end.
Force pathway, slow things down, burn backside, Hades! Able to take down one, Tempest of Blades deep into the base, but the throne is what they're looking for. Flash secures game number 1.
Safe indeed. This is the way that they wanted to end. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and they have a lot of damage as well, so...
Yeah.
Woohoo!
I think that was a good call by RSG to pick up the Veil. Because within team fights, and we talked about this during the draft, once you lay out on Zabin Force, the Gara could just throw in a sand tomb, basically everyone entrapped in that particular area, which is just takes a lot of damage, and that's basically just spells their doom. The only issue is they don't have the ability to outrange the Farsa, don't have anyone to try to take that Farsa down before things really go south. The only thing is for Bray in the late game, you have that one-shot potential, but everyone's all clumped up together. If you use that shadow kill, you can't single out a specific enemy. So it really takes a whole village to try to pull Flash SG away from Kurt Teasy and try to just zone him out.
Right. I think that one of the main thing is that they don't have that burst potential. The only burst potential comes in from Roy, and once again, I mentioned that it's a lot of gamble in that. If you land a sand barrier, I can't remember whether that's actually the
I
name.
Changed
of the
it for the skins.
For the skin, yeah.
For the skins also, yeah.
Yeah. So if you actually land the sand barrier, then at least everyone is going to be whittled down. They have been completely, I guess, bruised in this case.
Yeah.
So this will allow Hayabusa to go in with a couple of those shurikens, and I think that it should be more than enough to convert into the Oki Shadow Kill and kill everyone else, right? This is the caveat of winning a team fight is Roy landing all those shots. Because if you look at it, Hylos, no damage.
Yep.
Absolutely zero.
Just
Nada.
tank everything,
Tank
soak
everything.
up all the ultimates that you can, and then get out of the way.
Kalia is a very slow, pinful death.
Yep.
Whereby it's really just about punching. The longer it stays, the more she heals. The longer it stays, you go down by a bit, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't expect too much damage coming from a Kalia in the later stages of the game, right? And finally, when it comes down to okay, so we have got the Granger, we've got the Veil, and followed by who else?
You've also got the
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
Yep.
Hayabusa is honestly, I mean, Bray really carried this game on his shoulders. Always finding the right kills from that back. I think one of the only few turnarounds that RSG had was because of Bray. Found the right target onto Curtizi, and the rest, as they say, is history. Because without the fair airstrike, it's all downhill for Flash SG. That zone potential is what they need. I think also one of the things that they have to adapt is Flash SG is a very macro-oriented team, and as such, RSG was unable to match that pace that Hades is able to bring to the table, especially from that side lane split push.
Yeah.
A lot of the times they're playing as 5 members and taking down 3 members at a time, 2 members at a time. It's always trades for trades. But you leave Hades alone. He doesn't really have to come in to take anyone out. He just has to make sure that he takes down these turrets.
I would say that Flash is a very self-sufficient team.
Yes.
They don't need Hades for everything.
Yep.
As such, just leave Hades to his own device. If he's able to apply more pressure on the opposite side of the map, let him be.
Let him be.
And then they will be able to, slowly clump and push RSG closer and closer and closer over to their base, because top lane is pushing in. We gotta have to fall back to kind of deal with that. But in the meantime, we've got one entire kampong coming in here. It's scary.
It is very.
Yeah, it's very scary.
In this case, though, I feel like Bray played well, but wasn't able to adjust to the tempo that Hades was able to bring. But in game number 2, though, that might be a different story as Bray learns to adapt. Remember, we called him the child prodigy way back when, and his understanding of the game and how he adapts to the situation that the game needs and needs you to bring into the series. I think Bray really has a shot. And not to mention, the 2 roamers is a battle of wits and battle of intelligence, how you want to play the map, how do you want to play the rotations. And we always see like JPL understanding that he needs to be able to protect Hades from harm's way. If he shows himself the map, maybe someone's going to be popping up from that brush on the side corner of the map as well. And so, yeah, but this is just like just reading each other out. And I think at the end of the day, both of these juggernaut teams played a heck of a game, very, very close. It wasn't one team that was more dominant over the other. It was more of a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and a whole lot of concentrated power of will.
Now, as we talk about the Hayabusa plus the Ling as well, in the most ideal scenario for both of these junglers, none of them would die in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think the only time that that 1v1 anime crossfight on that top side was because Roy came into the picture.
Yes.
And so if you want to blame anyone, just blame Roy.
Just blame Roy.
It's like, well, I want a 1v1, 1v1, you all chat 1v1.
No honor.
No honor.
Redo the fight. Go back to the top lane.
Go back to the top lane. Come again.
But honestly, if the Hayabusa were to go for Ogi Shadow kill first, then you can always Tempest of Blades, and that's the end.
If you Tempest of Blades first,
then
Ogi Shadow kill after.
Yeah.
And then
so I mean, most of the time, you as a Ling, you don't want to use a Tempest of Blades.
Yeah.
Unless you see the Ogi Shadow kill, then only then that's the perfect time.
Yeah. Then
So the only mistake in that fight can be done by Ling. The moment so your entire matchup, it all depends on the Ling. If the Ling uses or not that uses the Tempest of Blades, then that's your key to victory.
I think the shadow from Hayabusa also plays a huge factor. There's a 16-minute second cooldown, especially in the early to mid stage of the game. So if you dash one time, you have a lot of long cooldown for you to wait and get that reset down before you make any very big outplays. But at the end of the day, I feel like Hades made some mistakes, especially in early game. He was a little bit too gung-ho, but as he should, he's a Ling anyways. He should be able to take down the back line in the form of like the Veil or the Granger. And I think for a couple of times he really did and allowed his team to snowball through. So for Flash, well, congratulations. That's just one game off, but there's 2 more games to go.
There's still 2 more games to win. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the best of 5. Remember.
Best of 5.
Best of 5. This is the upper bracket finals, and only after this, whichever team that wins, they move on to the grand finals, where they will be awaiting for their opponents tomorrow for the final series, and that will be the best of 7. Whichever team that wins in the grand finals of MPL Singapore Season 9 will move on over to have the opportunity to play in the MLBB Mid-Season Cup 2025, which will be happening in the Esports World Cup at Saudi Arabia, Riyadh.
Man, for Flash SG and RSG SG, both these 2 teams really showed a lot of dominance, especially over the years. This really feels like a deja vu back to Season 6, where it was very close. Hades kind of likes to play this backdoor play, especially around RSG, specifically around RSG. Remember, back in the days, I know we're not supposed to talk about Season 6 and what really transpired down there. If you know, you know. But Hades used the Hellcurt to get a backdoor kind of situation down. And it was one of his more pocket picks at that
So
meta.
disgusting. In
Very
fact,
disgusting.
actually, I kind of miss the Hellcat.
Yeah.
I kind of miss the Hellcat. Like
I
even
remember I was
Beloyski
spamming
Hellcat.
it. I was spamming it at one point back in that meta. I was just constantly picking the Hellcat because
Can we
no
see
one
a
can really
Hellcat in
deal with a
Rome?
Hellcat. Hellcat Roam.
Can we see a Hellcat in Rome?
I think if it was down to J, maybe. But they
Mm,
might not want to risk it because you're very high committal. If you don't get the kill,
right,
people know how to deal with you.
right.
And you're immediately just shut down.
It would have been fun, but maybe not this meta. As now, we're going to be looking at the post-game statistics as well as the itemizations. What can we learn about this? With our...
What's wrong?
Flash 1, right?
Flash one.
Okay, thank God. Sorry, I had a little bit of a
brain fart.
Brain fart, yeah. So with Flash winning that game, we've got Vanix full item slotted, Curteasy as well as Hades. Understandably, they are all full item slotted. RSG, is there any difference in that? CS full item slotted, Roy? No, not yet. Bray is. So there is a small little discrepancies when it comes down to the amount of gold that we have between the two mid laners, and they are the main damage dealers. And remember, Roy's ultimate is one of the most valuable and most important ultimate of RSG in order for Bray to be able and remotely possible to kill people. Otherwise, your Ogi Shadow Kill really just do absolute nothing. If you want to use an Ogi Shadow Kill to bring people from 100% to 50%, honestly, don't. I don't see the reason for doing that. If everyone starts off at 50% HP, I think that is a great way to start.
Yeah. Matter of fact is, I think for the Veil in the late game, if he racks up a lot of assists, at least he can pop his passive and able to rotate around that map. But RSG was always playing very passively throughout this game. So this itemizations, to be honest, it doesn't really matter at that point. It was just, why can't RSG actually go into the jungles of Flash SG? They had sort of like cleared up that bottom side T1, top side T1, and it opened up pathing to that jungle. But I'm not sure why they played the as passive as they did in this game.
So with that Terizla pick coming in from Team Flash, that earned them the victory. And in fact, I think that we did manage to see a couple of times that Flicker plus penalty zone that lands right on top of CS. And CS actually don't really have an answer to that, right?
Yeah.
You normally uses your dash to reposition because you want a more superior position just so that all of your bullets fly in the direction that you want it to. The moment you kind of forget about the fact that, oh crap, that is Terizla on my end, I can't use these dashes anymore. It may definitely put down the amount of potential damage dealt from a Granger just because of the threat of having a penalty zone ever coming to your face, or perhaps even when it comes down to the freeze break, freeze crack kind of thing could also happen.
Yeah. To be honest though, man, who do you think the MVP is?
Hades?
Think Hades?
Damn.
Man, Vanix once again. Lord Vanix secures the MVP of the game as the Harith 8, 2, and 5 for his KDA. 57% kill participation, but man, was he deadly once he throws down his Zaman Force. I think there wasn't a time where I saw him actually get intentionally caught out by the Veil, which was one of the only ones that could potentially kill him in a big team fight. And he wasn't singled out by Bray as the Hayabusa. So very well played, just funneling himself, getting those core power spikes, and just clearing that waves and that positioning down into team fights.
So honestly, MVP Vanix for 8:2:5. I think that is well deserved. He knows his Harith inside and out. Let's be honest here. So giving the Harith over to Team Flash, I think they don't really have a choice per se.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that they gotta have to look out for, right? The 1/1, the Granger, now the Harith. They gotta think about it as well. Are they really gonna use all three bans just to make sure that Vanix is not gonna have a good game? No, because there's so many other heroes that he can play very lightly.
Yeah.
Moskov, one of his classic comfort play.
I think Beatrix as well, back in the day when he just started. I think when he started, he kind of shifted his position. Remember, back in Season 3, he was jungle for Zion.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, remember the golden years
of
Vanix. That was where he started off from. But then he found his comfort in that gold lane. And when he found his comfort, everyone was like, man, Vanix is a god. He's like, we cannot deal with him, especially in the gold lane. And I think it can be seen down in this game for the better part of the first half of this game in the laning phase. Vanix does have the upper hand over CS. That's why they needed to give CS the Granger to ensure that he kind of has an even matchup against Vanix. So let's be sure that we'll be looking at CS playing like things like Brunos, things like the Grangers, things that or heroes that basically allow him to get the upper hand right from the get-go, and not that late game heroes anymore. Although I think it might be a quite interesting play if CS was giving the Moskov once again. So highly contested for both sides, to be honest.
Well, we'll see how that's eventually gonna go for at least for game number 2, right?
Yeah.
Best of 5, remember. So there's still quite a bit of space for RSG SG to kind of play around with. What kind of composition do they think is gonna work out well? One thing's for sure, if a lot of these assassins are currently up for grabs, definitely expect the Hades to pick one of these. And if you ever have Hades pick one of these, you have to look at cross-map plays. You have to look at Hayabusa again, possibly. I'm not too sure if whether there are any other heroes that they're going to have to look out for. I would say that Fanny is one potential hero, but high skill ceiling, that's number 1. Number 2, the moment that you goof up, you goof up.
Don't tell me about it, man. I mean, when we started off the game, I think it was Vincent who kind of missed at cables and getting trapped up, and then he played a little bit very panic cable
Yes.
kind of thing. But we don't talk about that. So we are going into the draft. We expect to see some changes from both sides coming down into this game. Now, tables have turned, or turn has tabled. Flash SG will have that first pick, first ban. RSG second pick, second ban. Ball's in RSG's favor though, because whatever Flash SG picks up, RSG might be able to counteract this one. In the first game, we didn't see the Matilda being picked up. We didn't see the Chip being picked up. And I think for both these two heroes, it was very, very high, 90 to 100% ban rate for the entirety of MPL SG.
We say turns have tabled so meaningly and so often. I actually kind of forgotten how to say the turns have the tables have turned.
Fair, me too. Sometimes.
This has become a tip. This has become my dictionary. Like the turns have the tables have turned has now become that meme for me. Like that's the wrong one now.
I feel you. Actually, I feel kind of the same too.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh man. I hope that we don't make people
I think that's
say the wrong
thing
thing
like
as well.
dad abstract when you talk right now.
Yes.
You're coming up with dad jokes as well, but
hey, it's not that bad.
Hey man, I love your dad jokes, Dada.
But I don't even... Okay, let's move on.
Let's move on. Into the draft we go.
Yes.
Jose's gonna ban out the 1-1 and the Badang. I think for the better part for Flash SG doesn't want to deal with the Badang in the early game. That wall and the fist crack is so disastrous. For Amux though, very concentrated and respect Ben for Ken and Curtizi. So you don't want to deal with the Loy, you don't want to deal with the Phobias. I think if memory serves me right, that might be the Juicin ban right there. So it opens up opportunities for the Chip, Kalea, Kimmy to be picked up, as well as the Matilda if they want to play that as well.
Yeah, honestly, just take that Juicin away. I think that Amox have got enough of the Juicin, even though I don't know where the trauma came from, but I think I can sympathize on how annoying these selected heroes can be. Now, back to the picking phase, because we more or less knows what Amox is going to pick out, or rather ban out. The Kalia is available. The Lucas is available as well, and we know very well that Hades plays a very mean Lucas. But the question is if whether they are going for that very specific direction because of the cross-map plays that they are so famous for.
RSG really needs to look out for macro control. Now, Juicin is open. Juicin, Chip, Matilda opened up. Farsa is also opened up, and usually is being put in the second pick slot, and Roy might be able to snap that up.
Maybe Juicin first pick, actually.
I don't think Juicin over Farsa. I think Farsa would be much better. High rotation speed as well, yeah. And also, I think this is the Singapore flavor, but Kalea, we always see that being first picked up right here, and JP also plays it too.
Honestly, I don't feel that Team Flash have that big of a priority over Kalea. I don't think that they mind giving RSG the Kalea. So maybe some other first picks in here. So, oh, they
Yep.
really am gonna go for it.
And then you get the Farsa and maybe a Gata Kacha.
Sounds
just to
about
disrupt.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, sounds
yeah,
about
for
right.
RSG.
I think it is becoming quite a standard.
It's very standard.
It's
It's
very
very
standard.
standard.
Yeah, so
At least you have like
think if-
options and flexibility to play with.
I think the flexibility comes in the second phase.
Yep.
Yeah, and also for R3 picks. I think R3 picks is usually the more flexible one. B1, B2, B3 are generally similar. R1, R2 is also relatively similar.
Ooh, they went for Moscow
Oh.
first. So it slipped my mind because I knew that was banned out
Oh,
first. Go for the Juicin
we
and
got
the
some differences
Moscow.
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's how they want to deal with the cross map plays coming into the picture as well.
So that would mean that the Farsa is available for Team Flash again.
Yeah.
Katizi was pretty happy with the Farsa previously.
I'm actually very happy with the Farsa going into Team Flash. At least you have some mano-a-mano, kind of a head-to-head, lane-to-lane matchup, evenly matched up against that Juicin.
So pick-off wise, they have the Kalia. Do they want to invest in someone that can really make full use of that? Perhaps go back to the Hayabusa, because so far we have always been looking at a B3 Hayabusa pick.
Yeah. Hey, but now I think Hanzo might be an option for a Flash SG because there's not a lot of non-committal assassins except for the Hanzo to take out the Moskov.
Yep. Okay.
But
so
now, okay,
that's
Hayabusa
okay.
was picked up, yeah.
Yeah.
Good
So pretty
call.
normal. I think that this is pretty in line to what we expected. So now this is where RSG will have the chance to go for a counter pick, right? Because all the blind picks are done, or rather the blind, yeah, actually most of the blind picks are done. Now this is the counter reactive part. Perhaps they can go for something a little bit different here.
Chip or Matilda, at least you have some form of...
Chip or Matilda, huh?
Yeah, it's still open for them though. They pick one or the other. Because I think for them,
I still feel Gato would be the
Gato
case.
will be good to
Because-
disrupt the Farsa.
Yeah, and not only that, it does enable Jucin's lane priority a lot better.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Gato.
Is banning.
I can't really think about anyone that could realistically be able to fill that role well enough. But Agato is the one for Juicin.
2 peas in pod, huh?
I suppose so. Unless we want to find a way to put 3 Ps in there
I think kind of they actually do have 3 peas
in the
in
pod.
pods. Yeah.
I mean, if we're looking at Edamame, it's actually more than 3 as well, right?
Why are we always like going off tangent with this script?
We can't cast with one another.
No.
Yeah, we
no,
shouldn't.
this is the last time.
We should never ever do
I
this
promise. I promise. This is
Yeah.
the last time.
again. I'm never scheduling us ever together.
But
together
hey,
ever
we're
again.
starting a podcast.
Oh no.
soon. We are actually. So we're building a neon sign and all that. So.
You want to pay for that?
Hey, okay, we're going into the second phase of bans. High Loss getting banned out by Coach Amooks. They know that they don't want to deal with the high loss.
Yeah, even though I think that I feel that the high loss from the start of RSG was kind of walking meat shield.
Yeah.
I don't think that he specifically do anything because they're going up against a Harif. Harif don't really play all that much of a auto attack. There's a lot more dash, attack, dash, attack, dash, attack.
Unless you don't want to disrupt his attack speed from High Loss's passive.
Team is
Then
banning.
it kind of makes sense with that. But Coach Ziz responds with a Ling ban, so you don't want a Ling
Okay.
versus Hayabusa kind of combo anymore. But the Fanny is still open. If
Fanny's still open.
RSG wants to pick that up, that might be
team
possible
is
for them as
banning.
well. So now the Hilda being banned out, that gives information Coach Ziz that they want to put Bray in an assassin.
I think most of the time we'll likely want to see that. I don't know that Jay is definitely going to play that Gato Kacha. So right now we're just missing out on a single EXP laner and the jungler. Team Flash seems to respect the jungler pick a little bit more as such with that Ling out of the picture. Who else can match up with the Hayabusa right now?
Typically we see the Suyo as well, but you don't really have a lot of late game presence. But
Suyo.
still, you have that early game destructive power.
Definitely
that
not
is in
Hanzo
that
this
kit.
game.
Yeah,
Definitely not Hanzo this
May
game.
actually, honestly, I think maybe Hanzo
I
for
feel
RSG.
I feel that the
Your team
Hanzo
is
pick for
picking.
RSG might be a little bit difficult because of how Hayabusa's shadow is. if you're able to trace the line of the shadow, it's actually relatively easy for the Hayabusa to get past the Pinnacle Ninja and go over to the real body and just kind of like stay around there, or just kind of like wander around there. And in the event that the Pinnacle, the real body decides to go to the Pinnacle Ninja instead, you have a shadow that's already attached to him. Anyways.
To be honest though, I think either the Suyo or the Hanzo would work either ways. To be honest, I think the Hanzo gives easy access into Farsa, and that's the main target you want to take down. Because in the first game, I think their issue is sacrificing themselves to take down the Farsa. So now they have the Gato Gacha deal with that. Suyo will clean up shop. So that is a good early game pick and a lot more easier to execute, especially from Bray.
Okay, I'm down for that that Suyo. So now Team Flash, they gotta have to go for their final 2 picks. In some sense, a blind pick. We are lacking of an EXP laner as well as the gold laner. Harif is currently still available, but do they want to play Harif? No, they do not. So, okay, so with the Granger and the Terizla again! Okay.
Interesting.
I actually like to believe that Terizla is still Ken's comfort. I would still want to believe that.
Yeah, I remember one season where the Terizla was always picked up every single time, and I think the animation from the penalty zone is a lot faster as well. So if you want to get into that, create a zone to disrupt against major objectives, then yeah, Terizla is your go-to guy.
Do you remember the one season where Mo was the weatherman? And talked about a very specific Terizla. I think it was Ken.
Was it Ken's Terizla?
I think it was Ken's Terizla.
I don't remember, but look at that. You got Chip in the fray. We'll finally see Chip.
Last pick onto a Chip.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
That means it's going to be Gato in the EXP and then Chip in the roam. They can deal with a lot of these big team fights as well. And we've seen how Chip plays around in late game portal ticks. If you send someone back, you can actually rotate towards the bottom side and get a backdoor play. I mean, we've seen that in MPL ID before. And
Actually,
they love their Chip. They
Yeah,
love their
this
Chip.
is kind of like I think that this is my first time casting a Chip game in this season.
Yeah, honestly, same. Me too. I'm glad that it's between these two juggernauts.
I think that it's finally time for us to see what Chip has got for us, and if whether it is even gonna do anything good, because Chip has been banned so much, so many times, but never really shown on stream just how he pilots.
So now that draft is set up and ready to go, there are quite a bit of adaptations that RSG has made. Do you think it's enough though? Bring the Juice in, and the Moskov, and even the Chip coming to the question. I know that Amux loves his Chip, and the way that Chip likes to operate around now has a little bit more flexibility. You can use your passive portal anywhere on that map. You just need to appear on the same 4 spots that that come up. So
you don't have to go into this very specific spot to go to a very specific
Yeah.
spot. You can go from anywhere
Yeah.
to that very specific spot.
That's why when you spawn up in the base, immediately
You
it
just
goes
teleport.
straight to the opponent's base. But ladies and gentlemen,
Stupid.
we are going back into the game. This is game number 2, Splash SG 1 game up on top of RSG. Will they be able to take another one, or will RSG thwart their plans? Jay taking a lot of damage, but able to prance out safe for now. He's got the Chip. He will heal up slowly but surely.
Yep. I mean, it's not a big deal for a Chip to go back home. I mean, he literally invents shortcuts.
And I mean, even if he goes back home, I don't think he really cares as much, because he can come back into the battlefield just like that, especially in the early game. So Flash SG knows that they don't need to be able to force a fight onto the Chip. For RSG though, needs to be able to try to ramp up the early game. Jay already level 2. Vanix knows that Jay's right there on hand. Now with the Suyo as well, long time. Oh, from the bottom side, Jay gets assassinated with the shadow kill. JPL next to Fog and pulled back by the claw, and JPL will get cleaned up by Bray.
1-for-1 trade between the two roamers. Unfortunately, is a little bit more painful for Flash, because they even lost their flicker onto the side of JPL, which could have meant for a little bit more. Jay might go down the second time, but luckily did not. Bray came in right in the nick of time.
Bray with the backup. Really good timing right there. Roy left alone, got the Purify all locked up right there. Stunned up, with a lot of damage getting taken down. Will fall. It's bottom side as well. Vanix will take it now.
No level 4, unfortunately, so there's no way that you can even beacon herself out of that. So, closer. Okay, closer is level 4. Roy is still level 3. They need to farm the lanes just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, Hades is already at level 5, but scratch that. Bray is on level 5 for some reason, level 3 kills already.
Tsunami Slam comes with his own onto Bray, trying to stop his tracks though. But he's on his immortal form. He wants to go for more. SOD lands. As JPL can't running for their lives. Able to pop a flicker out of the wave. The claw will bring them back just for now. As JPL able to thwart their advances just a little bit more. As bottom side already pushed in, but RSG has so much dimensions to the momentum they want to bring into this game.
Oh damn, that was actually a pretty sick timing for coming from the side of Bray. He was actually being zoned out by Ken, and even had the penalty zone being set on him. He stayed around to go for that small little brawl with Ken. Not like it's gonna do anything to him, so he made that blade surge in a perfect time. It didn't touch a lot, it didn't touch a turtle by the way, but it got him close enough to land a retribution.
Bray still has a perfect early game so far. 70 seconds until the next turtle spawns up, but he's 3-0-0 on this Suyo, and this is what you want to expect when you have such an early game burst potential from this kind of assassin. 2 levels ahead of Hades, so to speak. Now Flash SG on a little bit of a defensive as they're 1,000 gold behind RSG SG.
Let's not forget that Jay actually do have pretty a lot of damage. Wow.
You see the shadow kill,
yes.
Pushed back by the spear. Good play by RSG.
Regardless, it is still very early to dictate the pace of this game because Flash is not exactly a team composition that's amazing in the early stages. So it's only natural for them to kind of lose in this early stage. But the one thing that they gotta have to do to ensure is to not allow Bray that snowball momentum, because as per normal for every single fighter jungles, you will always expect that fighter jungles, the moment that they have a lead, they can snowball out of control.
Speaking of snowball though, you have a lot of momentum that Jay can build up. The Portal still holding on strong. Haven't been able to find any team fight pickoffs just as of yet. This is holding it in. Ken trying to find an angle over to Bray. Turtle at a health, getting pulled back by the claw. Is Ken taking a little bit too much damage right now. JPL forces the ditch, got SOD onto the back line, finds Hades and Vanix hiding in the brushes. Here comes Closer, trying to disrupt their team fight. Fair airstrike will get laid down. Roy tries to pull everyone back out of picture. Closer goes down. Bray takes down that turtle. Ken in the heart of battle. It's Ken and Bray against the world. Curtizi able to pop that flicker out of the way. Got a tsunami slam down into the heart of Flash SG as they're taking one after another, way too deep into Flash SG's home. Get out of here, this Flash.
Okay, so we pretty much saw 3 men taken down from the side of RSG. Well, for Team Flash, I would like to believe that I can't actually remember that. I don't think that we saw much death coming from the side of Team Flash. In fact, what RSG at least have for themselves is that they got the turtle, they got the T1 in the top lane as to exchange for that 3 deaths on their side.
Yeah. Oh, shadow kill onto CS. Curtizi will snap, pick that up. Jay pops out the portal. This Ken trying to buy some time away from the rest of his team. But I think for Flash, they just need some time to get their power spikes. You already got a Sky Piercer from Vanix, so that's a huge power spike moment coming in for Flash. He just needs to kill to stack up those executions. Penalty zone onto Bray. Might be able to escape this. Slam, tsunami slam into the turret. Bray falls. Goes down. 2 goes down as well for the side of Flash SG. It's RSG SG. They're still standing up strong.
This is of course a pretty good trade thus far, but they found Curtizi.
Curtizi getting pushed back by the spear. Unfortunate, but from the flank, Hades finds one more as Roy gets sent to the graveyard.
Really good initial start coming from Roy, but unfortunately they do not have enough of the damage to really bring down Curtizi. As such, we've got Hades They found that opportunity to get a free kill off of Roy, and that is Roy with 3 deaths, which is actually very unfortunate. I thought that RSG might have been able to do things a lot better in terms of the team fights. Honestly, the objective is still good. As such, Bray is at level 10, which is neck and neck with Hades. They are still not out of the game just yet. If they are able to constantly just keep up with the total takes, that means the lot takes will generally go towards the same direction.
Yeah, I have to 100% agree with you. And now I think RSG's early game spike has kind of ended. And Flash SG, that one turnaround very deep into the jungle actually turned the tides of battle. But you got a portal getting laid down. AOG down as well. Currency zone just to try to disrupt every of the team fights that the portal is able to bring in through. Bray will secure that turtle, but down goes Hades. And from the mid side, though, Bray's left all alone to their own devices, though, taking a lot of damage. Ken as well, getting chased up by 2 members. Bray falls by the hands of Vanix, getting a split fight on that cross-map play. Ken almost getting pulled back by the claw and the lantern. It's closer, taking a lot of damage, soaking everything back in underneath the turret. Will keep himself safe for now. It's Flash SG, it's RSG trading flows back and forth once again.
Well, kills is not that important for CS. Right now, the main thing he wants to do is apply a little bit more pressure down to the bottom lane. As such, he completely forego that chasing the Tom and Jerry game. Together with Ken. So decided to just push the lane down to the bottom lane, get a little bit of farm bottom all the way to the middle, now to the top. They're funneling. They're hands down just funneling whatever that they could over to CS. So I think it's fair to say that CS have got a lot more farm as compared to Vanix, even though we are looking at quite a bit of a difference when it comes down to kills. 10 for Flash, 6 for RSG.
Yeah, I think not only that though, I think for Flash SG, they have to watch their 6. At every one point of time, you got Jay, who's able to pop out any point of the portals that gives a lot of attention towards one member. So there's a lot of like team fight pickup potential that RSG is able to bring onto the tables. They just have to find the right angle to do so.
7,000 gold for this for CS, and in the meantime 6,000 gold for Vanix, and that translates to a Hunter Strike and a Sky Piercer, and as well as a single sword for the Granger. While in the meantime, 3 items already done: Corrosion Scythe, the Golden Staff, as well as the DHS. Pretty good. I think that is more than enough for a Mosquito Ham.
Conceal onto the portal. Down goes Vanix, just instantly vaporized by RSG, and all 5 members get that collapse in. Ken getting a lantern, getting pulled back, getting slowed down. There's nowhere he can run, nowhere he can hide. Gonna Tsunami Slam into the wall, try to knock down Bray, lock him down with better airstrike as well. Try to zone everyone out of the way, but damage is not enough. It's RSG building that snowball into a snowman and into an avalanche as CS is starting to hurt. It's Hades against the world and an open lord for RSG to take.
Before the fight happened, CS had got 7,000 gold. As such, 7,000 gold. So post-fight, I'm pretty sure that even getting himself a mega kill, I think that this is more than enough for us to see that he's probably got, what, 8,000 gold already. So itemizations-wise, I think that this will pretty much allow him to go even further. And this is where Moskov will probably pop up even more.
Portal's so fun to see. You have a little bit of stun as well, so no retribution on the side of Flash SG. RSG might be able to snap pick that up. The silver lining is Flash was able to take down Jay, but at the cost of the Lord. But this is still the first Lord. Flash SG has everything in them to make everything count. Bray getting thrown back by the Tsunami Slam, able to get himself out to safety, but CS!
Oh my god!
Against the world, not even Ken can save him.
Oh my god!
Make that 3 as CS goes ham!
This CS, this Moskov is now out of this world. We started that fight, or rather we started 2 fights ago with 7,000 gold with 3 items, and just within 1 minute, we've got 9.6 thousand gold. And even with that wind of nature, he got a 1 in the middle of that fight even.
Yeah, this actually creates so much opportunity for all of them. There's a mid-air kill onto that far side as well, so Kurtizi can't even get away from this Moskov. They need to be able to find a way to take him down fast, but how can you do that when Jay constantly has that portal in his arsenal at the ready? At any one point of time though, Flash SG cannot make any wrong moves, as RSG does have high skirmish potential. Very high committal though, but very high skirmish potential.
11 minutes and 30 seconds in, with the Lord now chasing up on the JPL. but he have a single charge that he can land right onto the lawn to diminish that 30% of the turret HP. Team Flash now they're back
side.
against the wall.
Oh, 1v1 Bray, one out on the enemy team fight. Come at me, bro.
This is absolute cinema.
Absolute dominance from RSG in the second game. Right now, look, the biggest lead that they had in 2 games so far. 7,000 gold. The Crimson Beacon already laid down. AOG trying to stop the approach for Cortese and Vanix. Got an SOD. Will not be able to land though. The Tsunami Slam into the turret. Jay soaking up all these damage. They might be able to take that T1 and get out of the way. The discipline from RSG SG. They cleared out the mid T1, T3, and the top side T3. So now RSG, they're ramping up the aggression. 8,000 gold lead. What can Flash do? The silver lining is they have that high ground, but they can't use it because RSG is just hammering into their faces.
This is CS with fully item slotted. That's fully item slotted. Honestly, right now CS is leaking a bit of that Vanix energy.
Yeah.
Right. We've seen such a dominating performances on Moskov so many times, but they are mostly piloted by Vanix. But now CS is really showing us what RSG SG is like. This is crazy. And not only that, Bray has also been piloting this Suyo out of this world. Currently, we've got the Hunter Strike, the War Axe, BOD, and the Queen's Wing even. Want to have a little bit more of the front line energy coming in from the Suyo. Not something that I expected, but definitely a good choice.
Now, Flash SG, very precarious position. They have full control of that Lord Pit. There's no way, no chance that Flash SG was able to go out of their base because at any one point in time, Jay can just use the portal and appear in front of your face. And Hades struggling to even find a side lane pressure push into RSG to buy themselves time and space to be able to work anything at all. JPL really needs to find an angle onto CS, try to roll him in, but he has that Purify at the ready and he's holding it for that Tsunami Slam at any point. So it's going to be a tall order right here. They try to make things work. They've got the concealed play being laid down by Jay. Lord marching down the mid side. CS just free hitting onto that turret. Down goes 3. AOG blocking everything off. He's got so much zone potential coming in on the top side though. Cortese able to use the Fair Airstrike, clear everything out of the way. It's RSG able to get that throne and bring us to the next game. It won't be a clean sweep this time like I think most of us were expecting, as RSG actually coming into the picture really strong, especially CS with the Moskov play.
Man, what a game!
Yeah.
This is hands down going to be the season that will give us a, I guess, no longer a possibility of clean sweeps from Team Flash anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know about this, but I am not exactly too fond of the pick of Terizla for this game.
Yeah.
In the previous game, it kind of seems pretty nutty because his penalty zones along with the Badang's clashes, it all feels that it gels together pretty well.
Yep.
And they have constantly been able to catch CS completely off guard. But this time, the rope is not on the, or rather the leash is no longer on the hands of, who is that again? Can as well as JPL, but CS literally have got a leash on all of them.
Yep.
And he's got free reign, completely uncontested, unpunished. He can reposition however he wants.
Yeah. I think to add fuel to the fire, you don't only have to deal with the Moskov, but you have to deal with Chip.
Chip as well, yes.
To be honest, I think Chip was the main game changer. Yeah, they had a little bit of a turnaround in the early stages, I think the third turtle of the game, where they were a little bit too aggressive, but on the top side, when they singled out Vanix and popped that portal in, I think that was where, you know, CS's farm just exploded out of control.
Yep.
And it was just, yeah, it's so hard to deal with Moskov at that point. So ban out Chip. I think, honestly, it is so hard to deal with, especially when you're on the losing end. Everywhere you walk, everywhere you go, Jay is going to be there. Jay is going to be right at your face, even though there you see Chip at the turtle, the Lord, or any of the major objectives. At one snap of his finger, he will appear on the opposite side of the map. So this is going to be a hero that is very disasterly to deal with.
The thing about having a Chip in your lineup is that you naturally will feel that you don't have to clump up and you don't have to group up all that much
No,
during rotational phases.
farm and do your thing.
Yep.
And then when it's time to attack and when it's time to clash, then we'll just come together.
That's
If
right.
not, just do your own thing. That's why I love playing with chips.
That's right.
It's constantly being banned out too.
So with that idea in mind, that means that this is supposed to be a team fight, or rather, this is supposed to be a composition that Hayabusa loves.
Yep.
Because there's so many of them that is away. They're spread out. As long as you identify that, look, the chip is down at the bottom, and you know that there's no teleportation that's around your area.
You know, here's the thing: when you have the chip, you can sort of like have a slight vision play on when you open the portals. So when Jay actually uses the passive, like the shortcut, anywhere on that map, you can open up the portal a little bit to give yourself a little bit of information. You can see like, oh, if he's attacking the purple buff, yeah, then you have like the slices. You can hear the sounds of the buff being taken.
Right.
And of course, not to mention though, I think at the end of the day, it was Closer who was actually there to block off the escape routes from the rest of the team, so that it kind of created that zone for CS to really gun everyone down in the late game. And yeah, ban chip.
Ban chip.
Ban chip.
I would have expected a little bit more out of Hayabusa. So many of them are generally going to be far away.
Yep.
They're going to be prime targets. As long as you get information from the opponents where exactly Chip is, where some of these other players are, okay, Hayabusa, go for it. This is a free kill. There's no one around except for maybe, creep waves. So do your magic. But I think that the problem about that they didn't exactly do too much of that. I think that maybe they did, but it's mostly on JPL. I haven't really seen a lot of JPL playing a Kalia. As such, I feel that this is a little bit out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
This is more of a catch hero, which is very synonymous to a Cho. But Kalia doesn't necessarily allow you to really tag onto the opponents and just kind of just casually look around. Hey, they're here. Hey, they're there, and then just casually get out. Titanal Strike allows you, yes, but
it's super high committal. If you jump in and you see all 4 or 5 enemies waiting for you on that brush, you're just basically dead. There's no way you can have an escape too. Ooh.
You actually went for photo first.
Yeah, because the passive actually heals it back up. But I actually remember the point that I want to bring up. The Turisla pick was actually good in a way that you were a little bit defensive drafting. If in case the opponent picks up a chip. Because remember, the way you deal with chip is AoE, crowd controls AoE stuns on top of the portals. We saw that a couple of times from Ken. However, the rest of the team was just too far spread out for anything to come into fruition.
Right.
Because the portal only appears on the opponent's side, and it's your backside, right?
Yeah.
So you can only enter the portal if you're very near an enemy hero. So note that Jay didn't utilize the portal in the laning phase, because that's where things can go south. You don't want to initiate team fights where your enemies can actually come back. Yeah, come into the battle as well. So I think that was a very good point that Jay actually not Jay brought up, but like that we actually noticed in this game where Jay. I was wondering, why doesn't he go for the side lanes? Why doesn't he open a portal on the sides? Because the rest of the team has easy access to the portals, and then Flash, and if you're facing a strong team like Flash, you don't want to risk anything a chance. So if you have a singled out enemy and you know that your entire team is far away from you, away from all the enemies, you just pop in your portal, get everyone come in, and then just wipe out the competition.
Very good point, actually.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Just kind of slipped out my mind sometimes that you can hijack the opponent's portal.
You can hijack the portals. Yeah, a lot of people forget that because Chip has been reworked so many times after he was released. And I remember the first time he was released, he was immediately banned out every MPL on every international stage.
It's always fun to see.
It's always
Chip
fun to be
being banned to the point that you forget that, hey, Chip is a playable hero.
That's right.
That is mostly just a dead portrait.
I remember also like Jay was one of the first few players who played Chip in the MPL scene.
Right.
Back when Chip was first released in, I think, season 7.
Okay.
He was alongside FMM, and they also had the Loi as well. So the Loi Chip combo alongside a high hitting damage dealer like either Moskov or even the Beatrix. You could play that in. would be one of the better ways to play with that chip, and it gives so much potential. So that's why 100% pick ban rate, 100% win rate so far. I don't remember seeing any chips
Leaked out
except
for
today.
this week.
Yeah.
Or rather, this entire season 9.
Yeah.
Never really seen that much. So
Unless we go back to Jay statistics once again.
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of lazy to pull out.
I know, right? He put a lot of effort in that thing.
Yeah, but Jay's is just so forgettable, you know.
I would say that. Juicin. Juicin is forgettable. Speaking of Juicin, do we remember Juicin in this game?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Roy actually picked up the shoes in. And to be honest though, I think he played a heck of a game using the lanterns to try to pull everyone back out of the into the mix of battle, and you can use that to chase and slow them down as well. And we always see that Ken was constantly pulled back. We always see JPL constantly pulled back by Ju Sin. That causes a lot of downfall and breakdown in their communications because it doesn't go according to plan. You want to be able to set up for your team, and if you're very counteractive into dashing away from Ju Sin's lanterns, then you're in a tough spot.
So what do I gotta have to say about this? Team Flash, they won game 1, sure, great and all. But game number 2, this is a dominant performance for RSG. Let's not forget about the fact that previous game, it was not an easy game.
No.
Okay, Team Flash took 20 odd minutes to end the game.
I think, if I remember correctly, it was, around 18 minutes, maybe like second lore of the game, and then they start ending it. But this was honestly a very dominant performance from RSG. Especially in the late game, once CS pops off, there was no way that Flash was able to find themselves any hope or reconciliation to deal with the Moskov.
This makes me believe that there's a chance. There is actually a chance for RSG to move straight to the grand finals.
There is also a chance for Bray to finally get his revenge. He's waited 2 whole seasons for this. Right now in season 9, he's back after coming in from military and all. But he's back in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, that's true. Did you see his hair just now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is Soul NS boy, NS man, NS men.
Hey, he's become a man now.
Yeah.
He's not the child prodigy.
No,
he's a man prodigy. Jinx.
Oh man. Okay, so MVP wise. Oh, we don't even have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like hands down CS.
I would say CS, 100%.
If it's not CS, I blame production. If it's not CS, I blame production. I mean, that could be... Okay, no. I definitely say it's CS. Even though J is really important in that fight, I will still say that CS have got, number 1, the biggest amount of kills, one of the biggest amount of kills plus assists, add on together, they're great. And he's been pretty much in a lot of these team fights. Team fight participation is great. Amount of gold that he received is great. He died one of the least as well. Wait, Closer only died once?
Closer only died once.
Shame on him.
But to be honest though, I feel like he is the forgotten one for a lot of reasons.
Okay.
Like without the AOG, Flash SG was able to come back with the Feather Airstrike. He was always there to disrupt either the Feather Airstrike or stop the approach coming in from Vanix and Curtizi. The only time he died was when he sacrificed himself just to keep everyone up and alive. And I think that was pretty much in the super uber late stage of the game. But to be honest though, adapted to the situation, adapted to how they want to play things around RSG.
I really like this one thing. Every single one of RSG's players, except for the jungler and Gatokacha,
They have like center parting?
Purify.
No,
They have-
Purify.
they have what, sorry?
A center parting?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Kinda.
Yeah, kinda all of them kinda have certain parting.
I'm just joshing with you. Yeah, Purify.
Yeah, they have Purify. Yes.
No, except Gato. Yeah,
except for
we
Gatot.
revitalized.
Yeah,
Okay.
Gatot as well as the Suyo. So
Because you don't want to get caught by either Tsunami Slam or the penalty zone.
yeah, so I really like how they really respected that.
Yep.
I know that at sometimes Moskov can be seen pulling off a flicker.
Yep.
But there are one point in time where we see a lot of Inspire. Do we still have a Moskov Inspire right now?
No, because you already max out your attack speed when you build up the Holy Trinity. So
Right.
you don't need additional attack speed unless you are 1-1 who needs to be able to get out of the way, because they just anyways you have to hit your enemy to get the stacks going on strong. I would prefer Flicker
It's
and
actually max
Purify.
attack speed.
There is kind of okay. So the Inspire actually breaks past the max attack speed limit, but only for maybe like 1-2 seconds. But honestly, once you have the DHS, the damage is done. Like that is just crazy amounts of damage
Hey, 1 to 2 seconds can mean a lot.
in a life and death situation like in this game.
Yeah.
Fair.
I still like the Inspire. But regardless, total stats, we do have, of course, the totals and the Lords absolutely dominated by RSG. But aside from that, you know, turret takedowns, Flash did manage to get a couple of turrets here and there, 2 turrets altogether. Not great, but not the worst.
I do have to say also that Hayabusas today not really performing well.
Yeah.
Either from anyone.
What?
Of course, MVP goes over to closer as Gatakacha. I think the Forgotten One deserves some love. 3, 1, and 4 is his KDA with 44% kill participation, but super valuable and very high impact in terms of these team fights. If he does not have that AOG, then the team fights would definitely go south.
Okay, that's actually a surprise.
Yeah.
I even said if it's
It's
not
either that
CS,
or production is just trolling us.
yeah. I even said if it's not CS, I blame Prod.
I also blame Prod.
I blame Prod.
But to be honest though, everyone of RSG
everyone is an
played-
MVP.
Everyone is MVP.
Everyone's an MVP.
Everyone's an MVP.
Safe answers.
Very safe answer.
Yeah.
Okay, moving towards game number 3. This is the second game number 3 that we have.
Yes. With the
But-
first one being the very first series of the day.
Guaranteed another 2 more games.
Yes.
Yes.
Guaranteed at least 2.
Man.
What time is it now again?
It is
7:32.
7:32. It's time for dinner.
It's time for dinner.
And also time for the draft.
Is it going to draft already?
I don't know. I hope that we're going into the draft.
Oh, we might actually just go straight to the draft soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to see some changes though in draft. Speaking of it.
What kind of changes do you want to see?
I don't know, B1. What do you want to see?
I don't know, B2. What do you want to see?
That is just so stupid abstract. We cannot cast
I'm
together.
B1.
You are B1. Okay, we're jumping into the draft. This is basically our dinner right now. But now, Plaza SG actually taking up the first pick first ban, and they're respecting CS's Moskov, and that's what I want to see. B1.
Okay, I do like what I'm seeing. B2. Indeed, very good. With the Loi being banned out, okay, let's just assume that we know what Amox is gonna ban, right?
Yep.
We got the Juicin, we got the Loi, we've got the Phobius. Done. Gone.
But what about the Chip and what about Matilda?
I will say
It's
that
been
that is.
leaked out so many times in the first 2 matches that these 2 teams have met.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Yeah. To be honest, I feel like you should pick up the Chip instead of the Kalea in the first pick. At least
Yeah.
secure that in and play around the Chip.
This is kind of the chip ban is actually for RSG. RSG is the one that needs to ban out the chip. But looking at the fact that okay, I think that they may actually ban the chip actually because they let go of the Juicin once. They're not that concerned because they could just pick up the Juicin in phase 2 because Team Flash, it doesn't seem like they prioritize the Juicin. We saw that once.
Yep.
So I
They
think that's more
prioritize the
than enough.
Farsa even more.
Yep.
But of course, that is the Baksha ban slot. So will Coach Zace actually do the same thing all over again? Try to contest for a winning lane for Vanix.
Don't mind me. Let me just test something.
Yeah, this is Baksha. Baksha ban.
Why does it feel like my forehead is so high? I'm sorry.
That just came out of nowhere, Abstract. That came out of nowhere.
It suddenly felt my forehead is super high. What's going on? Am I losing hair?
I am not. That came out of nowhere.
I was just looking at myself and just like, I look old.
Yeah, now we know how narcissistic you are. Hey.
I look old. I just look old. I just looking at it like, why do I
Yeah.
have such high receding hairline?
Because you're a Dada.
Oh, shut
Yeah,
up.
you're evolving, you're transforming.
Oh, shut up.
Speaking of Dadas,
Uh-huh.
actually there are
I'm your dad. No allowance for you. You're too old for that.
that is just weird, man. That's just kind of weird.
I thought you
was
liked
gonna-
weird.
But I was gonna say like
I thought you
maybe-
liked weird,
I kind of
B2.
want to see Angela and Florence coming in. We teased it quite a lot. But you know,
You
this is any time,
pervert.
no time like the president.
You
Speaking of daughters,
pervert.
speaking of daughters.
Okay, we've got a clear that is snap picked coming in from the side of Team Flash, while RSG have decided to pick up the Granger and the Juicin for themselves. Since no more Moskov, I think it does make pretty good sense to give CS that priority Granger pick. The Juicin is also going to be a pretty good pick for themselves, so now the ball is on the court of Team Flash Singapore. What is currently available? Chip.
Typically,
Unless
you want to
they-
go for another marksman, but now with 1-1, Moskov, and Harith out of the picture,
It's kind of tough, huh?
it's kind of tough. If you want to leave it to the second phase, maybe you can pick up the Hayabusa and the far side once again, because
I
they did
think
it
they will do that.
3 times in the first 2 games.
Can
as
they
well.
not?
Oh, the Fanny comes through.
Oh,
alongside
they
Kimmy.
actually did not.
We'll try something different.
Try something different now.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on. I feel like I say this quite a lot today.
Yeah, but it's okay. You can continue saying that B2.
Is it actually okay, B1?
Yeah, it's okay B2.
No, so this will be the 3rd time we see the Fanny and the Kimmy.
Is it?
I think so. I think the first 2 games today was these couple of heroes, but now with the Ling, I think it changes things a little bit for
the
RSG.
battle of the purple buff.
Battle of the purple buffs.
So
Said it right.
aggressiveness, I guess. Maybe the teams will want to look for something more aggressive. Roaming trio. That means that Juicin.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
Gato Kacha needs to be banned.
Badang is still open.
Badang.
Badang. And Plaza SG was prioritizing the Badang pick earlier on.
Mm.
So second pick might be leaked out. I
Yeah.
don't know if Ken actually plays the Lucas. I think Lucas might be quite good, considering the fact that they have to deal against the Granger and Juicin.
I don't think they don't want the Lucas here.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, number one, they need to expect that the Gato Kacha would want to be picked up by RSG. That is a given. They don't have a choice unless they want to specifically ban out the Gato Kacha. Is it worth it? I'm not too sure, but I think that there are some other heroes that they're gonna have to be concerned about, because it's both the roamer as well as the EXP laner that they have to look out for. What really allows RSG to be aggressive? That's the question, because they need to ensure that the Fanny can get her buff, and they need to ensure that the early game is for them.
Yeah. To be honest though, RSG can still pick up the Matilda for themselves. And it works very well against the with the Granger. You maximize his farm to infinity and beyond, and you just funnel CS to get his power spikes right from the get-go.
What kind of roamer is very aggressive? Jawhead. Actually, Jawhead sounds pretty good.
But they're just denying all of the EXP laners.
Yeah.
I think for Flash SG, that might be a Gatot ban as well. Then Ken forced to go with the Terizla once again, unless you want to try something different and play maybe the Yuzhong or something else.
Definitely not the Yuzhong here.
Yeah.
I don't want to see the Khalid, but Khalid is one of the few heroes that can be very aggressive right off the bat as well. And that's something that we can see from JPL too.
Falls off quite hard in the late game.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm not too keen on the Khalid. It's more of like a Diablo kind of pick, a Diablo composition kind of pick, rather than a Ken composition.
I feel that, no, I'm actually looking at the Khalid onto JPL.
Yeah.
And the Kalia onto Ken. But I'm not too sure whether Ken actually plays the EXP Kalia or not. Probably some
No
flexibility.
time like the present.
Oh, man, I actually don't really like that.
Yeah,
I
but
don't like that.
still quite a lot of options though for high loss, because you need some reliable form of stun to lock Fanny in place once she comes in with the cables. So high loss would be one of the best ways you can do that. You gotta time the stun very effectively.
So understandably, I think that the high loss is very likely going to be the EXP lane. Yeah, high loss is likely going to be EXP. So now it's left with Jay. I still kind of want to consider the Jawhead. I don't think that they will play a Khalid for themselves. Fighter roams is what I want to see.
Yeah.
Edith. Oh, wait. They actually picked up the Edith.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so it's gonna be Edith in EXP up against the high loss. But that means that for the roam position, you have so much options right here.
Okay.
If you want to go a little bit more defensive, you already have a single target set up, and you have sort of like the lanterns from the Juicin to pull you aside. Pick up the Matilda right here. If you want to go crazy again, maybe even the chip might work. At least you can maximize your farm for Granger as well as Juicin in the early game.
Not too sure whether they have enough damage, even if they go for the Jawhead here for RSG.
Definitely have enough damage in the late game, but
then Jawhead will be the case. If they go for Cho, they're lacking too much.
Tigreal.
Oh
Tigreal.
my.
Interesting pickup right here, but it secures them like multiple dimensions of setup gameplays. But they're cooking something. I can definitely smell it. Glorious pathway into the implosion.
They actually don't have enough damage in the early game. They are actually
a lot of crowd control though. A lot of crowd control.
lot, but what kind of damage are they throwing into the people that's locked down? Because the members of Team Flash, they can just casually continue the fight after the crowd control is ended, or they can just retreat afterwards.
Fair point.
I cannot see a way that RSG can execute the members of Team Flash.
Not in the early game though, but in the late game, once they get their power spikes, I think definitely highly possible, especially from the Ling.
This is on Bray then, actually.
To be honest, Bruno definitely very difficult to deal with.
Yep.
Because, you know, once you are, even if you're in late game, Ling swoops in, a couple balls might just knock you out. So, jumping into game 3, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third game. Both one apiece from RSG SG as well as Flash, starting on the same side of the map this time around. And a little bit of changes and adaptations from both sides. Edith finally sees the light of day in the upper bracket finals, as well as Tigreal.
So, at this point, it is an Edith as well as the Hylos. So, technically speaking, this is going to be a wet pool noodle fight down in the bottom lane. Gold lane-wise, I would say that Granger, I'm not too sure, but I feel that this is a skill matchup between the Granger as well as the Bruno. Bruno is very telegraphic as such because of the fact that it's telegraphic is easier for the Granger to see.
And he swoops in with the cable play. That's a 2-man knockup with the onward. Earth Shatter.
Where's the damage?
Walk out alive, but Hades can't seem to find a mark.
Where's the
for
damage?
though.
Oh man, where's the damage? This is really on Bray. I think the Bray has to pull off a crazy miracle to get kills.
A Hail Mary play.
Yeah. You have to sacrifice himself most of the time. In fact, I think that Bray is the one that is forced to do a lot in this game. And if he don't, then the whole team turns to dust.
Yeah, but this is just the only early game kind of mechanic that they're banking on. But they don't really have to go for these fights because Bray can just swoop down and take in all the turtles. Bray is one of the best junglers in terms of the retribution steals. In the previous game against Hades, I think it was 100% jungle objective taken by Bray. So
true.
I don't think he is too worried about that for now, but he does have the Warcry emblem, so the longer he stays in the team fights, the more he hits and the heavier he hits.
So what RSG will want to do is that they want to avoid fights as much as possible, so they don't feed EXP over to Hades. That's the most important thing, because this is not a composition that can fight in the early stages. The moment that they start to feed over to Team Flash, they have no way to recuperate, and Bray will be underleveled. They need to ensure that Bray and Hades is always in the same level range in order for Bray to Tempest of Blades to get the Tempest of Blades and steal these objectives, just to keep everyone afloat. Which is why I said this is a very late game.
Speaking of late game though, pulling the turtle out of the den, out of the pit. Bray already in position. Got a little bit of passive play coming in from CS on that top side as well. Just 3v4 down on the turtle pit, but Hades can come in at any time. The Glorious pathway already laid down, but here comes Hades trying to swoop in and get that turtle for himself. Bray steals it with a retribution. Tempest of Blades down as well. Talk about damage though. The RSG SG actually walking over Flash SG, losing 3 in the process.
What the hell?
Curtizi, he would walk away safe. But man, oh man. Does that answer your damage question?
I'll call it on Bray. I'll call it on Bray.
It's all Bray. It's all Bray.
It's all Bray.
You don't really have CS in the midst of the fight as well, but
Yeah.
a lot of people honestly underestimate the damage that Jusin actually brings in early game as well. Once you
Even
put the claw down, you get so much
she
crowd
really
control too.
do that much damage?
You got implosion as well as the lantern pullback with the claw, kind of so to speak. So that is quite a bit of damage that Roy is able to dish out too.
Closer with 2 kills. Does the Ring of Punishment do that much damage?
Not a lot of like burst damage, but persistent damage. That's why, you know, Jusin is still viewed as sort of like a utility mage instead.
Okay, so they have quite a bit of damage over time per se, right? They have a lot of ways to...
Tsunami Slam into the implosion. 2-man Purify out of the way as Jay jumps away to safety. No one falls, but man, a lot of crucial resources already used up by Flash SG. A very good find by Jay.
So they have a lot of DOT coming in from Jusin and the Hylos. But that also means that they need to commit and be very close to the opponents in order to get these damage over time, to bring people down close enough and low enough for Bray to realistically do very good damage, right? So that's the caveat. Now that we saw in the very first team fight, they do have the damage, but with that caveat. So as long as Team Flash kind of stays clear a little bit and do not, you know, mix up together too closely, they're going to be fine.
Distraction Pulse, can get a Purify out of the way. All fine and dandy for now is RSG SG. Plays a little bit more aggressively into their jungle. They do have that crop control to be able to do so. They just need that damage coming through.
5 minutes now. All of the energy shields of the turrets have been taken off. We'll want to see a bit more macro plays coming in from the teams. And in terms of macro plays, Hades can do them, Bray can do them as well. In fact, when it comes down to the jungle, it's better as well.
Big implosion play onto the Glorious Pathway. Lord down at the 5th. Hades finally gets the Retribution out of the way. Hades getting caught out again, stunned up by Closer. Good call, good play. Is Ken getting the Earth Shatter? Bray able to dash and walked out of the way. 3 members down for the side of Flash SG. At the very least, though, they secured the turtle for themselves. Now RSG SG 2,000 gold ahead, and it's extending once more.
They actually have got no answer for Bray. They allowed that 4 swords for Bray to be absorbed. I gotta have to solo my words here. That does apparently show that they have very decent damage in the early stages. They have been dominating in some of these team fights even. And Team Flash, I haven't exactly seen that onwards plus the Earth Shatter combo from Ken over to Bray. I think that it is also because of the fact that they are relying on Ken on some of these engaged opportunities, or to do some CC layering right after the Tsunami Slam. Because right after the Tsunami Slam, realistically, they don't have any more crowd control. They need to leave it over to Ken. So Bray's timing is actually very important. They need the front lines to soak up as much as possible, which would make sense why they have a Tigreal and a Hylos. Both of them to peel. Take a long time and make sure that they waste all the resources from Team Flash, and only then Bray joins into the fray. Which I would explain why Bray had got free real estate throughout the entire fight and get all 4 of those swords.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage. Tempest Ablaze will keep him up and alive for now. There's 4 swords! Oh! Hades will not fall and able to get out, say, with the cables, but that's a lot of damage from Bray. Good outplay, a good 1v1 once again from both junglers.
I didn't expect the amount of damage that Bray could dish out there. That was 2 swords that Bray managed to land. Go up to the wall, hit once, and 1 more dash again.
We're going for round 2, but I think the Hospitalos from Bray actually heals him back up a little bit more, as both junglers not even looking at the turtle. Yeah.
While Bray still has the purple buff, so that is a little bit staggered. The timing for the purple buff for Bray is a lot better as compared to Team Flash. So this is good.
Yeah, free pickup of the turtle over to RSG.
2 levels ahead. Let's not forget about that as well.
Ramping up the aggression a little bit more as RSG, taking control of the game and taking control of the jungle. All they need to pop now is that T1 standing strong in mid. It's Bray constantly busy with the side lanes. The Tsunami Slam into the wall. Bray taking a lot of damage, but will be mitigated by the Temples of Blaze. Taking a lot of damage as well. Gets taken down by JPL. That is Vanix that you're talking about. You can't escape the bouncing balls, but then again, you got a mid lane T1 torn apart by RSG.
So with that all said, 8 minutes in, we've got 3 of the T1 turrets that has already been removed out of the game for Team Flash Singapore, while RSG still have all of their turrets standing up tall. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment to have a good idea what we're looking at. With Ling currently with the Berserker's Fury as well as the Haas Claws very soon on its way with the Endless Battle. With that 3 items, we pretty much can expect that Bray will reap through the front lines and not give a damn about Ken's tankiness, or perhaps even JPL's tankiness. He did build up the Brute Force breastplate though, so that's fine and dandy. We also do have the Dominant Ice from Ken, so it helps to a certain extent. Blade of the Heptasis, Malefic Roar onto Fanny. Still on track if you ask me. I think that they are still on the curve. Bruno a little bit off curve. His first item actually built up onto the Haas Claw, so it is more of a safety build-up for Team Flash, followed by more aggressiveness with that Berserker's Fury. It takes a little bit more before the Bruno is realistically in action.
The question I have in my head is, how is Flash SG playing into the hands of RSG SG? A lot of the major objective fights, Bray was there to do most of the damage, and I think Flash SG is starting to find it a little bit harder to manage how Bray wants to play. You have the range that CS is able to deal with, able to take down that T2 at bottom side, so that opens up a lot of opportunities. Look at the rest of Flash SG, making a beeline towards CS, but there comes Closer and Roy, able to protect CS from any harm whatsoever. You get Bray starting off with that Lord. It doesn't look like Hades won't be able to steal it out as Bray secures that with the Retribution. First Lord game goes over to RSG SG, and they're back on that defense. Not yet. Oh! Stunned out by Closer. What I tell you, the committal stun from that high loss is enough to stop Fanny in its tracks.
Oh man, great timing, great place to be. RSG now have got a Lord that will be marching down to the bottom lane at 10 minutes mark with no Hades for the next 15 seconds. This pretty much means that all of the T2 turrets will be destroyed, and that means that Bubble Buff coming in from Fanny is going to be absent for the next minute or so.
RSG SG, 4 members strong on the mid side. Bray slowly waiting for the waves to push in. No more T2s to be found for the side of Flash SG. The Lord crashes through the bottom side. RSG SG playing it patiently, playing it safe, very disciplined. They'll let the minions just push in. They have to deal with Hades on the top.
Not gonna be a big deal, but they might lose the T2.
Oh, Tsunami Slam into the fray. JPL doing a lot of damage. Vanix, one more hit. He might be able to go down here as Bray comes onto the wall, keeps himself safe for now. Jay's the only one down for the side of RSG SG, as well as the turret. The T1 has been cracked wide open.
Such value. It's just a level 1 Lord, a baby Lord, that allowed them to get themselves mid-lane inhibitor. That T3 is so important. And Team Flash, I don't even see how they can play the late stages. They had the early game damage, but they couldn't do anything or even crack open RSG. RSG even have a skilling late game from the Granger. They have a Link that naturally skills amazingly with the items and with that kind of assassination play. Most of these backline units, such as the Kimi as well as the Bruno, they are in so much trouble.
Finding a concealed play, Tsunami Slam onto Bray. Won't be able to survive this one. The damage from Vanix is a little bit too much as RSG gunning everyone down. As CS, the secondary damage dealer of the team, putting in the work to alleviate some of the pressure from Bray.
Now that's overconfidence coming in from Bray. Went straight in for the throat while the Tsunami Slam was still available over to the side of JPL. You gotta respect that.
It is already coming in. They're trying to buy as much time as possible. They have to deal with the Fanny as well. JPL trying to slow everyone down, but the implosion lands onto him. Ow. 2 goes down, down goes 3. It's Fanny against the world. If anyone else might be Hades as the minions. Oh, they don't have the minions coming through.
One more hit. Ballista!
Ballista! What was that? Oh my gosh.
I apologize to Amox. It worked out.
It worked out.
It worked out.
It worked out very well.
I was critical about their early game. The early game worked out. The DOT coming in from the Juicin, the DOT coming in from the Hylos as well. They are all invisible damage, which compounded with one another.
Yeah. And to be honest though, I think Bray's Bray's damage in the early game and seeping through that late game, and he's so effectively farming onto this Ling that he's got his level 15 at the 10th minute mark. And Hades was actually falling way far behind. It was 3 levels behind of where Bray was at that time. And this causes the rest of the RSG team to really go along with how fast the pace is when Bray has that Ling in his hands.
I can't help but keep on theorizing on the possibilities of Ken being able to touch Bray, because I would like to believe that it's kind of like an either-or situation. You gotta have to leave the onwards, or you leave the Tsunami Slam for the Ling. Especially in the early game, you know that a Ling with so much mobility potential will want to get into these fights. Is it a waste to hold on to these skills for an extended period of time and not use for the entire initial battle? Or do I just seize the opportunity, go in with these skills, layer it on top of the Onwards and the Earth Shatter? Because it kind of seems as though that option was the one that Team Flash chose.
Yeah.
And Bray realizing that most of these crowd control abilities has already been used, that is a perfect time for him to strike.
Yep. I think I echo you 100%, especially for the Edith. And Ken's Edith was very much forgotten in this entire game. He doesn't really have a lot of presence, especially in these big objective team fights. You see how easily dodgeable the Onward and Earth Shatter is. That's why we don't really see Edith as much. And to add on to that, to be honest, the Primal Wrath, I never remember a time where I actually seen Edith or Ken actually throw down his ultimate just to disrupt all of these team fights. Because remember, there is the same mechanic as a Fredrin. The more you soak, the more you dish out.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is, Ken couldn't soak in as much damage as he thought he would as an Edith.
Yeah. So naturally, I think that in most situations, once you're down to half HP of continuous damage, your Wrath bar is more or less full.
Yep.
You can abandon your Fire Legs from that point in time, and all your Chain Lightnings will start to decimate everyone. But I think that is also contributed by the amount of AoE damage that we are seeing throughout the entirety of the battle.
Yeah.
Once you're out of Fire Legs, you are under great vulnerability coming in from the Lantern Flare. That's one. Number 2, the Ring of Punishment. And speaking of the Ring of Punishment, the Ring of Punishment actually slows down even more of the attack speed coming in from a Edith. Once she's out of Fire Legs, she plays around with her attack speed so much.
Yeah.
So the fact that we have the high loss added into that mix, that means that the Edith is just kind of like a sitting duck that is unable to unleash her full exact potential just because of the Ring of Punishment and the continuously compounding damage that the Mage as well the EXP Lina has got. And let's not forget, a free Tempest of Blades, free 4 blades from 4 swords rather from Bray.
To be honest, I think Bray played the iframes very effectively. He went in first, tried to soak in all of the crucial skills, but in the late game, not as easy as he thought he would. I think if it went on a little bit longer into the uber late game, he would have swapped out his final item for an Immortality. At least he was able to save the Tempest of Blades until he resurrected in, and then maybe even a Winter Crown as well. But then again, pulling all of these crucial resources for the rest of the team to come in and just gun them down, because at the end of the day, RSG acted like a barrage. CS very safe down, and a front-to-back composition is all they need to win out the first 2 games that they had over Flash SG, right? But man, looking forward to game number 4. Can't believe we're going actually to game number 4.
With a match point in favor of RSG.
Yeah. What should Flash, or what can Flash do? It's nothing with the draft. We talked about the draft, and I think
like the draft.
They played very well in the early game. Was just the counteractive damage coming in from RSG was just too much for them to handle.
Is it really the draft problem? Because I feel that it's really normal. For you to for you to Tsunami Slam and then follow up with another crowd control in order to layer that, right? But now that I think about it, if you were to do that, then you have no answer for the Ling. You are looking at a... Let me think again. We're looking at a Bruno. We're looking at a... Wow, I have terrible memory.
Bruno, Fanny, Edith, Kalea, and then Chusin. No, not Chusin. You have Kimmy.
Kimmy!
Yeah, so this
Kimmy
is the first
has
time
very low win rate now, huh?
Yeah, I think teams just understand how to deal with the Kimmy. That's the first to go. Because Bray comes in, swoops down, attacks the Kimmy first, and takes Kurtz out of picture, and then rest of RSG comes in. It doesn't matter if Bray loses his life, as long as no major objective is getting thwarted. I think it makes a lot of sense for him to throw his body. But I think he's a very smart player, to be honest.
Yeah.
NS has really changed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that he's got a lot of time to play.
Very mature.
Yeah.
Very mature in how he plays around all of this. Let's take a look at statistics to see how things actually went down. 0, 2, and 3 for this Kimmy. And Kurtz not having a very good game this time around.
Not at all, yeah.
Not at all. Never. I don't remember the last time I see a traction pulse actually lands on top of any one of the members of RSG though. But look at Roy.
Once actually,
705.
Roy forced that the purify. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, forced the purify. So it's definitely traction pulses that do land, but became very inconclusive.
Insignificant.
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 Yeah, it's insignificant. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's insignificant. But unconclusive or inconclusive is the main question that I have. Yeah, dictionary time.
Pretty inconclusive. Doesn't capture anyone at
Yeah.
all. Take a look at Roy's KDA. 7-0 and 5. If I were to choose an MVP, I think it would be the Juice In. If it's not a Juice In, I would
closer.
blame production.
Look, but in terms of math. Oh wait.
It's still Roy. Roy has a
It's
12
Roy.
KDA.
It's Roy. Yeah,
12.0
Roy.
KDA.
It's 12.0.
But then again, honestly though, second pick I would go with Bray. Even if the KDA is down low, I think he had so much significant impact in the entirety of this game.
No, I
Even though
agree.
the kill was like 227,
Yep.
sacrificed
But he
himself
dealt
for the greater
probably
cause.
like the biggest chunk of damage.
Yes, sir.
Or maybe not. I think that CS has been the hidden man in here. He
Yeah.
is the marksman here, but he don't have a single kill. He has 5 assists.
Yep.
And so far in the late stages of the game, I see that most of his Death Sonata and his Rhapsody, they're mostly landing on his enemies.
Yeah.
So
he's
he
just
should be racking up on a lot of those damage department.
providing that distance from the rest of his enemies as well.
Yeah.
Even though he's got the Sky Piercer, unable to get any kills at all. But look at Roy though, with the Sky Piercer and getting 7 kills right off the bat. I think that contributes to a lot of the killing power that Roy has. So
Even the
don't
Sky
worry about the
Piercer.
damage, man. Just trust in Amooks.
Just trust the process.
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
Let him cook.
Oh, man.
Let them cook.
It feels so weird that a draft like this worked out.
I actually kind of, in hindsight, I like this draft quite a bit. At least you have like some like split pushing potential.
Crowd control.
Even Hades played a great game. However, it was just stopped in by Closer. So I wouldn't be surprised if Closer just pops out on our screen as the MVP once again.
Nah, I doubt so.
Yeah.
Yeah, highly
Unless,
doubt
you
so.
know, if he does, I blame Prod. But still, I mean, he played a fair game. Whenever Fanny was flying in, whenever Fanny was mid-air, he just stands wherever Fanny is, just pushes that button. Fanny gets stunned up. Literally, Bray just cleans up shop.
It takes experience to also identify and know, based on the
pathing.
cable length,
Yeah.
where he's gonna land.
Yeah. Or where he's pathing with the cables.
Yes.
The vector.
Is it really called vector?
Yeah, it's called vectoring. Because you're
Crap.
basically taking the midline of the 2 cables. So you always travel in between like a triangular formation.
Right.
You don't
Thank
play
you,
Fanny?
Professor Churros.
You don't play Fanny?
I don't play Fanny.
Yeah, you're gonna trust me, I'm jungle main. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm not. I'm not jungle main. The audacity of me to assume. Oh man, I haven't heard about that in a long.
Very long time,
Yeah.
yeah. I kind of
Maybe I should buy. Maybe I should buy. What's that again? Blade armor.
You should.
Yeah,
You should.
should have bought blade armor.
As did Vincent when he was playing the Frederick.
Exactly. This is why he's a tank main.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it always get blade armor, bro.
Always get blade armor.
Just a little bit of inside joke from both of us. But man, shout out to Icy Baby 1-2. Yeah, hopefully he sees this.
I don't think he will.
I don't know. I don't know. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time indeed.
Yeah.
But okay, what else do we have here? Between these two teams, I think that I really want to see the amount of damage that the Granger is able to dish out, or rather the amount of damage that the Granger dished out all in total. 41,000. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, Juicin 41k damage?
That's
Huh?
Honestly, the longer that they stay in the team fights, and it's so easy to hit because you have the Kalea and you have the Edith that you can throw your lanterns on. And the longer it's on you, I think it deals so much more significant damage. Pair that up with the glowing wand. Every second you do additional 1%. It might not seem like much, but for a tank, that is a lot of damage.
Oh, I guess that's fair. Sometimes you kind of just look past the 1%.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just need that 1% to get from 99 to 100.
Yeah. The 99 to 100 is a very far shot away as well. So take a look at MVP. We will see who it is finally.
Roy, of
though.
course. Or
It
Roy,
will be
of course.
Roy as Juicin. 7-0-5.
2 MVP so far.
100% KP. Dang.
100%.
Yeah, he's everywhere in
Every
the map.
single fight in this chaotic game. They have 12 kills all together in total. Okay. I can respect that.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
But to be honest, I don't think they were even going for the kills. Instead, like those skirmishes that Roy initiated alongside Jay was just an empowering ordeal to enable the side lane split pushes by Bray. But man, this has been a heck of a game. There's still 3 games. We're not over yet because it still is
But
a
it's match
best
point
of
though.
5. It's match point.
It's match point though.
But it might not be 4 games. It might be 5.
It
and
might be 5.
I'm praying for 5.
I'm praying for. No, it's 8:30. 8:07.
No, stop it. Stop it. I want to see a very close series.
I
not
want to
like,
see close. I want to see us go all 5 games. And
Yeah.
each game end in like 8 minutes.
that is a best outcome for you. Best possible
Yes.
outcome for you.
For
I want to see 43.36 minutes every single game.
I will slap you.
Do you know what we need right now?
I probably need some time off.
We need a break. So we're jumping into a break. It's dinner time. Go grab yourself a snack and then come back in because don't go anywhere. We're not finished yet. We'll be right back with more of the upper bracket finals. We'll see you soon.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Dandruff keeps coming back? Your shampoo may not be 100%. Let's check. Use Head and Shoulders. Removes up to 100% dandruff and defeats itch. Protects scalp for up to 48 hours. So dandruff and itch don't come back. Head and Shoulders.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. My name is Abstract.
My name's Shuros,
and we are
your
your casters for tonight.
We almost got that perfect. I think
it's
we
fine.
need a little bit more work.
Yeah. What is the name of Sasuke's father?
Are you playing the quiz right now?
Yes, Fugaku Uchiha.
Bro,
Okay.
it's the upper bracket finals, bro.
Yep. Which of the following talent increases damage dealt by
I can
teammates?
never get the
Focusing mark.
quiz right 100%. Like, it's been so long since I last watched Naruto. And I remember the last time I watched Naruto was like the Orochimaru, that era. And then that's it. Unlike for some of you who, remember Kids Central. But yeah. It's been a really long time ago.
When is the first battle? Oh crap! How would I know?
Just
Always the
Is it the right
Actually,
one?
always the middle answer. Yes, it's damn it!
He actually did the quiz. So this was like his quiz. We were doing it over the break, but he's got like 4 right.
And the last one that he picked is
I
wrong.
picked it. I didn't even see that question.
You see, now I have to redo it again.
Can you actually redo it?
Yeah.
You need to get all 5 right.
Who
to get-
activated Susanoo complete body form?
Oh
That's,
my gosh. Oh my gosh. So if you remember to do the quiz, do it right now because the Naruto
Madara.
skins or the Naruto event is going to be ending soon. How long is
First
it?
19 Jinchuriki, Kushina.
You got it wrong again. We'll do it after. We'll do it after the show. We'll do it after the show because we got some big news right now.
What big news?
There have been some changes to the draft. To the roster.
Oh.
Someone familiar is coming back into play.
Ah.
They figured like the first 3 games starts with the first 4 letters of the alphabet.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, Diablo is also first 4 letters of the alphabet.
That's
Damn
who I'm talking about.
Oh.
That's who I'm talking about, B1.
I see, me too.
So Diablo's coming back.
I thought we were bringing Adamir in or something.
We're Adamir. Actually, that might be an interesting matchup as well. Maybe if you change like JPL for Lawsy, might be interesting too. You want to see
I
a
do
whole new
wanna-
roster, a whole new roster for Team Flash.
For Team Flash.
But yeah, Diablo's coming back into Team Flash for the last. I wouldn't say last game, last two games.
Last two potential
games
potential 2 games.
for a BO5 series.
Yes, so they're switching it out altogether. I think that they want to give RSG a breath of fresh air. And like, this is a complete different Team Flash. With a change of an EXP laner.
But then it's not completely new, is it? Because it's
And
the
then they
same
put in
old
the banter
roster.
in the EXP.
It's the same old roster as the previous game as well.
It's different.
It's different
It's different.
because now sibling rivalry. Diablo versus Bray once again.
Oh no, I hate
the
that.
narrative. The
Ah.
Sasuke versus who is Sasuke's brother again?
Sasuke's brother?
Yeah,
Itachi.
Itachi. Sasuke versus Itachi once again.
Oh, I hate that.
Now, I'm trying too hard. It's starting to be a little bit cringe with all the Naruto fans. Don't kill me. Don't clip me on this one. But yeah, sibling rivalry.
Yeah. I don't like to see them fight against one another.
You
They
really-
have been together for in the same team for the longest time ever.
Since season 1.
Yeah.
I think.
Do you remember Diablo looked like a absolute playboy?
He
in
still looks like
season
Playboy.
one?
What are you talking
No,
about?
no, no, no.
No,
Last
you know. Fun fact. I actually saw him downstairs, like at my house, right?
Okay, okay.
And then he was with his girlfriend. So like I was like, I pointed at him. I just stood there, and I was with my wife too. And then I was like, dude, I'm a huge fan. In front of crowded space
You
in
know
the
what?
MRT.
I'm scrolling like the whole thing just to give you guys
Okay,
the
okay.
season 1 photos. I remember I didn't have a very good
Was it-
impression of him. I told him before, like, dude, you look like a typical abeng.
I guess that's his MO. That's what he's going for.
Your team is
That's basically what he's going for.
Is there albums instead?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So
just
while
keep
he's
on.
looking at the photos and bringing back some old memories of Diablo way back in season 1, this 9 season goes, mind you. It's a very long time ago, man.
2019.
Are you actually looking at it?
Oh man, this is way too long ago. They don't have it as an album. Okay,
Man.
guess I have to do this. I have to
Man.
do this. Okay. So at this point in time, we're looking at a oh crap! I closed it. Okay, so we're looking at a 1-1 that's currently been banned out by Coach Z's, and Amok started things out with a Law E ban. So two very normal bans. At this point in time, we still have yet to have that chip being joined into the pool just yet.
Yep.
Game number 3 actually did not see any chip being picked or banned, which is actually kind of surprising. There
Yeah.
could be a chance though that RSG might want to kind of pull that out of the bag again. They are last pick, right? Final pick. So if they want to go for a little bit of that switcheroo, a little bit of that surprise factor, they can still, however, go for it.
Yeah, I think bring Diablo in and knowing that his hero pool is a little bit wider and knowing that he has complete synergy with the entire squad of Plaza SG, being together for like 4 to 5 seasons and all, this would be a very interesting pickup for Diablo.
I'm close.
Will he be able to match the pace and tempo that Flash SG wants to bring, and will he be that change that Flash SG actually needs? The Moskov will be banned out, but aside of Flash SG, RSG typically responds with basically either a Harith pick or a Phobius Harith ban, a Phobius ban. Oh my god, is that Diablo? No shot.
Yeah.
No shot.
When I first saw this image, I'm like,
that is my bro. That is Diablo.
that's
right
our
there.
bro,
Oh
right?
my god.
this is the era of season 1 where he was the one-trick Paquito. So
Yep.
everyone went to ban his Paquito, and he's nothing. I remember telling this to Diablo before. That's why I don't mind saying all this.
okay,
Like,
okay.
you know, no feuds, you know, no hates or anything. But I remember when I first saw this, I was like, who's this guy?
Man, I definitely do not recognize.
Right? Right?
No, it's a totally different guy.
Totally different guy.
Totally different guy.
Yeah. I like him.
Change,
I like him better now.
Love changes people.
I would say so.
Yeah, you've changed too.
Look at you.
You've gone
Yeah,
a
you-
little
you-
bit.
look
You
at
gained a
you.
little bit of daddy weight too.
Hey, excuse you?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Season 6
I mean,
on,
no,
on the main stage.
no, I'm talking about the weight thing.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You got happy weight on you.
I do have some happy weight on me, thank you.
You know what's happier? We actually go back to the draft. We've been off tangent for so long. You got the Ling being targeted ban onto Bray.
They
taken out by
finally
Coach
first picked the
Stacy.
Juicin.
Finally first picking the juice in.
Finally.
Amox banning out the Fanny from the side of Hades. And now RSG, the ball's in their court. Might be able to pick up the chip once again. Or maybe leave that to the last pick now that things have been opened up. Maybe RSG might be able to even pick up the Gacha as well as the Arsa if they want to play that way. But Diablo knows how to really engage on that backliners. So hopefully in this matchup, Flash SG is able to change things around with how Diablo likes to play towards that backline and create a lot of nuisance and annoyance for whoever RSG wants to pick up. Now, CS will go with the Granger closer, will seal his deal on the glue.
So with the glue and the Granger at this point in time being picked up, they have a pretty good front line and the back lines. So once again, they have prioritized on the CS to get themselves a better marksman pickup. We have the Harif as well as the 1-1 and Moskov even disappearing into the oblivion. So now is back again over to Vanix. What is the marksman that we want to see out of him? I still kind of want to see the Beatrix.
Angeloboxia. Angeloboxia. This creates so much opportunities for Hades to play around. He could go back to the Lucas jungle once again if he wants to.
I think that this is going to be a Boxer jungle though.
And then Diablo Benedetta. What do you think?
Yes, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why.
Boxer Rome could even be an opportunity right here because definitely Angela going into the mid side for.
No, they have
Juicy.
Juicin.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
They have Juicin. So it must be an Angela Rome. I would like to believe that they would want to. They brought Diablo in to shake the meta up a bit. They want to bring in the damagey EXP laner that is all across the map, right? So at this point in time, we are looking at a couple of possibilities here. We could see a damage Khalid. We might see a damage Badang. We might see a damage Benedetta.
What about this? What about this? You have Boxer and EXP.
Very unlikely, considering the fact that that is not really Diablo's MO. If they want to bring Diablo in, personally, I feel that if they want to bring a Diablo in, why would you want to bring him in just for him to play Boxia?
Fair. You need a kind of a certain play style that you want to do. But Coach Amuk's doubling down on Vanix. You don't want Vanix to have an easy game at all.
Irithel, right?
Yeah,
Irithel is
Irithel.
actually super good in lane against the Granger, but yet they have even went in for a Bruno in the previous game.
So what's left? Right now you still have the Bruno that you want to play
Beatrix,
around with.
Brody,
Brody we've seen before yesterday as well.
Ixia is meh.
Ixia's so good, what are you talking about? Okay, it's
nobody
mad
talks about
because
Ixia.
right now they have the Hayabusa, so it's easy access into Ixia's backline.
But there is, of course, another hero that I think deserves an honorary mention, and I don't. Okay, Claude is pretty okay, but the honorary mention one will go over to Melissa. I think the Melissa is still a pretty decent pick coming in for Team Flash if they really want to go towards that certain direction. She can still she can really punish the gold lane, and she also deals very well against tanks, which in this case is going to be glue. And even if the Hayabusa kind of wants to go in with the shurikens and all that jazz,
I'm offended. Actually, not really. I'm offended. You gotta go away models.
Go away models. Yes.
Yeah.
So shurikens can still touch her, but at least not close enough for melee attacks.
Fair.
And these melee attacks can add up a lot.
Now, right now, Flash SG banning out the
Oh!
Zask, but we all know that Benedetta is coming out because Angela has been shown for RSG, and they're taking it out of the picture.
What if I tell you Paquito?
No shot, no shot. But I won't be surprised if Diablo Lucas, Hades, Hades.
Lucas damage seems
Yeah.
viable.
Lucas?
We haven't really seen a Lucas damage in the XP before. we do want to see something a little bit different here.
Unless you want Uranus or the Esmeralda, then you get the shields on top of Esmeralda, so you have to break down 2 shields at once. And you get a Boxia in the picture, so you can diminish all the anti-regen that Esmeralda has. Remember, Season 3, that was the meta for Diablo. Every single match was basically an Esme game. Or Esme or Uranus game.
You do have some sense in there.
Yeah?
Yeah, you do have some sense.
Of course I have some sense.
No, you don't, B2. But, okay, so at least when it comes down to the early stages, right? Boxia plus Juicin, I think it's relatively fair to say that they have got good damage.
Yep.
They're not exactly too afraid. And let's not forget that Angela was originally crowned the First Blood Queen.
First Blood Queen.
First Blood Queen.
A lot of early game. Irritations from the puppet strings.
So we cannot forget about that. Early game, we do have some pressure that Team Flash can definitely throw out. The Batang, though, is currently taken away from the side of RSG. So in terms of Diablo's hero pool and what he's famed for, we're now left with Khalid, Uranus, Esmeralda, Paquito. But if we want to add something new, that would be the Lucas. Right? The Lucas could be very possible here.
You know, one more time, he was just spamming the Yuzhong. Yeah, he was trying to adapt to the meta and was just spamming the Yuzhong left, right, and center.
I think Yuzhong is a little bit too slow for that. What I want to do, or what I want to see, is someone that can go toe-to-toe with a Boxia in terms of mobility.
This is Lucas.
Actually, Lucas.
And the Cloud.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
That's what we're talking about. So that's what we're talking about.
So this is a damage Lucas. I would like to believe, based on what Diablo really likes, it's a damage Lucas.
I don't want to see Boxia in the jungle, but that's a very big possibility as well. Because Lucas actually has more time that he can buy and gets at level 4 faster if he is in the jungle.
Yeah.
Last pick over to RSG is going to be the mid lane. Might be a Kadita.
In most situations,
Valir. Yeah, I was psyching that up for a while.
In most situations, I will always say that the Boxia goes over to the EXP, and then Lucas goes over to the jungle.
Yep.
However, this is a Team Flash lineup, and with a Diablo in here, the script quite literally flipped.
Right.
Yeah. So this is really just more about composition, or rather, a team over meta. Whatever that works out best for the team and what they are used to. They can kind of, create archetypes despite using the same heroes, but the concept is widely and generally the same.
Well, that's the adaptation that Flash SG has made. So throwing Diablo back in place of Ken might be the answer, or will it? As RSG picks up the Valir for themselves. I mean, psyching this hero up so much, and hopefully it shows us some dominance, especially in the late stage of the game, dealing against 2 tanky frontline boys. So, Angela and Lucas.
One tanky frontline boy.
This was Lucas, though.
I think that Lucas is going to be the
pure damage.
Yes.
We'll just have to wait and see as we jump into game number 4. Numero, what is 4 in
4?
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Thank you, Dora the Explorer.
So jumping in though, we'll have the Boxia in the jungle.
Okay, he's actually going back. Damn.
A little bit of a faster rotation right now. So there's not a lot that we can tell from all of this, but Diablo actually dealing so much nuisance the closer. He knows how to deal with that short range glue, getting out of the way. But we touted Angela as the early game queen, or the First Blood Queen.
Yep.
So to speak. Will RSG find a way to deal with this?
We haven't really quite seen too much damage dealt, at least for now, but not too bad of a deal. Oh!
Good pushback by Roy, but they don't see Hades coming in. He's rolling in the deep. He's finding the angle, blocks out, and Roy doesn't have the flicker out of the way, gets First Blood over to Hades.
So right now, we've got that First Blood. This is going to put a little bit of the momentum towards the side of Team Flash. This is very likely going to be a very strong mid lane that we want to see because of the Roma as well as the mid laner. They're both ranged, very little amount of commitment required just to wave clear. Anyone that comes in close, like what we saw coming in from Roy, a flicker plus the Searing Torrent backwards, it definitely punished him because he's so out of position.
Good read by CS to dash out of the way. Now on the top side though, a little bit more aggression coming in from Baxia and the Hades, and that's why Hades wants to play the Baxia. You really want to get that early game rotation coming in through. Yeah, Roy almost getting pulled back by the Lantern. The turtle already spawned up. RSG still struggling to get their level 4. Diablo already in position, already got that level 4 ready, and this change is just instrumental. Closer can't seem to deal with how Diablo wants to play around. He's a little bit slower in terms of the farm. He's always getting pushed back as well.
So now Hades opening things up, but this is actually a little bit risky.
Starting to the back line. The Heart Guard getting holded onto this floor, trying to push Hades back. Here comes Unleashed Beast as the Lord of Destruction comes to play again. The Heart Guard onto Hades though. Diablo taking a little bit too much damage. There's a lot of damage onto Bray as well. Diablo will be next to fall, but Bray trying to punish Flash SG from coming in a little bit too close. Hades falls in process as well. Closer is the only one left, but will he be able to run away? Pop that flicker, get out to safety. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
Okay, so we lost Hades, we lost Diablo for the side of Team Flash, we lost Jay, and we lost Bray as well. So, but not only that, right? Roy did go down twice. So definitely, I will say that Roy is definitely having a lot more of a difficult time. But regardless, there is definitely more opportunities that can be made into the later stages of the game as we look at about 1.2 thousand gold in favor for Team Flash so far.
Yeah, the Searing Wave is definitely going to be a problem for Flash SG later on in this series as we hit the 5-minute mark really soon. But then again, Closer trying to get a foothold on top of Diablo as much as he can. Both doesn't seem to want to get any fights onto each other whatsoever, and just really farming up, getting the proxy, getting all these early game rotations, trying to match their speed on top side though. Hades deep in enemy territory, misses the shield, but here comes Curtizi with a Crimson Beacon. He's got an Angela Heartguard as well, trying to keep everyone else at bay, but down goes Jay. CS next to fall. They're leading the charge underneath the turret. Might get pulled back by the claw as Vanix takes CS down. That is 2 more kills for the side of Vanix. Oh, deep in the enemy territory as well. Closer, you don't want to be there all alone. He will fall, but hands are Curtizi as Flash SG ramping up the aggression. Now the Diablo's here to party.
That is literally an untouchable Baxia that Jay dealt no damage to, CS dealt no damage to. Now that we consider all things considered, RSG SG early game doesn't really have an answer for sustained tank in the early game with like crazy damage, such as a Baxia, right?
Yep.
So it will only take time until Roy picks up the glowing wand, or perhaps a little bit more items such as the dominance eye, for them to realistically be able to do anything.
Well, all that RSG can do is just turtle up. Flash SG 3,000 gold ahead. Next turtle spawning up in the game in the next 10 seconds. And still in the early stage, seeping to mid. Got their hands on Roy, gets a Purify out of the way. He's pumping his ultimate though. To know that crucial resources is not available for the next Lord. Jay trying to find an angle onto the back line to seek out Vanix. He's got the DMI to get out of the way. And RSG can't seem to find a footing.
I don't care about a walking Badang that walks past the turrets. I love to see that. But for now, 80-2. With about 3,000 kills. Oh!
On the back line, Roy able to get that flicker out of the way, but the damage is done. Jay trapped by the wall. His own wall causes his inevitable doom. As Closer gets a little bit too close to the sun, will get ripped out, inched out, taken out of the game as RSG just struggling to find any form of reconciliation, any form of consolation. Is Bray dashed in the wrong side of the jungle though. Will get chased down by 4 members. That's a collapse. A flicker already expended by Diablo. Recall game. It's only time will tell as Ray falls to the graveyard again.
Oh my goodness. This is a dominant showing from Team Flash Singapore. And this is not what we expected. We thought that Ken came in to take over Diablo because of the lack of training due to unfortunate circumstances. But at this point in time, we're looking at some crazy comeback.
Hades once again with a blazing duet, burns them down to the ground, and 3 fall again. A dominant performance by Flash SG.
Look at their health.
They
turret dive.
It's still up.
T2.
It's still 100%.
What the hell?
Plaza SG is just controlling and dominating this game with a brand new flavor, brand new twist that they're bringing out. And the RSG SG can't seem to find a footing. Not at all.
Oh, yikes, dude. We're now looking at close to we're looking at about 7,000 gold lead in favor for Team Flash. Claude has already gotten almost the Holy Trinity, right? He's got a Swift Crossbow on top of the Golden Staff and the DHS. Hades started a quick little shave onto Jay. What he did was force Jay away. Aside from that, closer goes in.
You got Diablo onto the back line. Unleash the Beast will deal a lot of damage for the rest of the Goon Squad to come in. The Blazing Duet will hit onto none. But next in the chopping block is closer, getting pulled back and sent a one-way ticket to his grave once again. It's Flash SG truly controlling all of the jungle, all of the neutral objectives that RSG holds dear. Bray left all alone. It's a 2v1 collapse.
And now Bray, he tries to get himself away, but playing very well with his clones. But unfortunately, the Juicin is already hiding on the last clone at the end of that lane.
He will fall. There was no way that he was able to escape that one. They don't see Jay, but they don't really care at this point. They're so far ahead. There's an 8k gold lead for the side of Flash SG. They're dominant in this game. As Hades start things off, RSG can't seem to find their way into that Lord pit. And if they do, Hades will ditch that Lord and go for their throats.
It's unfair that this tank can throw a shield that will refresh his cooldown whenever he hits a target and yet deal so much damage.
Yeah, this is one of the tank junglers that we oftentimes forget. One of the fastest tank junglers because that first skill just is a spammable skill. It gets cooldowns after cooldowns once you hit a single target with it. Now even Bray can't seem to get on that back line. Lord of Destruction turns into the Beast. Goes, it doesn't want to go in. No high commitment just as of yet. Hades toying with his food, just rolling in the deep and rolling underneath the turret as RSG just patiently waiting. They're too scared to come out.
No, gonna be fine. They did manage to pull, or rather, they did manage to force Diablo to go into the 9-tail Fox farm. So if RSG wants to take up a fight, technically they can, because Team Flash is one ultimate behind. However, they still need to remember that they are close to 9,000 gold behind.
This one shift, this one change that Flash SG brought is just one player. It makes so much difference in how they want to play things around, how they're able to adapt on the fly. And on the top side though, Hades already zoning CS out. Nothing to do but force a flicker to keep himself safe. Get a hard guard onto Hades. He's already collapsed on by 3 as Roy takes too much damage. He has to find an escape.
Hades?
Getting a split, grab, pull back. Hades still up and alive, getting healed by the clones. Oh, Diablo! The Lord of Destruction flickers in, pushes everyone down a turret base. Got 3-on-3. CS able to find a nice kill onto 2 members. This JP on Hades, the only one left. Flew too close to the sun. The Splash SG able to get their hard guard to keep Hades up and alive for now. Jay might be able to fall down to the ground. As they keep this up, they want to get Hades coming in. CS and Jay able to get that damage. Oh! It's a 2-on-1, but they still take down 2 members of RSG SG.
There's so much to unpack throughout the entirety of the fight. I definitely admired that flicker, the flicker plus the S1 backwards attack coming in from Diablo. You can see how much that was set up for the team that will be happening right about now.
Back.
More than enough to bring Roy down.
Yeah, I think once the Valier is out of the picture, the Flash SG has so much potential in 2-man army team fights. And honestly though, the Boxia and the heal coming in from the hard guard was just too much for CS to handle. That's why the Granger is not touted as one of the tank killers. You really need to be able to land all of your shots, and I think it's so difficult. If not for Bray, it might smell disaster for the rest of RSG.
Literally. And honestly, even if he sacrificed himself for that fight, right? Literally, he got 1 for himself. They got 2 kills on the CS and onto Jay. That is value, if you ask me. As long as, if you know that you're gonna go down, if you know that there's going to be, downtime that downtime is generally the time for marksman to farm. And if he goes down, there's no time for him to farm, and he's immediately going into the next fight.
Bray actually found Diablo, popped the Winter Crown in time, but Diablo taking a little bit too much damage. If you're a jungle like Hades, you have that confidence to really go into the midst of battle, into the back line they go. Hades doesn't have the hard guard anymore. They might be able to pull the trigger right now as they take care of that Lord, and Danny's the only one soloing this Lord. Hades will be to go down, but hands up Bray, but the damage is done. Lord is already taken out. Jay might be the next to fall by the hands of Curtizi. 3 against the world right now. Flash SG desperately trying to stay afloat, but they do have so much dimensions out in how they want to play this. If you lose Hades, it doesn't matter because Vanix is able to take down the objectives.
That's the most important thing with the position 1 onto Claude. At this point in time, even if we're looking at the Baxia as the jungler, I would say that him being alive is not that big of a deal, or him going down is not that big of a deal anymore. We're looking at a tank jungler. As long as Vanix is alive, he's going to be the main reason why they will win fights. And he's the reason why he will be able to carry entire team fights.
Nice little shadow kill from Bray to push them all the way, but it's just healed back up by the healing waves from JPL. That's the issue with an enchanter support from Flash SG, but for RSG though, trying to get any kills whatsoever becomes increasingly difficult. They might be able to make quick work of the second lore of the game, but Hades still patiently waiting for an angle and opportunity to take CS down. As long as this Ranger is still alive and standing up strong, RSG has a better shot in wave clearing everyone! Jay with a 3-man fist break. Diablo in the mix. He's got a hard guard onto Vanix, the Blazing Duet, melting everyone down to the ground once again. But it might not be enough. It's a 4v4. Down the split. Will not be enough to take everyone down. Vanix goes down as well. Bray cleans up shop. It's brother versus brother.
It's not done.
Oh, Bray with the takedown onto Diablo and breathing some signs of life for RSG Singapore.
Oh man, very sneaky bakey like. Hiding in that small little brush, waiting for the perfect opportunity to spring into action. That's my boy. Look at him. Throughout the entirety of the fight, he looked for the opportunity, and of course a great setup coming from Jay that allowed them to group 3 members together. That took a chunk of the HP out, and now Bray, now that he's done with the OG Shadow kill, he already saw the opportunity. Went straight in for Vanix, the pause 1. And then, who cares about JPL? I already have got one of my shadows attached over to the opponents.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest though, this was a very interesting dimension of gameplay, especially from both sides of the teams and both sides of the table, honestly. The fact of the matter is, Angela was keeping everyone else alive. I think the breakdown in terms of the communication, especially coming in from RSG, really came to show in the early game when they were not able to deal with Hades. But then again, at the end of the day, it really goes to show like RSG doesn't really have that split damage. If not for Bray, that might spell really disaster for RSG.
Yeah, so ultimately I gotta have to say, right, all in all, this RSG play, they knew exactly what they are looking out for. They are, I think by the end of that, they are definitely going to be able to bring down all of the exterior turrets.
Yeah.
Close to all, maybe just left with maybe 1 T2.
Yeah.
I think generally that is going to be the what's going to be left over.
I think they might be going for a pause right now. Hopefully, nothing is going south. But to be honest, though, I think it's just really a good defense from RSG in particular, especially since they only have a Granger to deal a lot of massive amounts of damage, and C Halberd only really works on basic attack damage. So you really need to land your basic attack shots and not your skill damage to be able to mitigate some of the healing factor that JPL is able to bring to the table with Angela.
I'm not too sure about this though, but when it comes down to looking at CS as the Granger,
yeah,
he's definitely having a lot of difficulties trying to break down that thick of a HP coming in from Baxia.
Yeah.
And further being complemented by the hard waves from Angela, it seems like this is legitimate a behemoth of a hero.
Yeah.
They need to do so much just to bring this one person down. And during that entire, I think that was like a good 8 seconds of pummeling onto the box here. They lost the entire opportunity to look and go into into the Lord's pit.
Man, I think this is still a very close game. It could be anyone's game at this point. Right now, RSG and Flash SG, just because of that one kill, they're on equal footing. I wouldn't say Flash SG had a dominant performance all the way through. At least RSG managed to get a defense, and they played through that late game. The thing right now that they have to deal with is Vanix's Claude. The damage from the Blazing Duet is really starting to show so much more than we actually expected, and we sort of like forgot how the Claude actually brings what the Claude actually brings to the table. Now we are 14 minutes in to the game. 46 to 44 is the economy line between both teams. RSG is just down by 1,000 gold at this point. Lord spawning up in 30 seconds. I think for Flash SG, they might need to really step up that tempo, draw them out of their base so that RSG doesn't have any form of defense when it comes down to these big team fights and clashes.
So with all said, Lord's going to be coming out in about 8 seconds into the game, and this is where Team Flash, they are eventually going to take priority once again. Now the question is if whether Baxia will be sacrificing his life once again and just rushing right into the face of RSG. Because it happened first time, it allowed Vanix to get a free Lord take. And if they are able to do that again, especially on a barren wasteland into RSG, that's great!
On the backside, Bray actually finds JPL and take down the Angela though. On the backside though, they start things off. Diablo with the Winter Crown. Yes, one more hit, might be able to survive, but take down Diablo in the process. They're tanking a little bit too much, but Bray comes in from the back. He tries to find an angle onto Vanix though. He's got the wind of nature to keep himself alive, and down goes Bray. It's a 2-for-2 trade. There's RSG Singapore desperately trying to fight for their lives. They have to fight against Vanix. He's got immortality. Will get popped though. It's Jay and Roy against Hades. It's a 2-on-1. It's Hades, follows the Winter Crown, buys enough some time, but look at the base! The minions are marching in! They're hitting the turrets, and Hades is buying some time! Here comes JPL!
Catch your breath, my friend! Catch your breath, because right now you need that breath, as now Jay is trying to get himself back home with a little bit of shields left. Closer is back, and they will be able to defend this throne.
Oh man. What a sticky, tricky situation. Bray made a nice play, but it's the quick fingers, quick thinking from Vanix to buy the Wind of Nature, turn it around with the immortality, take down CS along with him before going down. He knows that there's a sacrificial play that Flash SG needs, but now RSG is still up ahead in economy. It's up ahead in terms of this lead. From a dominant performance, is now seeping into this. Bray needs to find an angle over to JPL like he did before. But they can't split up the team fights too much. Diablo right around the corner. They don't see Hades around. They might be able to blitz this down. As the Lord in question. Diablo with the hard guard. They're trying to buy some time. Look at Vanix. They're charging in from that top side. They need to be able to recall. They took down Diablo, and it's a beeline back to the base.
This is currently 17 minutes into this game. Without a Diablo for the next 30 seconds or so, RSG, they will actually have to take this next 30 seconds to clear out the waves, considering that the top lanes is pushing so badly. RSG don't really have a lot of space to breathe, let's be honest here. And fortunately, they do have the Lord. So pushing the Lord all the way through, the top lane T1, T2s should more or less be destroyed. But they need one good fight in order to end this once and for all.
Diablo just doesn't have that defense to tank in the damage that RSG brings to the table. You don't see where Hades is though. They do have Vanix. They're waiting on that right time. Vanix doesn't really have that immortality popped up. You got the hard guard onto Hades though, leading the charge. Curtis all the way from the back line. Gonna Crimson Beacon. And Diablo finds that angle. Vanix down with the Blazing Duet, takes down CS. Jay's next to fall as well. Diablo leading the charge. Down in the fray. Bray tries to dash and weave out of the way, but it might not be enough as he goes down and pop that immortality. But they take Diablo down in the process. It's JPL versus Hades. They might be going for the end. They might go for the throne.
They will!
RSG!
It's only JPL and Hades! It's over!
The revenge! The revenge that Bray has waited 3 seasons for has finally came into fruition. He will not make the same mistake.
RSG! After 3 seasons, okay, is it 3?
I
think
mean,
it's
made
3.
it. No, but Bray though.
But Bray though.
Bray.
You remember you asked me about a controversial question about Yon versus Bray? We have our answer right here.
Yeah, man, it was so clutch. Finding the kills onto JPL, finding the kills onto Vanix and taking all of them out one by one. It was such a messy split fight, and even Diablo went into the back line. You have a lot of Blazing Duet damage from Vanix as well, but it was not enough to take down Humpty Dumpty, so to speak. So, I mean, at the end of the day, RSG Singapore, who would have thunk?
Who would have thunk?
They could take 3-1 games out of Flash Singapore.
I think that the 4-peat is in danger.
It is in danger
It
for
is
sure.
in big danger. Oh, man.
Man, we need to catch a breather right now.
Take a breather, B2. Take a
will
break.
be one.
Take a breather. Because now, or rather in a few minutes' time, we are preparing that one player from RSG for an interview. This is going to be spicy. This is going to be big. Because after so long of a season, in fact, a couple of seasons already, Team Flash seems untouchable.
Yeah.
They were gods sitting above the clouds, and we are looking for that God Slayer to eventually be able to dethrone them, take the 4-peat away, and possibly and hopefully put lesser games and less taxing on them.
Yeah.
So now they got their ticket to the grand finals without needing to go through the lower brackets and play that BO5 tomorrow.
That means they can slip in tonight.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Man, what a game. Playing from the back for the better half of maybe 80% of that game. Just coming back, making clutch plays, waiting for right ambushes. Bray definitely made a huge clutch on this one. And huge props to them securing the top 2 place in MPL SG Season 9. Can't wait to see what they bring out tomorrow. But it's not over for Flash just yet. They're still in the upper bracket slot. Tomorrow they will face up against Absolute Zero, a community team. And statistically, Flash shouldn't lose.
Speaking of Absolute Zero, remember how Absolute Zero said that they want to meet Team Flash? There you go.
Oh, there we go. Vendetta said in an interview with Jace just now that who do you want to meet? You want RSG or you want Flash? I want to meet Flash. But hey, enough about Flash.
I'm sure that they meant that they want to meet Flash in the grand finals, but
hey, they will get their
God
revenge.
delivered it in a different way.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
So double revenge.
Double revenge.
The season.
Maybe.
Double revenge of the season.
Maybe. Oh man. Huge props to Bray though. Really picked himself up this time. Clutch plays all the way, and the biggest thing is, RSG is a full Singaporean team, no imports whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I guess the only import you could say maybe a Mooks, but like not really an import.
No, it's not really an import.
No.
Technically speaking, if you want to get to the nitty-gritty, technically Bray is an import.
Where is he from?
He's slightly Indonesian.
Slightly Indonesian.
He's slightly Indonesian.
It doesn't really matter. But hey, Jace has an interview with someone pretty soon. Hopefully it's Bray. And hopefully Jace will ask the question if Bray is actually like really a little bit Indonesian and he has that like
Or maybe I got
Indonesian
something
import.
wrong.
No, that is geared as Indonesian, not Bray.
Not Bray, man?
Not Bray. Okay, enough
No,
enough about us. This is
I'm pretty
RSG's
sure he
moment.
got some bottom blood in him.
RSG's moment. B1.
Okay.
Just throw over to Jace. Over to you. Who do you have for us, man?
Congratulations over to RSG. What a game and what a cinema, of course. Thank you so much to Abstract and Trisha for bringing us such a banger of a series. Just now, me and Amox were just chatting earlier just now, and I was asking, hey, have you prepared for Absolute Zero? He said, no. And that was his response, and this is what he has given all of us. So, Amox, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, Absolute Zero did say that they want to meet Flash, right? So, you're welcome.
Oh, that's why I love Amox, man. That's why I love interviewing this, my man. So, you've been coming up with really, really interesting drops, right? For example, the Valer and the Veil. What was going through your mind when you picked these two heroes?
Actually, if I'm being truly honest, every first game of RSG is just us playing around.
Every first game of RSG is just playing around, but tomorrow you guys will be going up against in a grand finals, and that is going to be a that's going to be a very long game, best of 7 as well. So that first game, you're going to have to experiment just a little bit. What other things that you might leak for us?
I mean, everyone did say that no full Singaporean lineup will go to the grand finals. They say that every RSG player is washed. So, I mean, I think every team has substitutes, every team has imports. So, I mean, if you want to go 4-3, I don't mind. I can test things out before I go international, you know?
It's going to really testing out. I'm really looking forward to this one. It was really, it was a very creative drafter. But apart from that, you know, there's a period of time when the minions were literally reaching the base during that period of time. Were you watching that? Do you see that? What were you guys, how was the comms? You have access to the players' comms? What were they talking about? What were running through their minds?
They were just saying what were they getting for dinner. So once they decided, then we decide to end the game. So that's that.
So the discussion was not about how to win a game, but what to get for dinner. And it seems like you guys got Team Flash for dinner instead. Wow, that.
Because today is Raya, so I didn't go for Raya. So they gave me a treat to eat every team today. So thank you so much, RSG.
That's very spicy, Amox. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give them a huge round of applause for Amox. What a game. RSG managed to take down Team Flash. Just giving one game only, and that's it. Looking forward to your performance for Grand Finals. One step closer to MSC. Of course, ladies and gents, tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. If things are happening exciting this time around with Amox, it's going to be more exciting tomorrow. And with that said, I'm going to be throwing back to the casters, Abstract and Trills. Take it away.
Hey, you know, before I forget, today's actually Hari Raya. Mooks
Yeah,
actually
it is
reminded
Hari
me.
Raya.
So happy Hari Raya
Happy
to all
Hari
our
Raya.
Muslim friends
Yeah.
out here in Singapore and all over the world, especially. Man,
I like the
no
transition, by the way.
it just turns bright.
Yeah, it's like.
If Jace's forehead just came in. Man.
Oh, man.
But hey, you know, another congratulations over to RSG Singapore, making it over for the top 2, and we'll see you tomorrow in the grand finals.
Yeah.
There's so much else to talk to about this game in particular, so let's just bring up the statistics
Perfect.
and the hero for both of these two teams. Now, I think it wasn't down to the draft. I feel like both of these two teams, they played exceptionally well in the last game, but I think this is the wrong roster or the wrong draft for both sides. It should be the Valier and the Claude coming in for the statistics, but we'll get that sorted out with production. But at the end of the day, though, I feel like RSG, like Amok said, first game, testing things out, playing around. They take the L, but then they really show up from the second to third game. So I wouldn't call it a reverse sweep, but it was definitely a very good comeback from RSG out of all of these games. It wasn't a dominant performance by either side, but then again, man, clawing their way up back from so much defeat, and especially Bray having suffered so much from the past couple of seasons, and now having his sweet, sweet revenge onto Flash SG. This might not be over yet. They might still face up against Flash SG in the grand finals, but still.
Oh, man. I'm still letting it sink in.
Yeah.
I'm still letting it sink in. You know? I bought a sink.
And you're bringing it into the door.
Yes. Perfect. Honestly, oh man, I really, really, really wanted this composition to work. I want that, you know, very heroic moment. Diablo comes in to save the day kind of thing.
Yeah.
Initially, it looked great,
It looked as
man.
if, but then
It looked as if, yeah. Like, Hades was just the untouchable behemoth. No one can literally chip him off. They dove the turret. They got out of the turret, like, maybe, 5 seconds later?
Yeah.
And not even half of their HP is gone. That was some amazing stuff. However, I think that is also highly regarded because of Roy. Because when it comes down to, you know, when it comes down to anti-heals, Roy is has got to be the main important guy. As long as you hit someone, anti-heal happens. That's the unfortunate thing about Dom Ice now, right? Because Dom Ice got did dirty. You
Yeah.
have to be hit in order to get that
Damage
debuff.
mitigation or the anti-regen.
Yeah, so I think that this plays a lot of part for Roy. He has that big of a role to either steering Torrent or Fireball all of the members or selected members. Especially I think that Diablo as well as Hades, they really need to be hit by that. Looking at how Diablo have got the War Axe, you want to mitigate the amount of healing that he can get. Let's not forget about Hades even buying the Oracle to kind of double down onto the amount of healing that JPL could have provided with the hard waves and the photo.
I feel like also there was a little bit of a communication issue from JPL and how he wants to use his heart guard. Would it be onto Hades or would it be onto Diablo, or would it be onto Vanix? Because at certain points of time where Hades is self-sufficient to tank the damage on its own, JPL should have went to heart guard onto Diablo, and like it's shoulda, woulda, coulda, to be honest.
Yeah.
But then again, hopefully, I really do want to see like JPL having a little bit more options than rather than just holding the trigger happy onto Hades himself. Give the Lord of Destruction some love, man.
Lord of Destruction. Oh man. Okay, so with that all said, let's take a look at the overall statistics we have here. So understandably, CS, he still managed to deal like what 81,000 damage. Bray has got 76,000 damage. It's pretty nutty, but most of these damage all went over to Hades. Look at him, 242,000 damage taken. That's insane if you ask me.
I mean, if you're a tank, play like a tank. In the early game when you have a lot of these side lane pressures, Hades was able to turret dive, soak up so much true damage from that turret, and still take his enemy down with them. Added with the fact that Cortese was able to block off escape routes for RSG members coming into the question. But speaking of question, the MVP will come to show. It will be Bray as the MVP. The child prodigy has become a man prodigy. 7-4-7 with 67% kill participation. As the Hayabusa, he played a clutch game, especially in the dire moments when his team needed him the most.
So 747, perfect number. Bray came in with an absolute bang off of the transfer window, got RSG into the state that they are. They are now, I don't even know whether they are counted as challengers anymore. Because
they were honestly Titans at one point.
At one point, yes. And they were, in some
Titans.
sense, this is exact similar lineup, except with a change of J. In fact, with the addition of J, I actually think that this is a pretty nutty lineup, right? So, honestly, I'm all for it. We have been seeing Team Flash going crazy for the past few seasons. Now, we've got RSG that is
resurging. They are resurging.
So it was resurgence. But then when they, when they started to win and they're starting to become strong, they became RSG because they're done with the resurgence.
Yeah.
They fell to grace for a while and now they're back. So does that mean that they are now R?
It's only down to this, right? Like, the wolf on top of the hill isn't as hungry as the wolf climbing it. And now RSG is actually climbing the hill.
Right.
Flash SG has tasted victory, sweet victory. Sweet way too much. They needed to have some humbling moments. Down in the lower brackets we go. Where they'll face up against Absolute Zero. So, this is the game that we'll be seeing first thing in the morning, 12 p.m. tomorrow. And the winner of which will go up against RSG. Will the community heroes be able to thwart the kings and the gods of MPL SG and meet RSG in the grand finals? Or will Flash SG have their sweet revenge against RSG in the grand finals?
Now, let's take a look at the schedule that we have got tomorrow. Of course, the first thing that we're going to have to see is Team Flash going up against Absolute Zero. You, Absolute Zero, may have requested to meet Team Flash. And alas, your wish has been granted.
Yeah, only 3 wishes though.
Not in the grand finals though. Not in the grand finals.
Not in the grand finals. Yeah, they still have 2 wishes. Maybe tomorrow.
I mean, they didn't specifically say that they want to meet Team Flash in the grand finals.
Yeah.
They say that they want to meet Team Flash. So, there we go.
They want to get their revenge.
They want to get their revenge.
And
Can they though?
Maybe
Actually, they might be able to.
Might be.
Because of momentum. I think that the momentum is kind of down for Team Flash.
Yeah.
I think that they are also kind of scrambling for an identity with the fact that they're kind of like getting Ken in, Diablo in. What's it? What is their absolute formula?
They need really some consistency,
Mhm.
especially in their gameplay. But hey, this is a story for tomorrow, right?
You're right.
Yeah. You okay?
No, I'm just like imagining what's gonna happen tomorrow. Like best of 5
Best of 5.
and a best of 7.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's gonna be the final day of MPL Singapore Season 9. We have came a long way. It has been great thus far, definitely. We got our seeded stage, challenger stage, and the last chance qualifier. We are now come down to this final day, which will be happening tomorrow. For those people that would like to join us in the action, it will be at Tampines Mall. That's going to be fun. But of course, you can feel free to tune in onto the stream to watch every single one of these action too. But before we go off, anything that you'd like to say, B2?
Happy Hari Raya to all our Happy Hari Raya to all our Muslim friends right here. But of course, a huge shout out to all of our sponsors that make this possible. MPL SG Season 9 is powered by Moonton Games and Pulse Nova Entertainment, partner in esports Head and Shoulders, as well as SG Esports Association, or SGEA, an official venue partner. Thank you so much to Capital Land, having a location such as Bukit Panjang Plaza, Tampines Mall, Lot 1, and Westgate for us to host this event. And thank you all, viewers, for joining us. I don't know that. Why would I thank you? And yeah, thank all of you viewers for joining us in the action. Hopefully, you guys will join us for our last day in the grand finals, where, maybe the story might be writing itself a little bit differently.
Indeed. We are going to be rewriting the script a little bit. Things are and might change a tad bit. So that is all from us today. My name is Abstract.
My name is Churros.
And we will see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.